There is a lot of injustice and unhappiness in the world, but even more resentment comes from not being recognized by others. The little girl mourned her father, but behind her back they whispered that she was just a worthless addition. Baek Lee Ikong was a very handsome and kind man. He was liked by many, and he had no equal in swordsmanship. But he managed to awaken the beast, which turned out to be not quite what many expected. It was something strong, incomprehensible, and indescribable. But the girl understood that knowledge from a past life was important. It was at that moment that the cup broke, and she understood that this had already happened. The people who came to the funeral at this moment became even more angry that the girl was nothing but trouble. While collecting the fragments of the mug, she was lost in her thoughts. After all, this is not the first time that these events have happened to her. She is familiar with this pain and the fact that people around her do not accept her. She tried to run away, but she couldn't do that either. Her eyes begged for mercy. But the guy who caught up with her then said that the girl was too worthless. He looked at her with contempt, with pity, but without respect. The last thing she remembered was that no one would remember her or notice that she was gone. And then darkness and pain in the chest, but a sharp, incomprehensible push, and something incomprehensible and inexplicable. But when she opened her eyes, she realized that she was back in her house. Her father was sitting next to her bed, holding her hand, and was glad that she opened her eyes. The girl asked her father how long she had slept and why he looked so tired. After all, my father was the most handsome of the powerful Baek Lee and Kang family. He was a genius of the sword. And now he was sitting next to her bed, and his eyes were full of tears. But the girl was glad that she could see his face again and that he was holding her hand. Not in a dream. The girl's words stunned her father. She opened her eyes as if nothing had happened, and he was worried that she would never wake up again. But she looked at a familiar face, and the girl was again overwhelmed by a wave of memories. After all, the relationship between her and her father had previously been very badly damaged. There was a sense of a gap between them. She turned away to hide her tears from him. The girl felt guilty about what had been happening lately. A little later, having found the strength to stand up, she sincerely thanked her father for being by her side. The man froze in surprise. His eyes widened, and he was unable to utter a word for some time. And then he grabbed the girl and hugged her, saying that he would not let anyone hurt her again. He added that everything possible and impossible would be done for her. Well, now perhaps, a new chapter of her life begins. A new day had arrived. The girl was sitting on the bed and partially did not understand whether she was in the old body or a new one. Her thoughts were interrupted by a maid, who insistently shouted that it was time for her morning water procedures. She heard noise on the other side of the door, but she really didn't want to leave her small, cozy room. The girl smiled to herself. Yes, she was home again, within her walls. A new life in an old body. It is important to remember that she was not particularly given attention in that life. No one noticed her, and she existed. Baek Lee Bae-hyuk is the eldest and most powerful member of the Baek Lee family, and the girl's grandfather. He had 3 wives and 4 children. His grandfather was formidable and wise. Baek Lee and Kang were sword geniuses and the most handsome of the sons, but she, the daughter of a handsome man, was not accepted by the family and was considered a worthless and disgraceful thing. When her father brought her into the family, the other members looked down on him because an unmarried handsome man and adopted daughter was a disgrace. Baek Lee stood his ground and defended the little girl in front of the whole family, but they did not want to accept this. He was his father's great hope, and he did not forgive him for such disobedience. And now she was standing at the door of her father's residence and wondering if she could enter. She gathered all her will into a fist and opened the doors. The father was surprised that his daughter was not sleeping at such an early hour. The man asked warily if something had happened, that she had come to him so early. But the desire to see my father was stronger than my weak state. She immediately rushed from her place to her father to hug him. But her little foot caught on something and she began to fall. Out of fear, the first thing she managed to do was close her eyes, but she felt that there was no danger and opened one eye. She noticed that her father was holding her in his arms. The girl immediately noticed her father's face. He was tired and there were bags under his eyes. She looked around and saw that there were a lot of papers scattered on the floor. The man had not slept all night. She also saw bamboo grains. Her father was busy saving her sick body. The father said with a worried look that running around the room was dangerous. But the girl immediately realized and extended her hands to the man. He immediately fell silent and understood that the girl wanted a hug. The man was tall, and when he picked up his daughter, she found herself as if on a high swing. But it was in this position that she felt safe. The girl listened to her father in everything and drank the medicinal decoction. I slept a lot and followed the doctor's orders. It felt like my body had tried all the medicinal herbs in the world. But after another course of treatment, she woke up, and it was not her father who was next to her, but a doctor. While she was still coming to her senses and muttering something sleepily, she didn't notice how the doctor had left. She only had time to ask where the young master was, but the door to the room had already slammed shut. The girl decided to go to her father on her own, but it was suspiciously quiet in the yard. The girl and her father now lived in the northern residence, but this was a different part. Previously, they lived in the main part, but then the grandfather kicked them out. The girl was surprised that there was not a living soul in the entire yard, but she suddenly saw and heard that around the corner of the building, the servants were discussing something heatedly. She peeked around the corner and heard them discussing the owner's return. Baek Lee Pai-hyuk is the most important member of the family and also the girl's grandfather. He is very brave, strong, and powerful. He managed to bring his family to the top 10 in the state. The girl realized that today was the day when something irreparable could happen, and the child hurried to her father. But after running only a few meters, the girl was forced to stop due to illness. But she understood that she had to get there no matter what. If she couldn't run, she had to walk slowly. And now in front of her was the ruler's residence and a guard at the gate. He noticed a girl approaching the gate. The girl, coughing heavily, asked the security guard, but she couldn't ask the question properly. The girl's condition frightened the man, and he became confused. She tried again to ask where her father might be, but grandfather's screams were heard from the room, which was very scary. And the security guard tried to explain that now was not the best time. And suddenly, the girl heard a rather familiar female voice behind her. It was Belle Lee and Ran, her father's half-sister and evil aunt. The security guard greeted the lady kindly. The young woman immediately looked at the girl with great contempt in her eyes. And then she started screaming that she didn't belong there, and that she wasn't supposed to be walking around alone. It was always like this. And in her past life, the girl was most wary of meeting her aunt. Auntie always shouted and told me what to do and how to do it. It even got to the point where the aunt beat the poor girl. And even at that moment of the funeral, she heard her aunt making plans, and there was a person whom she hated more. She giggled and excitedly told me her plans. Even then, the girl understood that changes were awaiting her, and not for the better. The aunt started yelling even louder, that the girl shouldn't be there at all. The girl calmly said that she simply hadn't seen her aunt for a long time, and wanted to say hello. But the aunt quickly changed the subject and asked him to state his real intentions for being here. She leaned over and asked a question. The girl said that there were not a single servant in her residence yet. The guard said that they might have been a little distracted by the sudden changes in the residence. The servants were managed by the girl's grandmother, who was also the aunt's biological mother, and the servants relaxed a little. But suddenly, the screams from grandfather's room stopped coming out into the street. Baek Ran still didn't calm down and continued yelling at the girl. But then a sharp cry from grandfather was heard, so loud that everyone's ears were blocked. The aunt looked angrily at her niece. As soon as they entered the residence, the grandfather looked at them menacingly. The girl was slightly frightened by the look, and then she understood the meaning of the expression, how one can shoot with one's eyes. The man sighed and looked at the girls who entered with disappointment. The girl was looking for her father and was horrified by what she saw. Her father sat on his knees in front of his grandfather with a guilty face. Baek Lee and Kana saw their daughter, and a slight joy appeared on their faces. Auntie tried to start the conversation somehow politely. The girl was confused and didn't know what to say so as not to anger her grandfather. She leaned over to her niece and said that they had come to say hello. They, together with the girl, made a friendly greeting. The grandfather thanked her for her attention and said that his daughter could go free. The girl did not want to take this personally and asked what she had done to deserve such treatment. Grandfather repeated once again that her behavior was a disgrace to the Baek Lee family name. The girl nervously forced a smile and did not want to accept the words. But at that moment, the grandfather screamed so loudly that it seemed as if he had completely lost his temper with anger. The aunt fell to her knees and began to beg for mercy and whine for forgiveness. Belle Lee and Ran looked up from the floor and turned to her brother to influence their father. The young man standing next to the father said that the girl had already realized her mistake. When the aunt left, the grandfather turned to his granddaughter. There was a warlike silence in the hall. A young boy, Baek Lee Myung, Baek Lee Muk's son, said that the girl did not look very healthy. The uncle also noticed that his niece's complexion was quite pale. But the girl, despite all the persuasion from her relatives, sat in the center of the hall next to her father. Grandfather asked her if she knew why they were sitting on their knees. But the first thing that came to the girl's mind was that her father's brother, like her aunt, had their own plans for the day of the funeral. But at that moment, she had a slight headache and jumped up in place. This frightened my father first and foremost, and my grandfather became worried. But he could not show any sign of weakness. The girl placed her little hand on her father's lap to at least calm him down. Grandfather asked if she knew what brought her father to him and why he was so unhappy. Beck, Lee, and Kana looked at their girl with slight sadness. Grandfather changed his tone, but was still quite reserved and rude. She always understood that her father was being scolded because of her, because the family did not want to accept the presence of an incomprehensible daughter and granddaughter. But then the grandfather asked if she knew what kind of wonder was lying next to him. He pointed to a beautifully painted box in the servant's hands. The girl understood that this was that very rare sacred relic. When the box was opened, a golden pip was sparkling inside. The girl's brother immediately asked the elder for permission to tell him what it was. But the girl hastened to interrupt him, saying that she herself was beautiful and could explain everything. And the brother, smiling, gave in. She already knew from her past life that this pill saves from fatal, incurable diseases. The young brother noticed that the girl was quite knowledgeable. Grandfather said that she was right, and that the production of such pills had now been suspended. And then he raised his voice and said that knowing this, her father asks to give her up to cure the baby. The girl proudly replied that her father loved her more than life itself and did everything for her. But then, sighing, she said that she didn't need this pill at all. But she remembered the times when she allowed herself to be put down. In this way, she reduced her father's ability to fully protect her. She dared to turn to her grandfather and tried to ask as to whether this golden pill could really help her. Grandpa didn't immediately answer that he hadn't heard of such a thing. The father's face also became sad, but he said that he had to try any options if there was hope. The girl silently looked at the floor and thought that her father did not want to give up at any cost. And what is this very hope that he speaks of? She has memories from the past, and these memories are far from rosy. She had already been given this pill, but it did not produce the effect that everyone expected at the time. The girl felt better for a while. Throwing all these memories aside, the girl happily said that she did not want to take this pill right now. The grandfather listened to his granddaughter in silence and didn't even try to correct her in any way. And then he added that the young lady was very wise and selective in her words. The girl looked at her father with hope. She didn't want to be a burden to him anymore. He also smiled at her and perhaps wanted to say something, but remained silent. But then he looked at his own and said that he still wanted to use, even if it was his last hope. He added that it is better to regret something that didn't work out than not to even try. Grandfather said that he is stubborn, and there is no strength to argue with him. The girl was worried that after these words, her father and grandfather would quarrel. The grandfather calmly told the girl and his son to rise from their knees, but the girl suddenly felt a ringing in her ears and darkness in her eyes. Suddenly, she saw blood on her little hand. She didn't understand why she could vomit blood, because she hadn't been sitting on the floor for very long. Everything swam before her eyes. The girl lost consciousness and fell to the floor. And then, as if in a dream, she saw the moment when a man in white clothes called her by name. It was her father. He found her and invited her with him, promising a lot of interesting and new things, and now she lies in bed and doesn't wake up. The father prays over her and asks her to open her eyes as quickly as possible. And the girl is in deep sleep in those times when she first saw her father. He brought her to a residence that seemed magical at the time, but it turned out to be far from that. But suddenly, a sharp breath in her chest woke her up, as if she were suffocating. Her father helped her sit on the bed, but she didn't understand where she was, as if she was lost in space. Jan looked around and seemed not to understand where she was now. The father shook the girl by the shoulders and asked if anything hurt, how she felt in general. Jan looked at her father with a little confusion, as if she had not yet fully woken up. Her thoughts were not here. The father said with love and care that he was very worried that she was still too weak. But then he seemed to go berserk and started shouting that the girl should not have gone into the central hall of the residence alone. The girl was upset by this and began to feel guilty and wanted to start apologizing. But their conversation was interrupted by a familiar voice, and they both turned around. The grandfather entered the room and asked again what his granddaughter was guilty of. The girl's father immediately began to make excuses, saying that the girl had just woken up. Grandfather replied that he didn't really care, but he could enter his chambers whenever he wanted. And then, Jan was very surprised that she was resting in her grandfather's chambers. They were much more spacious than the others. Then Chan Seok Ryang, grandfather's right-hand woman, entered the room and brought a medicinal decoction. Beck Lee and Kana immediately stood up to pick up the tray so as not to bother their father's assistant. But he smiled and said that he had only taken the tray from the servant right in front of the door. The girl really didn't want to drink the tasteless medicine, but her father said that Sok-ten highly recommended it. The father named the imperial physician, and it was him that the grandfather recommended for his granddaughter. Yang was pleasantly surprised, because at the moment all the best conditions were created for her. Grandfather was not particularly pleased with the words of gratitude he received. He began to lecture his son that he was wrong in many ways, and that another quarrel was about to break out. Beck Lee and Kana wanted to justify themselves to their father, but the grandfather chose to leave and said at the end that the girl should get treatment. In their family, children do not die early. Yan and her father thanked their grandfather once again and were left alone. The girl was very happy about what was happening, because everything was moving towards the point where her grandfather and father would be able to finally make peace. The father asked why his daughter remained silent about what happened that day. The girl replied that she did not understand what her father was asking her about. She laughed and said that when he was around, she was not afraid of anything and nothing threatened her. But then the girl thought about it and realized that her father was asking her about that quarrel at the entrance to the central palace. He said that the girl fainted when everyone was nearby, and it scared him. And the servants treated her just as badly, because if she had refused on her own that day, who knows how it could have ended. But the girl asked not to tell her mother about the servants' tricks. Otherwise, they would hate the little lady even more. But it was clear from the father's gaze that he was already disliked, because he did not remain silent and fought for justice. She looked at her father with a pleading look. She didn't want her father to be scolded again because of her. And then Yeon suggested that this was his grandfather's way of showing his love for him. They talked about everything in the room, and outside the grandfather and his assistant listened to everything. The girl said that perhaps everything that happens will please her grandfather, but her father got angry. She thought that if the servants respected her and accepted her as a full-fledged member of the Bayek Lee family, then the rest of the relatives will become more friendly. Her reasoning puzzled her father, but the girl further assumed that now children could come to their family from anywhere. She laughed and said that grandfather would be very happy to have new grandchildren. At this time, the grandfather heard everything and was very angry, but did not want to interfere in the dialogue. The father got angry and said that a 6-year-old child could not come up with such thoughts. But then the girl suddenly hugged her father, and he melted from the tenderness of his daughter. She remembered that in that life, the relationship was not very good. But he was full of anger, and his eyes were red with blood. The next day, it was raining heavily outside. She was lying alone in the room and thinking. But then she noticed that water had spilled onto the table from behind the open window and wanted to wipe it off. But she felt unwell and decided that perhaps the best solution would be to just sleep. But somehow she couldn't fall asleep. She felt some kind of uneasiness. When she got up, she realized that she couldn't sleep because of a severe headache. Meanwhile, from the street, the conversation of servants could be heard, who were very heatedly discussing the latest events. One maid screamed that because of the little mistress's stupidity, she had been beaten and her whole body ached. Then somehow everything calmed down, and the girl finally decided to lie down. She just closed her eyes and tried to relax. The door opened suddenly, and a maid entered, who said that the little mistress was no longer sleeping. The girl calmly replied that because of her screams, even a person who was sleeping could easily wake up. The maid immediately put her foot on the bed in front of the little mistress and said that the bruises from the rod were her fault. Then she said that if the girl hadn't gone into the central hall, none of this would have happened. But the girl calmly replied that all this was only because the maid was very lazy. The maid became even more angry and said that she would report everything to her father. She screamed that the girl had no compassion for the servants. The girl asked the maid to pour some water into the kettle, and then she could go free. The maid said sarcastically that the girl couldn't do anything without her, even though she was already quite grown up. The girl wanted to object to the maid, but their conversation was interrupted by another maid. She said that Mr. Ko Chong-guan, the financial manager, had arrived. There were a lot of different gifts on the table. The father carried her in his arms to the table with gifts, and was surprised by all these gifts. Ko Chong-guan said that it was the ruler who was passing all this on to them. Bak Li and Kang said that he was grateful, but he could not accept them, because they had never received gifts since their grandfather's travels. The manager handed over a piece of fabric and said that it would make an excellent warm belt for the little lady. Then he added that there was no need to worry, and that all family members would receive an equal amount of gifts. Zhongguan was about to leave, But then he said that he had been ordered to give many different herbs. Among them were cinnamon, cardamom, and many others, which is what the girl's father agreed to accept without hesitation. But then the financial manager smiled mysteriously. Herbs and spices were not all the gifts. He held out a huge box. The girl recognized the box. She already guessed what might be in it. The man bowed and said that the elder would give the golden pipule to the little lady, and she would decide what to do. Yang and her father were completely stunned by what was happening. No one expected such a turn of events. The girl sat and looked at the box with the pipule and thought about what her grandfather wanted to say with this. But suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by two scolding maids. They were arguing over the decoration. Damgyum carefully examined the very expensive pendant, but most likely it did not belong to her. They didn't immediately notice that their argument was being observed by a little lady. Ah Yeon knew that in her past life, Damgyum had a reputation as a thief. She was one of those who convinced the girl that her father did not love her and could take away the gifts he gave her. And she could have conveyed to her father that the girl didn't like what he gave her, and that now she was behaving in an unworthy manner. She paid no attention to the words of the other maid, nor to the fact that the little mistress was seeing everything that was happening. But suddenly, she turned to the girl and said that she wanted this pendant for herself, because the girl had so many of them. The girl smiled and replied that they needed to wait, but she didn't want to hear anything. She twirled the decoration in her hands, as if showing it off to the other servants who were nearby. At that moment, Yeon's father approached her room, but he didn't notice what was happening. He was puzzled. He approached his daughter and asked if she would mind making a decoction from the herbs he had given her. But Yeon said that he didn't need to ask, because they were family and shared gifts. And then I decided to add that the maid wants a pendant as a gift. The girl asked permission to give away her pendant. Her father was confused. The girl said that because of her, the maid was punished with rods, and she wanted to give her a pendant as a reconciliation gift. Then Damgyum started shouting that all this was not true, and she had not said such a thing. But Yeon said that during the day, that's exactly how it was. The maid showed her bruises and blamed her mistress for everything. She continued to stubbornly deny her words, but did not even lower the tone of her voice. Father said that she had no right to behave like that, and despite the fact that Yeon was a child, she was obliged to serve her. The girl listened with bated breath as her father defended her, and he continued to say that the servant should speak more quietly. His whole demeanor showed that he had no intention of joking. The maid suddenly fell to her knees and said that she considered herself guilty. Baek Lee and Kang looked menacingly and silently at the girl. And then he said that she would have to remain on her knees until sunset and think about her behavior. He strictly ordered another maid to ensure that his orders were carried out, and she silently agreed. He took his daughter in his arms and walked away proudly. They moved into his residence together. The girl was sitting on the bed, and he couldn't find a place for himself from rage because of the servant's behavior. He sat down in front of Yeon and said he wanted to talk. The father began to speak in a raised voice, saying that the girl should not allow the servants to talk to her like that. He asked me to promise him that this would not happen again. The father taught the girl that she needed to protect herself and not give even ordinary servants a break. Yeon took her father's hand, and she immediately felt so light and comfortable. At that moment, the door of the room opened, and their conversation was interrupted by Father Andu's servant. He asked the gentleman where he should take all the gift boxes. The man began to say that everything should be taken to the Yang residence. But then he decided to clarify something with his little daughter. He asked if the girl would like to live with him for a while. She was full of shock and confusion. The man began to explain that she still had that right, since she was small, but that he would also feel more at ease because of her health. The girl agreed to the proposal with great pleasure and was surprised to see her father so talkative. He was also happy, and a smile appeared on his face. First, he threw his daughter into the air. Then he hugged her with all his tenderness. At that moment, the girl felt like the happiest person in the whole world. The father turned to the servant and happily said that all the gifts could be left at his residence. From the moment Yeon stayed at her father's residence, he carried her in his arms, and her feet never touched the ground. Meanwhile, his younger sister complained to her mother that her brother was behaving too brazenly with the servants. But then mother said that he had done nothing wrong, but had simply calmed down the stupid servant a little. The mother asked why the girl was so angry, but she said that the man and his daughter were taking up all the elders' attention. The woman said that she should bring her children, and then the grandfather would switch his attention. Meanwhile, Yang and his father were feeding the fish near the training ground. The girl once again hugged her father with gratitude. His face became stony and silent, and before this would have frightened her, But now she understood that her father was acting like this not out of anger, but because he was embarrassed. Suddenly, they noticed that it had become very noisy on the site. There were soldiers and two guys there. It was Pio and Ak, the aunt's sons, who were choosing their partners for the fight. They were twin cousins, the Yongs, each with a different surname, but they were brothers. And all this happened because during the wedding, the aunt agreed with her husband that one child would bear her surname. When the fight was over, the girl asked her father what he thought about his brother's skills. But the father was at first surprised where his daughter came from. He knows that these are her brothers. The girl said that it wasn't hard to guess. They looked alike, and only they could demand a fight. Baek Lee and Kang said that she was right, but they still needed to train a lot in fights. Their technique was too weak. Meanwhile, the boys laughed loudly and said that the fight was quite boring. And her father asked how she recognized them so easily, since she had never seen her brothers. The father's answer made the girl laugh, and she said that she felt it. They spoke loudly to the warriors and said that it would definitely be necessary to repeat it. And the girl thought that she needed to interact with them as little as possible. Otherwise, communication would be very unpleasant. To avoid seeing her brothers, Yeon decided to take up embroidery. She showed her work to her father and said that she was bored, and so she found something to do. The father thought about it and decided that he needed to occupy his daughter with something more serious. He sat down in front of her and told her that she needed to learn to write. But the girl said in fear that she had only had a couple of lessons, and she didn't remember much. The father laid out paper and a pen and said that he would personally teach her and that she should not worry. She sat down at the table, and her father said that at first she could write down everything she remembered. She suffered for a long time. Her hands wouldn't obey her. Her father encouraged her and supported her in every possible way. But after some time, the treasured hieroglyphs began to appear on her paper. A little later, she turned to her father and said that she had written his name. He was dumbfounded, and tears began to flow from his eyes. The man said that he was very glad that she remembered his name, because he had not been with her since early childhood. The girl stood on a chair and stroked her father's head with her small hand, and said that she would try not to upset him anymore. But the man asked her to get down from the chair and said that it was very dangerous. At this time, their dialogue was interrupted by a maid. She entered the chambers, greeted them, and said that the elder invited them to dinner, but they had to be accompanied by the mistress. The young man clarified what had happened. Meanwhile, the girl was puzzled by the fact that for the first time in such a long time, she would be having dinner with her grandfather. And so they arrived at the grandfather's residence. A huge table was set. Auntie was also invited to the dinner party, but she was not alone with her twin sons. They were joined by Baek Lee and Kang, with his daughter Yeon. They sat opposite each other, and there was some tension in the air. At that moment, the grandfather's assistant came up and asked the young gentleman to spare him a couple of minutes. This angered the aunt, because the father could appear at any moment. The man turned to his daughter and told her not to worry about anything. She laughed and said that he could calmly go about his business. As soon as he left, her brothers surrounded her and began to tease her that she was crippled and could not even train. They laughed in her face and tried to hurt her in every possible way. But the girl held on. She understood that it was inevitable, despite the situation changing. Their words remained the same. But the twin brothers did not calm down and were absolutely furious that their sister was so calm. But the girl said that she would definitely tell her father everything. At this point, the aunt rebelled and said that snitching was far from nice. But Yeon looked at her aunt with embarrassment and said that her father himself had told her to tell her everything that would happen. But the aunt did not calm down and shouted that she would grind the girl into dust. And in general, she added that her father would not always be with her. Yeon replied that she didn't know for sure and would definitely ask her father. At that moment, Uncle Yong and Auntie's brother, with his son, entered the room and said that the screams could be heard even from outside. But his attention was distracted by his nephews, who joyfully greeted the guests who entered. Baek Lee and Mook turned their gaze and in a raised voice also scolded the girl that you can't talk to adults like that. But his son interrupted him and said that he shouldn't be so harsh because Yeon was still very young. He approached his sister and asked how she was feeling, since they hadn't seen each other for a very long time. And then he introduced his little sister, Baek Lee. But the girl did not expect so much attention to herself and hid behind her brother. Auntie and the twin brothers rushed towards Lee, seemingly forgetting that Yeon was still in the room. But finally, grandfather arrived. Father Yen returned, and everyone ate together at a huge table. The girl looked with huge eyes at all the beauty and did not know what to grab onto. Then the elder turned to Baek Lee and Mook and asked how the children were doing in their studies. He replied that the previous teacher had retired, and he was now looking for a replacement. Yan looked closely at her grandfather and understood that they were talking about their education. She wanted to get it too. The elder asked both Baek Lee and Kang if it was true that he was personally involved in teaching his daughter. The father and daughter looked at the elder with bewilderment, because if he already knew everything, why ask? He paused briefly and asked if the people sitting at the table knew Teacher Ji's. This man was a very famous scientist from Gyeongsang, but now he was retired and wanted to live quietly. But then he decided to create a school and share all his knowledge with others. Now there are rumors that he will come to the capital, where the great Baek Lee family lives, and plans to open a school here. The girl looked at her grandfather with bated breath, because in her past life she had not even been offered to go to school. Grandfather immediately turned to the twin brothers, but they took the news about school with hostility. Grandfather said that in addition to martial arts, the children of the Baek Lee family should also learn other knowledge. The Baek Lee family is considered a hereditary warrior family, but this is only the foundation. Besides this, no one has canceled the 6 arts: etiquette, music, mathematics, calligraphy, archery. And the grandfather added that they wouldn't spend their entire day fencing anyway, and the teacher would then adjust to them. But the boys chattered in unison that martial arts and fencing were the meaning of their lives. The aunt entered the conversation, just as vehemently proving to their father that the boys had already reached the 3rd level in battles. Knowing from her past life, Yeon understood that these ranks were quite important, but most likely it was embellished. Her grandfather was a 10th rank master, and he knew better than anyone what was happening and how. My father was also a worthy warrior and had already reached the 8th rank. Meanwhile, the aunt could not calm down and tried to praise her sons in every possible way. Then the grandfather turned to Baek Lee Myung and asked the same question as the twins. He replied that it was a great honor to learn from a great man, but he was afraid that he would fall behind his brothers in martial arts. Grandfather turned to Lee, but she did not immediately understand what he was talking about, and she replied that it was not necessary to go to school, because they could simply invite the teacher to their home. The girl's father didn't like this answer, and he immediately started shouting loudly, which frightened her. She clung to her brother and almost immediately began to cry, because she did not understand what she was guilty of. And the grandfather, in turn, also began to shout. He didn't like the chaos that was happening at the table. Only Yeon sat calmly, but she was very worried about what was happening. But then her father calmly turned to his father and said that he was the only one who had not asked his daughter whether she wanted to go to school. The grandfather looked angrily at the boy. The aunt couldn't keep silent and intervened with her statement that there was no need to ask her. But the girl cleared her throat and paused for a short time. Everyone gathered at the table waited for her answer with great attention, and she started by saying that Pyo and Ak couldn't go to school. The grandfather asked again what exactly the girl meant by her answer. She continued that they should now have time for solitary training. These training sessions meant independent training in a cave without anyone's help or support. She added that everyone went through these trainings, including her father and grandfather. But after what was said, the girl felt sad and said that she envied her brothers that they could train. But then the aunt intervened again and said that her father had not undergone such training. Father Yeon praised her for such knowledge and said that he had to finish it early because of his mother's illness. The auntie was sarcastic and said that the girl should now apologize to her grandfather for the incorrect information. But then the grandfather entered the conversation and said that his granddaughter was right, and it was high time for the twins to start this type of training. But then the aunt pleaded and said that they were still just children, and how would they survive in a closed cave alone? Grandfather raised his voice and said that in their family, all future warriors went through this, and boys were no exception. He got so carried away, and then added that she should understand that this was all being done for the good of the future. Baek Lee Ran herself reached the 3rd level at the age of 12. She was no different in the family. The twins immediately began shouting in chorus that they agreed to go to school. But grandfather was abrupt in making his decisions. If everyone goes, then everyone goes. If someone doesn't go, then no one goes. While some at the table were arguing and quarreling, Yang and his father were enjoying a wonderful meal, and the grandfather silently watched everything that was happening, especially how the father spoke tenderly to his daughter. And on the other half of the table, the aunt was yelling at her sons, and the uncle was trying to calm his youngest daughter. Baek Lee and Kana advised their daughter to try every piece of food on the table, and she was very happy. But then the grandfather could not stand it, and said that Kana really wasn't feeding her daughter either, that she was devouring the food so greedily. But the girl declared with great pleasure that everything had been prepared simply too deliciously today. The grandfather asked the girl to put what she liked most, and she happily brought him a plate. The grandfather was pleasantly surprised by his granddaughter's care. But then, for some reason, he angrily said that he had asked for only a couple of pieces and not a whole plate. He said that the girl could go to her room, but not to the table. After some time, there were many different objects on the table in Yeon's room. The maid said that this was all that was necessary for the school, and if more was needed, the mistress should say so. Grandfather was very kind to her. She was very glad that she would still be able to study. Father did everything he could this time to ensure that she kept up with her brothers. She couldn't quite believe that this time her life could turn out completely differently. The girl firmly decided that she must thank her grandfather for his kindness, but she doesn't know how, because she's just a child. But then she decided that she would embroider a scarf for her grandfather, since last time her father liked the clouds. Then the next question arose. How could she deliver that gift directly into her grandfather's hands? She decided to go to the central residence on her own. Here she slowly reached the central gate, where there were sentries. The girl came up and calmly asked that she needed to get inside, as she had lost her thing while visiting there. Yang confidently said that she really needed the thing, and she wanted to find it herself. The guard thought, before, he could easily send the girl home, but now everything is not so simple. He offered to personally accompany the girl, since he did not know when the elder would return. When they approached the door of her grandfather's bedroom, the girl asked to go in there alone. She told the guard that the thing she lost was very secret. When she entered the bedroom, she realized that everything was cleaned very carefully here, and she had to be careful. But then Yeon noticed the bed. She could put the gift under the blanket. As soon as she began to hide her surprise, a voice called out to her. The girl got scared, and out of fear she forgot what she wanted to do and almost fell. When she turned around, she saw her grandfather in front of her, who was very interested in what she was doing there. The girl said that her grandfather had scared her very much, but the man also said that she had screamed too loudly. She began to apologize and say that she didn't mean anything bad. The elder then changed the subject and asked if his granddaughter had found what she had lost. But instead of answering, she handed him a note. He read it and couldn't believe his eyes. The girl said that she just wanted to leave a surprise. The grandfather asked whether she did it all herself or whether the servants helped her, but the girl firmly said that she did it all herself. Having given the gift, the girl immediately headed towards the exit, but her grandfather ordered her to stop. He sat her down on a chair in front of him and began a dialogue. The first thing he asked was why she mentioned hermit training at the dinner table. At first, the girl was afraid that her grandfather had figured her out, but then she pulled herself together. She plucked up her courage and replied that she was trying to lighten the mood at the table. But grandfather said that he had noticed long ago that she was a very smart child. Yeon became a little wary and completely understood where her grandfather was leading the conversation. But then she replied that she didn't want to lag behind her brothers, but she didn't know how to express herself. Grandfather asked her if she was afraid that her brothers would make fun of her if she made fun of them like that. The elder said that her father would not always be by her side, and that her grandfather himself would not be on her side in such moments. But then Yeon said that the brothers were already making fun of her and ridiculing her. At first, the grandfather didn't believe his granddaughter's words and said that they were most likely just joking. But the girl said that what they were telling her didn't really sound like a joke. Grandfather asked to tell what exactly the brothers said. Yeon sadly said that they call her a cripple and trash and laugh at her for not being able to train. Grandfather's eyes became bloodshot, and he became very angry, asking if she had told her father about this. The girl bowed her head and quietly whispered that she did not want to worry her father. The elder became even more angry and said that in this case, it was not a small thing at all. He slammed his fist on the table and said that he was very interested in where the children learned such terrible words. Yeon asked that if they didn't have any arguments between the brothers, and she got better, would she be able to take up the sword? She continued that she understands how important it is to master martial arts. The grandfather was very surprised at how smart and fair his granddaughter was beyond her years. At that moment, the young master, accompanied by servants, was heading to his father's chambers, and the girl fell asleep after talking with her grandfather, and he guarded her sleep. When Kana entered, he was very surprised to see Yeon sleeping soundly on his grandfather's bed. The first thing he could ask was whether the girl came here on her own, but the elder was angered by the question, and he said that he did it himself. He did not drag her here by force. The young gentleman smiled and said that it was very strange that she came here. Grandfather said that Yeon was much better than her father. The man fell into a stupor. He then showed that she had come to give him a gift. They began to argue with each other about what exactly was depicted on the embroidered handkerchief. But having calmed down, the elder said that he had enrolled 5 grandchildren in school. And looking at the sleeping Yeon, he added that only one granddaughter came to him with gratitude. He said that he was very happy when the girl praised the food so much, and so he decided to try it with her. And the young gentleman said that he was glad that his daughter was doing well. The elder said that he was a fool. Other parents try to praise their children as much as possible, but he just said one word. The young gentleman was perplexed, because he himself never liked to brag and raised his daughter the same way. But the grandfather saw great potential in the girl. He considered her much smarter than she imagined herself to be. He added, as if in passing, that the girl needed to be given a sword as soon as she recovered. The young master was struck by an electric shock from these words. He had never expected such a turn of events. The elder also remembered that at dinner, he asked the girl if she remembered her mother, but she replied that she didn't remember anything and only knew that the woman had left her. The girl was very sad, and this time the food was no longer so tasty for her, but after the conversation, she looked tired. Her strength left her so quickly that she fell asleep right over her plate of food. Her grandfather barely had time to put his hand under her. The young master took his daughter in his arms and got ready to go to his chambers. He thanked his father for caring for his daughter and for his parting words. As the elder watched his guests depart, he only thought that his son would not be disappointed with the path he had chosen. Some time passed. As Yeon was getting ready to go to school, her father and grandfather showed utmost concern and warned the teacher about her health. One such school day, the girl was returning home and noticed a noise. In the school garden, there was a bunch of boys near a tree. They were making a lot of noise. Among them were twin brothers who tried to drive the bird away from the nest with a stick. One of the brothers was too persistent and did not retreat from his goal. Yeon watched all this and thought that this was how the brothers demonstrated their fencing skills. As she was leaving school, the girl was met by her father's servant, who quickly asked how her first day at school had gone. She replied that it was just an acquaintance. Then the servant offered to take her things and go home. But Yeon was in no hurry to follow the servant. She was worried about what she saw in the courtyard. She unbraided her hair and pulled the decoration out of her hair. She called the servant, whispered something in his ear so that no one could hear what she was talking about, and asked for help. He looked at the girl thoughtfully, was quite puzzled, but did not refuse to help. He went to carry out the task assigned to him by the young lady, and she looked out from around the corner. The servant gave back the jewelry that the girl had given and conveyed everything she had said. A few minutes later, the teacher's assistant called all the boys into the classroom. Andu immediately ran to the little lady and said that he had done everything as she asked. The girl immediately led the servant towards the tree where the nest with chicks was located. Yeon was very happy when she saw that the little birds were in place and nothing had happened. She sighed with relief. Andu was surprised by the girl's behavior and said that since everything was okay, they could go home. But as soon as they moved away from the tree, the servant heard some strange sounds. They approached the bushes and saw one small chick lying helplessly on the grass. The girl carefully took him in her arms, placing a handkerchief on him first so as not to transfer the human scent. She told And that he needed to be returned to the nest somehow before the mother bird returned. But the servant said that it would be difficult. He had not climbed trees for a long time, but for the sake of the mistress, he would remember. Then they heard someone's voice behind them, which said that their intentions were useless. They turned around and saw a guy in expensive clothes, with a very beautiful decoration on his belt, clearly from a wealthy family. The boy came up and said again that their efforts were useless. The bird would not survive. Then he came closer and pointed out that the chick had a broken wing, and even if it were returned to the nest, it would die. The girl held a small bird and said that this is why the bird did not come back to help. It had already given up. The boy watched the girl's distress, but did not say anything right away. She reasoned that all her efforts were in vain, because if they had not succeeded, the bird would have died, and so it was dying. Then the boy asked why she didn't ask the boys to stop if she saw what they were doing. He then asked her a question, because as far as he knew, these twins were her brothers. He asked again if he was right in his guesses. The girl looked mysteriously at the random guy and didn't answer, but it was a mystery to her how he knew about their relationship. She gave the bird to the servant and only said that if she asked him to stop, the guys would do even worse. The girl added that they have a competitive spirit and would not stop just like that. Andu asked what to do with the chick now. She replied to leave it in the bushes and go home. A new acquaintance asked the girl why she didn't want to take the bird and look after it herself. But she understood that she herself was still weak and needed help, so she would not be able to help the bird either. She regretted that all her efforts were in vain, and she could not help the helpless chick. But then a new acquaintance said that he could cure the wing of this little bird. And then he added that he still hasn't introduced himself. He is a relative of Sok Tae. His name is Sok Kayak. Yan was very surprised because she had never heard of him before, and he looked like he came from a very rich family. A new acquaintance suggested taking a walk to their residence, and he noticed how the girl was looking at the growing flowers. Yang asked what they were and said that she loved peonies, but in their garden only white ones grew, and here there were pink ones. Seok-ki also smiled back and said that he had heard about the Baek Lee family's garden and that it was considered one of the best. For a while the girl froze, looking at her new acquaintance. She didn't quite understand how to behave with him, but then she noticed that she heard familiar voices, but she couldn't understand where the sounds were coming from. Yan walked to the edge of the bridge and wanted to see who was talking in the distance, but it was hard to see. She asked Sok Kayak if her father was there, but he replied with a smile that no, and that it was not planned. After walking a few more meters, the boy pointed out that the building in front of them was the residence in which he was staying. The girl said that it looked spacious. The boy invited her to have tea, but Yeon did not answer. They went inside, and the guy deftly bandaged the bird's wing and placed the wounded bird on a soft pillow. He said that now all that remains is to wait, and only time will tell whether the bird can survive or not. The girl really hoped that all the work done would not be in vain, but she looked at the guy with apprehension, and she felt some kind of distrust. He was completely unfamiliar to her, but then he laughed and said that the girl was too shy, and her face was really tense. He started laughing even harder as he tried to mimic the girl, but he couldn't do it. This hurt and offended Yeon a little, but she tried as hard as she could not to show it. She frowned a little and said that she had been taught not to make family troubles public. But the boy came up to her and said that he was her friend and that she had nothing to fear. He just wanted to cheer her up. And now they were already returning home from Sok Tae's residence in a carriage with Andu. Yeon held a beautiful box on her small lap, and the servant asked if the lady was feeling unwell, but she was completely immersed in her thoughts and recalled how a new acquaintance picked pink peonies as a sign of acquaintance. She also tried to remember why she had not met him in her past life, or what prevented her from communicating with him, but there was a gap. She opened the box and enjoyed the aroma and the bright flowers themselves. In her mind, she imagined how she would decorate her father's room with just one flower. But then the carriage stopped and they arrived at the place. There was some noise at the gate. The guards shouted in a wild voice for the man to get away. They wouldn't let him through. But the young man was very calm and insisted that he had an invitation, and they were obliged to let him in. It was Namgung Wan from the famous Namgung family, and he was my father's best friend. The girl recognized him and asked if she could help him. The young gentleman asked who she was. The girl, with a slight smile, introduced herself as Yeon Baek Lee and was the daughter of Baek Lee and Kang. Namgung Wan was surprised, and at that moment the guards shouted and told the lady not to interfere. But the girl asked if she could look at the letter, which was an invitation to their residence. The young gentleman didn't like this, but he did have the letter. Andu offered his help and said that he would study the document, but Yeon decided to figure it out herself. Namgung handed the girl a letter. She examined it in detail, saw that it was her father's handwriting and had his seal. But the guards continued to be indignant and said that Baek Lee and Kang were not at home and they would not let the guest in anyway. The girl said that the guest's documents were all in order and he could pass. But the security guards insisted and said that there was no room at all in the residence. The girl was very surprised. Then the servant leaned over to the girl and said that he would now go inside and personally check everything. Yeon wondered why her father's friend had arrived today and why he hadn't particularly wanted to tell the security who he was. But the man raised his voice a little and told the girl that she could go too. He could very well wait alone outside, but Yeon remained standing nearby. The man pretended to be interested in what was in the girl's box. She happily shared that there were peonies there, and she would decorate her father's room and her own and make incense. She also said that it was a gift from a new acquaintance whom she met today on the way home from school. The young gentleman looked at the girl and thought that she was much better than they said about her. The girl began to ask the man questions, but he said that he would answer if she did something for him. She remembered that in her past life, it was because of a quarrel with this friend that her father died. The girl looked at the man and said that she was very young and didn't know how to do anything special. But then she added that only if she could embroider a scarf as a keepsake. The man laughed and said that he would accept any gift from such a sweet lady. Then he added that she had spoken about incense at the beginning of their acquaintance, and he was also happy to accept it. But the girl replied that there weren't that many flowers, so embroidery would be better, but she would have to wait and not judge too harshly. He said that he wouldn't be too picky about her work, especially since it was a gift. The man wanted to stroke the girl's head, but then a child's voice was heard. They were twin brothers, and Bailey Myung. They were calling the girl names and saying that she had deliberately left class. Yeon turned around, but did not say anything in response to her brothers. She was taller than them, but they immediately noticed the box in her hands and immediately asked what she was hiding there. Yeon said that there were flowers in this box, and it was a gift for her. The girl began to understand what the brothers were getting at, and that they would most likely try to take the box away. One of the twins came up and asked the girl to open the box or give it to him. When she opened the box, the second brother said that the flowers were really beautiful, but the other brother corrected him that he was wrong. They grinned angrily and demanded that the girl give them the box. But then Men intervened in their dialogue and said that you can't talk to your sister like that. He himself came up to her and said that the girl already understood that she needed to share with her brothers. Yeon obediently handed one flower to her brothers, but they threw it so carelessly on the floor and said that she should give it to another because they wanted to give it to Lily. Nam Gung-wam watched all this and his face filled with anger. He was about to stand up for the little girl, but then she closed the box in front of her brothers and said that they had enough of destroying the flowers. Since they wanted to give it to their sick sister because she missed school today, then let them take it with the box. The twins reluctantly accepted the gift, as their goal was to irritate the little lady. Baek Lee Myung said that his sister was very smart and that she shouldn't be upset with her brothers. But as soon as the boys left, Van immediately came up and asked why she stopped him and didn't let him sort things out. She replied quickly and simply that he did not want his identity to be revealed. The young gentleman did not expect such an answer, and it made him think for a few minutes. Well, the girl recalled that her father died on the very day when they had this friend, and they argued very strongly. She had a dream that she didn't know, but couldn't predict the events that were about to happen. Meanwhile, she was sleeping soundly in her bed, but a servant quietly woke her up. Andu was worried about the lady. She woke up, but not completely. That day, Nam Gung-vam finally showed his fiery nature, and the girl concluded that she needed to go home right after school. Andu helped the little lady wash herself, but she refused to get dressed. The most important thing for her today was to get to her father, which is why she asked to be woken up. Meanwhile, the father and his friend were already arguing about something. The little lady opened the door to the room with all her might and stopped on the threshold. She tried to scream in her little voice that Uncle Wang was not guilty of anything, but that the guards were to blame for everything. The men were shocked by the appearance of the little lady. The girl did not calm down and said that she had read the letter herself, and it did not indicate that the uncle was an important guest. Then she asked in a quieter voice why they did this. They weren't fools. They knew they would be punished. Her father hugged her and said that there was nothing to worry about anymore. The guards had been punished. But the girl asked why they did this, why they shouted at their uncle. In the background, Uncle Wang mocked the guards' punishment, saying that lowering their salaries was not a punishment for them. Baek Lee and Kang asked them not to interfere and to calm down so as not to quarrel in front of the child. But the girl interrupted her father and agreed with her uncle, because weak punishments would not improve the situation. Van looked on in surprise and couldn't understand how such a young child could reason so intelligently. The father also couldn't find the right words quickly, but he assured me that the methods were effective. But the girl kept wondering at what point in the conversation in her past life the argument had gotten too far, and maybe the guards knew who this guest was. Then, for some reason, she decided that perhaps the guards wanted to drive away the uninvited guest in this way. But her father was very calm, and there was no apparent reason for her to worry. As a result, the girl was presented with a blade as a gift, and she went to her chambers to rest. Left alone, the men continued their conversation, but in a completely different direction. At first, Nam Gung-wan said that he did not believe that Baek Lee had a daughter, and considered these words to be just more rumors. But when I received the letter, I realized that it was serious. He said that he had been exploring through his own channels and had found the healer of all things by trying to get something out of his pocket. And then he threw a nameplate on the table. With a mysterious smile, he said that now even this doctor would not refuse to treat his best friend's daughter. Such a sign was a symbol of loyalty and mutual assistance of those who signed it. Uncle Van added that all doors were now open and his friend should not delay. But Beck Lee and Kang were surprised and asked where he got such a plaque, especially one of the highest rank. He answered without hesitation that he borrowed it from his father. Then he added that there was no need to worry, he let me use it. But not for thanks, but for asking. Nam Gung Wam paused and added that she wanted to ask for her son, Ryu Ching. Meanwhile, somewhere in their chambers, the twin brothers were arguing about the situation with the peonies. Their cousin was puzzled by the man in the bamboo hat and black cape. He couldn't figure out who it was. He also said that the boys behaved too freely in front of a stranger and that they might face punishment. They laughed and said that the girl was unlikely to tell anything and that this uncle had probably already left. Beck Lee Myung laughed and decided that he must have really worked himself up. The next day, there was a dinner party at the flourishing residence. Uncle Wang greeted those already present at the table. Beck Lee Mook responded with the same greeting and said that he was glad to see him at their family residence. He apologized for the inconvenience caused by the guards yesterday. A servant approached the men and invited everyone to sit down at the festive table. The table was indeed set very richly and beautifully. After eating, Beck Lee Myung apologized again, saying that the guards had already been punished. The young gentleman turned to his friend and said that he already knew from his friend what was what. But Lee Muk said that the information was that the guards had been dismissed and were no longer allowed to show up at the residence. Beck Lee and Kang were surprised, and the Persian asked if the guards were really fired. Lee Muk said that it was true. Such irresponsible servants had no place at Baek Lee's residence. The friends looked at each other, but said nothing out loud. At that moment, Aunt Beck Lee and Ran appeared in the gazebo with her children. She greeted the men and said that it was the children who convinced her to come and say hello to the famous Namgung Wan. Beck Lee and Muk noticed their children and hastened to introduce them to the invited guest. The boy greeted him and introduced his little sister, who, as always, was hiding behind him out of shyness. The twin brothers greeted everyone present at the same time. Auntie also expressed her pleasure in seeing such an honored guest. Namgung WM listened to all this, but somehow he was not impressed by all these words. To avoid being bombarded with too many questions, he began to eat. But the aunt was persistent and said that she knew about the guest's son and considered it necessary to introduce the children. But the man replied that an acquaintance was unlikely, since his son only made friends with those who were like him. This answer did not please those sitting at the table, and the twins especially. He added a little later that not everyone present had sufficient manners. This did not quite suit his friend. The young gentleman asked him to be more restrained, since he was going to protect his daughter. But then Lee Muk said that if Kang was worried about his daughter, he could leave them. Namgung Vam became suspiciously silent, and at this time, the brother invited his sister to join them at the table. And his son said that he would be pleased if Namgung Wan held a master class in martial arts. Beck Lee and Kana said that he was really worried about his daughter's condition and that it was probably better for him to leave. His friend supported him and said that he could do just fine here without him. And Beck Lee Muk assured that the dinner would be held at a high level no matter what. After listening to all the arguments, Beck Lee Kang calmly left. He walked and thought that every year it was the same thing, and all this was done to earn attention. You need to earn the attention of the Namgung family. But then the financial manager and assistant to the elder intervened, saying that the guest had not spoken flatteringly about the Baek Lee family. Lee Myung and his sister looked at the guest with displeasure. His words could be taken as an insult. He frowned and asked the girl if she had received the peony from her brothers. Lily was very scared and did not know what to answer, because she did not understand what was being discussed. The brother approached his sister and calmed her down. So as not to get into trouble, he reminded her of what had happened yesterday. She said guiltily that she received the flower and was very grateful. At this time, the twins were standing there gloomier than a cloud and did not know what to do. The situation was getting worse. The children's father wanted to intervene in the dialogue, but the guest stopped him and said that there was one more question. He looked at the children and asked what color the peony she had received as a gift was. Lee Myung hung his head in shame, because his sister said that peonies only come in white. The young gentleman stood up from the table and apologized if his words were considered rude and inappropriate. The elder's assistant and Beck Lee Muk himself stood in shock at the situation. Then he approached the twins and said that since they could not hold the flower in their hands, they should not be given the sword. He said that he had never met such rude and ill-mannered children. And then he added that from today on, he did not want to see them at all, so that they would not think of catching his eye. These words brought the twins to tears, but none of the adults dared to object. Wang was the greatest warrior. Meanwhile, several days passed. Andu sat in front of the little lady and apologized for not keeping an eye on the men. The girl laughed this time and said that an argument between her father and his friend was inevitable. She kept thinking about what the real reason for her father's death was in that life. But then her gaze fell on the box that stood on the table. She was very surprised, because the box was like the one she gave to the twins. Approaching the table, she opened it and was pleasantly surprised to see peonies lying there. The very same peonies that her relative Seok-ten gave her. She turned to Andu and asked where her father was now. Then she asked the next question. Did he go out anywhere at night? The servant replied that he was in a great hurry to see the imperial physician and was very puzzled. The girl immediately decided to go to the residence of her new acquaintance. She was sure that on that first day of their acquaintance, her father was there too, but he deceived her. As soon as Yeon arrived at Seok Kayak's residence, he immediately invited her to the living room to drink tea. The girl was very tense and didn't even touch the mug. She was shocked that the boy introduced himself to her father as his best friend, which led to this tea party. When asked if she would drink tea, the girl said that she would drink it, but later. The boy said that cold tea would not taste as good. And then he laughed. To at least somehow amuse the young lady, she was too tense. She hurried to take up the tea as she was brought up. She drank the mug of tea in one gulp and began to carefully wipe her mouth with her small hands. Seok Kyayak said that he knew that the girl would have to go to the Namgung family, so her father was here now. He also added that for this reason, his uncle Seok-ten would go on a return visit the day after tomorrow. But he said that this was not all he wanted to say, and that there was a more important reason. And then a peony planted in a pot was brought into the room where they were sitting. It was a gift for the little lady. The flower was very beautiful and lush. It even seemed that it was of some special variety. Seok Kayak said that the girl's father came for peonies, and so he decided to give her a sprouted flower, rather than a cut one this time. Yan was lost in her thoughts for a while. She felt like she was in some kind of fairy tale. Even in her past life, she did not receive such attention and such gifts from her loved ones. The pink peony was flaunting itself in the living room, and the young lady felt a little sad. The new acquaintance did not expect such a reaction from the gift he had been given, and silence fell in the room. Yan was gnawed by her own thoughts. These thoughts were in no way connected with the gift she had received. Sokka, on the other hand, was worried that he had offended his guest, and did not understand why the girl's mood had changed so abruptly. He asked what he had done to offend her, but then Yeon suddenly jumped up in her chair and shouted that she liked everything and that he had nothing to do with it. Then Sakayak thought for a moment and said that these were not all the gifts he could give his guest. He said that he had good news, and he would be happy to share it with Yeon. He began his story by saying that while walking around the grounds, he passed by the central hall of the Bayek Lee family residence. Meanwhile, the elder of the family gathered all his relatives on a matter that was important to him. Baek Lee Muk and his children, as well as the aunt with her twins, kneeling, tried to justify themselves. Lee Ran, as always, shouted that Namgung Wan had no right to talk to her children like that. They were not guilty of anything. Her brother was more cautious and tried not to anger his father, so he tried in every possible way to calm his sister down. But it was no use. The elder listened attentively and very patiently to all his daughter's statements, even in the tone she always spoke in. But her voice kept gaining momentum, and she couldn't stop. The girl blamed everyone, but not her children. They were like angels. At that moment, the elder's eyes filled with such anger that it seemed as if lightning would burst from his eyes. At that moment, even the twins exchanged glances. Some kind of storm was brewing. But the aunt couldn't stop. She was a mountain for her children. She suggested that they should ask the guard's opinion. But suddenly, for a moment, she calmed down as she heard the quiet voice of her half-brother. Baek Lee and Kana said that he also knew the situation, and the guards also said their word. The elder said in a calm voice that he knew everything firsthand, and immediately after all the events. Baek Lee and Ran fell silent at that moment. She turned pale from both surprise and the anger that filled her. She looked at her father silently, as if preparing for a large-scale attack. But then she started screaming again, pointing towards Lee Kang, saying that it was his little brat who had complained to everyone. The grandfather and father sat humbly in his chair and silently listened as his wayward daughter came up with more and more excuses. Meanwhile, Lee Ran was yelling at her free brother, as if she had forgotten that they were not alone in the hall. At that moment, the elder's voice burst out in the central hall, and he ordered everyone to close their mouths immediately. He turned to his daughter and said that he had 3 options for solving this problem, and it was up to her to decide which one to choose. The girl suddenly fell silent at the sound of her father's voice and turned white. It seemed as if she was about to faint from fear. The elder continued that the guards were the first to report to him everything about the twins' behavior on the day of Namgung-wan's arrival. The first thing the elder suggested was to give the children to her husband and leave the house herself. The second option was to divide the children into 2 groups for upbringing. The third option shocked the girl. Her father said that she could simply go with her sons wherever she wanted forever. At that moment, the elder's assistant came and said that Yeon had arrived and she wished to enter, and the elder gave his approval. Auntie and the twins immediately turned their heads angrily towards the central doors. Yeon walked in briskly and immediately made a formal greeting to the Baek Lee family, bowing her head a little guiltily. The elder immediately shouted a little that the central palace was not her room, and she could not come here with just anyone. She apologized to her grandfather, but said that she did not invite her guest. He himself insisted. Then she lowered her childish gaze and stood in silence for several minutes. And then she gathered her courage and said that Soka was not just anyone, but her new friend, whom she met at school. She started dragging a pot with a sprouted peony and said that it was a gift from this very friend. The pot turned out to be heavier than she expected, but she did not want to stop and dragged it in front of her. The father was worried about the girl and asked her not to lift this heavy weight because she was too weak. She deliberately pulled the flower pot towards her cousin Baek Lee Myung, which was also unexpected for him. The aunt couldn't keep silent and hissed like a snake that no one was waiting for the little scoundrel here. But the girl, having dragged the flower pot, hid behind her cousin's back. Grandfather again silently watched everything that was happening and did not intervene or say anything to anyone. Baek Lee Myung hugged his cousin and tried to protect her like his little sister Lee Lee. He was the eldest of the grandchildren. Baek Lee began to yell at her nephew for defending a scoundrel who was only ruining their family relationship. The boy also couldn't stand such attacks. He started shouting back that his aunt should calm down, as the girl was already scared. The aunt wanted to approach her nephew, but on the way she met her brother, who used several techniques, and the aunt, as if falling asleep, fell on his shoulder. Her brother laid her on the floor, and she was in a slight catatonic state. The sons were very scared. Baek Lee Mook immediately turned to his father and said that he was forced to do this so that his sister would not do something really stupid. But the elder only sighed and said that before losing consciousness, she had not understood anything and had not made any decision. Lee Mook began to apologize, but continued once again that he did everything with the best intentions. Yeon felt safe around her cousin and understood that in this situation, it was also in his interests to protect her. The girl waited until everyone calmed down a bit and also said that grandfather shouldn't be so abrupt in making his decisions. She said that despite what happened, her brothers are also just children and can make mistakes in their words. The grandfather looked at his granddaughter, and deep down he understood that she was too young, but very sensible. But he was the head of the family. He shouted that her actions were also far from ideal, that she was now asking for forgiveness from those who humiliated her and did not honor the Baek Lee name. Yeon immediately lowered her head. She was both scared and awkward at the same time. She didn't know what to say next. Grandfather continued that no one in their family dared to change or contradict his decisions. Then he thought for a moment. He was already obviously tired of the constant conflicts. Then he turned to Baek Lee Myung and said that his actions were completely unjustifiable, that he was unable to influence his brothers due to his age. As a result, the eldest grandson was punished by flogging his hands. He sat in the room with the twins and courageously endured the wild pain in his palms, while the other 2 cried. At that moment, Yeon appeared on the threshold with her new acquaintance. They, guilty, came in and said hello. The boy asked rather sheepishly why they had come, but if he felt sorry for them, it wasn't worth it. But Sakayak immediately began to take something out of his inside pocket and said what he was asked to convey. He immediately showed a small box and added that this ointment would soften his hands and help heal the wounds. Lee Myung didn't expect them to show such concern. Yeon and her new acquaintance headed towards her brother. Kayak carefully lubricated the boy's wounded hands, trying to do it as carefully as possible. Meanwhile, the twins, sitting on the sofa, were whispering and angrily looking at everything that was happening in the room. A calm conversation slowly began between Lee Myung, Kayak, and the girl. But Baek Lee Myung's face suddenly twisted in pain. He had been punished enough for his mistakes, and he understood it. Yeon, seeing her cousin's face, came closer and asked what was bothering him so much now besides the pain. Then she carefully wiped the sweat from his face with her small hands and a handkerchief, but the boy asked why she was so careful. He looked at Yeon and couldn't believe that after everything they had done, she still cared about him. The twins, in turn, didn't like that their older brother was so kind to the girl. Baek Lee Myung apologized to the girl again and said that he would like to improve their relationship if she didn't mind. Yeon smiled and said that she had already forgotten about what was happening and was glad that her cousin was already on the mend. Then the cousin said that he proposed that from today on, they begin a new relationship as real brother and sister. At that moment, one of the twins ran up to Lee Myung and started shouting that she knew everything and did it on purpose. He tried to hurt her again, to hook her, to insult her. It seemed like he was screaming so loudly that the glass would shatter. But at that moment, Lee Myung began to calm his brother, also raising his voice. He understood that younger people are obliged to listen to their elders. Seok Kayak suggested that Yeon leave, but immediately noticed that the girl suddenly became sad because of the insults. He wanted to help her, but in this situation, he was powerless. The boy leaned towards her to ask what she would like at the moment, but she did not answer. They began to move towards the exit, and the three brothers argued about who was right and who was wrong. But one of the twins couldn't stand it and shouted after her that the little brat knew how it would all end. No matter how hard Baek Lee Myung tried to stop the brothers, they couldn't calm down and kept talking and talking after Yeon, who was leaving. She stopped silently and said nothing, and for a moment, even the brothers seemed to hang in the air, and a short, quiet pause formed. But then Yeon turned sharply and said that her brother was right. She knew everything. Just after leaving the room where the brothers were, Sok Kayak grabbed the girl by the hand, and then he asked how the girl was able to do this. But Yang did not understand what her new acquaintance was trying to achieve from her. He looked at her hand and asked how she managed to silently convey her thoughts to him if her body was still weak. Then the boy himself said that Yeon had made a mental transmission of information in the room. The girl looked at her friend as if he were a miracle, but in her heart she understood what he was talking about. In her past life, she was familiar with the concept of mental transmission, a kind of gift that is given at birth. Sok Kayak came up and lightly wiped away the blood that had appeared and calmed the girl down, saying that she was weak in body, and the gift of silent transmission is like the roots of a plant that keep it on the surface. She started making excuses. She wasn't thinking about anything in particular at that moment. She just wanted to get away from her brothers as quickly as possible. But the guy continued to say that he understood all her thoughts and knew what her plans and secret desires were regarding her relatives. Sok Kayak said that he understood her intentions regarding the aunt and her sons, so that she would leave the house. Yeon looked at Kayak with caution. She had only known him for a short time, but he was around too often. But the boy only smiled sweetly and said that they were friends, and that Yeon could be calm about her secrets. Although the aunt was still weak and had not made any decision regarding the twins. Meanwhile, it was time to get ready for the trip. And this also worried Yeon no less than the strange things with her body. In the past, the meeting with the healer of all things never took place, and this frightened her even more, that history could repeat itself. Every now and then, she would plunge into thoughts about her past life, like scenes from a movie. The girl watched as Andu packed his luggage, because the journey ahead was long, and they were taking quite a lot of things. At that moment, Baek Lee Myung approached her and said hello. They had not seen each other since he was punished. It was also unexpected for her that the young man would come to say goodbye to her before the trip. A conversation started between them, and the boy asked if Yeon was glad that she was going on such a long trip. He also said that Uncle Wang was waiting for her and her father there, and the journey should be interesting. This strange, friendly communication from Baek Lee Myung made the girl a little wary, but she didn't show it. And then the cousin asked her to put in a few words for him, so that he would not show himself in a bad light. And then he handed over a very interesting figurine and said that it was his gift for the journey. And so the carriage set off on its journey, a long, unpredictable, and very long-awaited one. Yeon rode in the carriage and thought that there were only a few moments left before she would have a chance to recover. The road was too dreary. She didn't know what to do with herself and started to embroider, but realized that something was wrong with her. Her strength began to leave her, her eyes closed on their own, and there were no pills to boost her strength in the carriage. She began to worry that she might not make it to the doctor at all, and these thoughts made her feel even more uneasy. But in this moment of despair, she saw her father's face in front of her, who was calming her down. He laid his head on her forehead and told her not to worry about anything anymore. But after some time, she suddenly opened her eyes and realized that she was no longer in the carriage. Looking around, she clearly understood that this was not yet the place they were heading to, but it was not too alien to her. Her father stood next to her, holding her hand tenderly. He asked if she was hungry, then he would ask her to bring food to the room now. Yan immediately jumped up and started shouting loudly at her father. She said that she wanted to eat, but not here, but to leave the room, since she had already been locked in the carriage for too long. The father did not expect such impudence from his little daughter, but he listened to her request, and so they went downstairs. The little lady immediately realized that they were visiting the Namgung family. The family's adjutant, Shim Dipyong, greeted him with a joyful smile and asked how Yeon was feeling. She thanked me for my concern and said that she was feeling better already. They sat down at an empty table with their father, and a maid approached them and asked what they would like. Yeon muttered something under her breath, which caused some joy among the servants. The girl immediately became quiet and decided that her behavior was not entirely appropriate, since it caused laughter. The servant offered to bring porridge and some other snacks, but the girl also asked for dumplings. Bak Lee and Kana were against this food, but agreed with their daughter, and the girl thanked them. Having served the plates from the tray to the table, the servant smiled modestly and asked if the one in front of her was the same famous swordmaster. Bak Lee and Kang Ah were surprised that he was recognized as some kind of unattainable star, but then the servant hesitated and said that despite the fact that he was good with a sword, he had to be careful. She continued that 40 children had already disappeared in their area, and no one knew if they were alive, which made Yeon very wary. But then the girl turned to the little lady and asked if she had frightened her too much with her story, since she had not even eaten. Before the servants had time to leave, Uncle Wang appeared and sat down at their table. Yeon was very happy and of course greeted Uncle Wang, but he was dissatisfied with something and showed it with his whole appearance. He said that he couldn't stay too long. But Baek Lee and Kang had some doubts about their upcoming journey to become the healer of all things. In a past life, something irreparable happened and the father missed an opportunity. And now there is a story about missing children. And Kang asked if what the maid had said earlier was true. Namgung got angry, but said that no one had been able to figure it out for a whole year. The girl intervened and asked the men to listen to her and heed her advice. But Uncle Van stubbornly tried to prove that the little ones were not given a say, and no one would listen to her. Yan persistently shook the young master by the sleeve, so much so that he couldn't even drink a glass of water. At that moment, Ak Jezi-hye, the second son of the Ak family, who became famous as a musician, appeared on the threshold. Yan recognized him immediately, but in her past life, she remembered him only as a hero of a novel, and she had never met him in person. He walked up to the table and began to stroke the girl's head. He really liked the little lady, but then the young gentleman intervened and said that Ak was mocking the girl more than expressing his sympathy for her. He didn't like it, and he wanted to show that he was offended, but he didn't really succeed. Here it was said that the girl was the daughter of a young gentleman, and from this news the guy completely forgot what he wanted. He immediately turned to Van and said that he had known him for a long time, but was hearing about his daughter for the first time. Van replied that he had misunderstood. The guy jumped up, laughed, and said that he was nervous, because this was his first mission. Ak Jezi suggested taking a walk and talking in more detail about the upcoming mission, but then he stopped abruptly and said that he had to go out for a surprise. Literally, a few seconds later, he returned with a crystal dessert that was sold only here. Since the young gentleman refused, the guy hastened to offer the little lady a treat. She accepted it with joy, but she saw it for the first time and didn't know what it tasted like, but it looked delicious. After taking a bite, she carefully offered her father to try this interesting delicacy. Baek Lee and Kana, of course, could not refuse their daughter and happily tried. But he didn't share that joy with her. He didn't like the dessert, and his crooked face made the girl laugh a lot. The young gentleman watched the father and daughter eating sweets and was surprised. Yan didn't lose her composure here either, and immediately offered her uncle a piece of the crystal treat. He tried but said nothing in response. Meanwhile, Ak Jezi was already running with the second portion of treats in his hands. He immediately handed it to the young gentleman, but he said that the guy had been running for too long this time, and he didn't want it anymore. But then he abruptly pointed to the door and said that the Light Pine sect would provide them with shelter and food here. As soon as he knocked on the door, a young girl opened it and started shouting that everyone had already searched for him. But he interrupted her and introduced the guests who had come with him. But at that moment, a woman appeared, grabbed him by the ear, and began to tell him that he was irresponsible. Ak muttered something, but she didn't listen to him, And only after a while did she notice that there were guests standing on the threshold and watching everything. Two grown men and a little girl watched in amazement as the girl pulled the young man's ears. They were led into the residence. A man came out and introduced himself as the deputy head of the Inzong clan, Im Jo-wook. He apologized and said that the head was currently ill and that he could resolve the necessary issues in his place. Nam Gung-wan returned the greeting and said that they were concerned about the situation of missing children. Having invited them for tea, the deputy head said that the situation had been troubling them for a long time and no one could do anything. Baek Lee and Kang asked how many children were missing at the moment and whether there was a possibility that they were alive. The man said that it started about a while ago. At first, orphans disappeared, and no one was really looking for them. But after some time, children from wealthy families began to disappear. But the search yielded nothing. About 50 disappeared. The men thought and looked at each other. The situation was too suspicious and strange. Two warriors, Baek Song-yul from Mount Haneg and Ma Ha-hyang from Azure City, entered the room and offered greetings. The men only clarified at the same time that only 2 people were participating in the operation to rescue the children. Tan So-yeon explained that the group was divided into squads so that they could split up, so the search could be more detailed. But then Baek Lee and Kang said that the situation was generally clear, but they had to hurry, otherwise they might not have time to resolve their issues. The deputy chief said with regret that he had no right to detain them, but he thought that they would join the detachment. Yeon thought for a moment. She saw her father's confusion. She understood that he was worried about her. Then Van intervened and said that they had not planned to participate in the operation to rescue the children. He said they had taken note of the information available and would be careful as they had a child with them. But then he turned his gaze to his friend and noticed that he was tormented by doubts about making a decision. The soldiers standing near the door were also shocked by what was happening, because everyone thought that help had arrived. Baek Lee and Kana said that his daughter was sick and needed treatment soon, or it would be too late. The girl thought about it and realized that it was because of her that her father was refusing to help those who needed him. Tan So-yeon made a gesture of gratitude and added that the lives of children are a huge responsibility. The deputy head said that their reason for refusal was no less important, but they were very much hoping for support from others. Baek Sung-yul decided to ask that maybe a day's delay wouldn't hurt, and Kang would show him a few sword techniques. Ak Jezi added that they had all heard about how Baek Lee and Kana wield a sword and that he has no equal. Here, the girl pulled her father by the sleeve to attract his attention. Both young gentlemen turned to her, and she began to say that she understood the purpose of their trip and that it was very important. But the number of children in trouble is too great, and now their only hope is for their help. Nam Gung-vam tried to object, but the girl was persistent in her arguments. Yeon continued to say that helping those in need had always been an important goal of her father's, and that he should not deviate from it now. Ak Jezi-hee immediately understood the oath hand and added that he was ready to listen and adopt all the skills that Kan would give. In the past life, after the death of the head of the Nizong clan, many things changed, and then the goal of finding children was not achieved at all. Nam Gun-vam actually separated from the group due to his own personal beliefs. The girl's father listened with great surprise to the speech of his unusually sensible daughter. She continued that she had always been proud and wanted to be like her father, and now, after he refused to help, she added that she didn't want to take over anything from her father and wouldn't be proud of him anymore. The man was stunned. In that life, the doctor, even seeing the nameplate, did not want to help, and the whole journey was in vain. At that moment, the girl also saw that her father was full of worries, that he had done something not entirely correctly, and now he has the opportunity to help more than just her. But he refuses, and she thinks this is not the right decision. Baek Lee and Kana sat in front of their daughter, took her hands, and apologized for having to infringe on her needs a little because of the hopes of others. This turn of events was not entirely to Nam Gung-wan's liking, and he became downright angry. The people in the room tried to ignore the young gentleman's rude lamentations. Yeon laughed, because she compared her uncle to a grumpy old grandfather. In the evening, everyone went to their rooms to rest. But Yeon couldn't fall asleep for a long time, and then she heard a noise. Childish curiosity won out. She quickly crawled out from under the blanket and ran to see what was going on. She immediately bumped into her father. Practically no one was sleeping. She asked what happened. Baek Lee and Kana said that the girl would be better off going to her room. There is nothing for children to do here. But then she heard 2 servants talking about how they found it hard to believe that Bok Cheon was no longer there and that he was dead. She realized that events from her past life were developing much faster than before. The father tried to calm the girl down, saying that she had nothing to worry about because he was nearby. But she got angry and said that it was enough to protect her. She wanted to know the truth as it was. And on the grass lay a dead guy, his eyes full of surprise and as if asking for mercy. Tan So-yeon was surprised that he came here alone and didn't tell anyone that he was going to meet someone. They immediately determined that the boy was killed instantly at arm's length with a blunt object. Bak Sung-yul suggested that the killer could have been someone the boy knew and did not expect such an outcome of the meeting. Nam Gung-wan intervened in the conversation and began to speculate about why the meeting in the middle of the night was necessary, that the person who conceived all of this was well prepared and planned everything in advance. The deputy head sobbed over the boy's body, as if he had lost his own son. Ak-hee and the other warrior were in shock. They had been there for so long, but they didn't notice that their deputy was so sentimental. Nam Gun-vam was wary. He found many inconsistencies in this whole story. Most of all, it was unclear what exactly killed the young warrior. Ta So-yeon was also worried that now, in addition to the missing children, soldiers participating in the search were dying strangely. But then suddenly, Wang pushed her away, and behind his back, the deputy head tried to hit her. The situation began to spiral out of control. The girl did not understand what had happened or why the man had struck her, but the deputy's eyes burned with demonic fire, and he was determined to fight. Ak-hee and the girl next to him were horrified by what they saw. They decided that the man had gone mad with grief. Tan So-yeon shouted to Nam Gung-wan to be ready for an attack from the other side, because it couldn't be that the attack was all in one direction. She doubted that there could be either a murderer or a traitor among them. Meanwhile, Im Jo-wook, also the deputy head, was kindly handing out bags of treats to everyone. Here the girl could not restrain herself and asked what was happening to the man, if everything was okay with him. He angrily replied that everything was always fine with him and that he was deliberately moving towards his goal. Just after finishing his words, he attacked Bak Sung-yul, and the latter, strangely enough, was unable to take the blow. He cried out in pain and dropped the sword from his hands. Ta So-yeon had her hand knives ready and was also ready to attack, but she still didn't understand who she needed to exterminate. The deputy head was behaving strangely, sometimes attacking, sometimes simply calm, and this was throwing everyone off balance. But then he again assumed an attack stance, his eyes flashing with a demonic light. After the deputy's swings, the remaining warriors fell to the ground and were unable to move. Tan So-yeon braced herself for the blow to come. Everything was starting to become clear. The girl was determined. But this man, whom she didn't know completely, was no weak opponent. She said she didn't understand what was happening to him, but he angrily replied that she was bothering him and he had to destroy her. But at that moment, out of the blue, Baek Lee and Kang appeared with a sword. Nam Gung-wan was the only one who was still standing, but his strength still felt like it was being restrained. Im Jo-wook shouted that everyone was stopping him from achieving his goals. The first was the destruction of the Tang clan, and Baek Lee had become an obstacle. Baek Lee and Kang responded in kind, saying he didn't understand why he was still getting mixed up and interfering with the investigation. The deputy head was seriously angry, and he made it clear with his whole appearance that he was quite serious. Nam Gung-wan shouted to his friend that he should be careful. At that moment, the man calling himself the deputy head simply howled in a wild voice. He took off his mask, and it turned out that it was not who he claimed to be. It was the ghost of a heavenly claw. This is the very same ghost that the swordmaster was unable to defeat properly in his past life. Then Baek Lee and Kang inflicted many fatal wounds on him, but it turns out that they did not kill him completely. The ghost held his mask and looked menacingly at his killer, saying that this time he had been looking for him for too long. The warriors could not move and watched in horror as the monster returned from the past. At this time, Tan So-yeon asked why no one could move except the three of them. She heard the answer from the ghost, that this is how the spell works, repelling and reducing the strength of warriors. Only Baek Lee and Kang were not affected by this black curse, as he was a swordmaster. The girl turned to Nam Gung-wan and asked for help. In order to support the swordmaster, they needed to unite. The ghost realized that the warriors were planning a ritual, but he immediately said that he would do everything possible to break the spell. Ak-hee could still hold a weapon in his hands. Anger was overwhelming him, but he was unable to move. The girl sat behind the young gentleman, and together they began to breathe correctly, and a magical glow appeared from them. At this moment, the Forest Claw ghost ran and tried to deal a powerful blow to the swordmaster, but he not only held back the attacks, but was also able to repel the blows. which angered the enemy. Akjezihi also noticed this, and also noticed that Cain, while holding back the attacks, was trying to lead the ghost towards the forest. This made the ghost very angry. He could not afford to lose. At some point, he decided to retreat, since he was more vulnerable on the plain, and quickly took refuge in the forest. After his disappearance, Akjezi, he felt ill, and a girl nearby noticed that the warriors were very weak. It was not yet possible to provide assistance. Everyone was inactive, and Nam Gungwan and Dong Soyeon continued their technique to help Baekli defeat the ghost. He decided to follow him into the forest, but once he entered the thicket, the feeling of the ghost's presence disappeared. Then, he suddenly attacked from above, and the swordmaster was able to parry the blow. But the ghost began to look for the warrior's weak points, appearing as a shadow near a tree. He said that his daughter would soon die. Hearing these words, Baekli and Kang hit the trunk with all their might, but the tree simply fell to the ground. And from the heights of heaven, as if from the clouds, came the mockery of a ghost that the daughter was crippled and would not be able to know the taste of life. He confused and tried to throw the warrior off balance, because he knew that his daughter was his most valuable asset. For a moment, the swordmaster simply froze. It seemed that he had forgotten his goal, but he listened to the air. And at that moment, a powerful blow from the sword flew at him, which he managed to withstand. But the fact that the warrior's thoughts were still confused, and he was worried about his daughter, was noticed by the ghost. He took a stance to deliver another blow, but paused between attacks. At that moment, the ghost noticed that the swordmaster was standing rather unsteadily on his feet. He gathered all his devilish powers and shouted, "Cut!" And at that moment, the master's hand with the sword lightly touched his neck. The ghost rejoiced, because the warrior was eliminated for a while. He regretted that he did not hit harder, because he could have killed him immediately. At that moment, Nam Gungwan appeared from the other side and screamed so loudly. And while the ghost of the heavenly claw was distracted, the swordmaster gathered his strength and struck him back with his sword. He jumped, but it was too late. The sword touched him, and blood spilled. Wang noticed that his friend was injured, and immediately asked if the wound was serious. But Baekli reassured him. The ghost said that they were lucky again. But this was not the end of the war. At this moment, Akjezi came to his senses suddenly, as if he had been doused with cold water. It was all the little lady's doing. This was her way of thanking him for the treats the day before. She sensed through her sleep that the warriors were in trouble and tried to help from a distance. When everyone felt a little better, they tried to laugh at the little girl's jokes. She said that she had only one chance to attract attention to herself. This was whims, but then she thought, because she was weak and her weak body might not have enough strength to convey the message. They all laughed together and said that it was all over and that the others would be back soon. At that moment, a servant came in and said that the young master had returned. Baekli and Kana came into the room. He was tired and covered in dust. The little lady ran towards him, and in her hands she had a wooden box. A little later, Tan So-yeon appeared, greeted the swordmaster, and asked how things were going with the ghost. An assistant who was aware of everything reported that Nam Gungwan was on his trail. The living children were never found. The girl was upset that the ghost was lost, but she said she hoped he would be killed. Yan was more worried that there were no children, which meant that everything she was doing now was a waste of time. But suddenly, the assistant's voice said that there was one after all, and the girl joyfully saw the boy looking out. The men parted, and the boy stood there sadly. He was found in the ravine of the apostates, where there had previously been a prison. Yang happily offered the child some of the treats she had in her box. She said that on the way here, Akjezi bought her these sweets, and she kept them for the surviving children. But since he is also a missing child, she offers him to try them first. She looked at the boy with all kindness and care, and wholeheartedly offered him some sweets. But the boy was like a frightened animal. He looked with huge eyes at people he didn't know. But then the girl suddenly noticed her father's neck. It was bandaged, which meant he was seriously injured. Yeon also looked at the surviving boy. He looked like Song Yul. It was with him that she didn't have a relationship in that life. Are events really moving too fast? We found it in the ravine of the apostates, which was also quite strange. It's an island that no one sets foot on. After some time, the girl overheard a conversation. The servant said that he did not eat or drink, and when he changed clothes, there were many wounds on his body. And these wounds are too deep to say that the child injured himself while running away or hiding. The servant suggested that perhaps this boy was a prisoner of the ghost itself. At that moment, curiosity betrayed the girl, and she came out from behind the door. But she couldn't admit that she had eavesdropped on the entire conversation, so she said that she had just come over. Tan So-yeon asked why she walked alone instead of resting. The girl hesitated a little before answering, and then thought about it. And then she handed over the box and said that she had an ointment that should help heal the guy's wounds. The warriors didn't want Yang to go to the boy, but there was a chance to at least somehow get him to talk. Having decided to let her in, they only warned her that he was not particularly fond of guests and that they should not anger him too much. She herself agreed to go and talk, but inside, she was filled with intense fear. First, she slowly looked into the room where a boy sat alone at the table. He sat silently and looked very intently at the vase of peonies. But what happened next left the little lady in shock. At first, she was really offended by the fact that this was the same cruel Song-yul who did not spare her in her past life. And then the boy touched the flower in the vase, and it turned black, and its leaves fell off. At that moment, Yeon entered the room and was dumbfounded. Without turning his head, he immediately determined that the little lady had entered and muttered something discontentedly. The girl hurried to him with a question whether her father knew that he was a master of the demon martial art. She did not calm down and continued that she now understood why he survived and was in the ravine of the apostates. The boy replied that of course no one knew anything, otherwise they would not have brought him here. After all, that martial art drains strength and energy from living beings, which means it is dangerous. But the boy said that he did nothing and had no intention of doing anything. They found him and brought him here. Yeon looked at him and now understood why in that past life he had treated her so mercilessly. She remembers her empty eyes that day, just as she does now. But in that life, he was more mature. The two of them heard footsteps approaching in their direction. Baek Lee and Kana appeared on the threshold, also heading to visit the rescued boy. Seeing his daughter in the room, he was surprised and said that it seemed as if she didn't trust him. But then his gaze fell on a bouquet of peonies that was half black, and he realized what was going on. But calmly approaching the boy, he only asked if everything was okay with him, and if he needed anything. He stroked the little lady's head, and inside, he felt her anxiety. And then he leaned over to her and said that it was time to go and rest. They had a long journey ahead of them. But when the father brought his daughter into the room, he said that he had a plan, and this boy should help him. He would give him a chance. This idea didn't please Yeon very much, and she expressed her dissatisfaction. But her father tried to explain to her that not all evil that people see is evil. He covered his daughter's hands with his own and said that they could give her a chance to fix the situation and then make a final decision. And so the long journey to the intended destination continued. But it was very difficult because it was raining. Arriving at the village where the doctor was supposed to live, there was dead silence and not a living soul. As a result, a whole pile of corpses was found, but neither the doctor nor his assistant were among them. The girl counted the number of those killed and confirmed with great confidence that the doctor was most likely alive. She also told her father that he always had an assistant with him, and he was nowhere to be found. Most likely they were hiding. She asked permission to take a walk around the area on her own. My father gave me permission, but told me not to go too far and not to wander around any buildings that were too strange. The first place she headed was a barely noticeable hut. On the way to her, she noticed that the rescued boy was following her all the way and was simply silent. From her past life, she remembered that the doctor's assistant was an orphan and hardly spoke. She was about to look into the abandoned hut, but then the boy called out to her. He stood by a huge tree and asked why she didn't want to look there. When the girl came closer, the boy pointed out that there was a gap in the roots. At first, she seemed too small, but then they saw a real boy among the roots. Baek Lee and Kang said that he was burning up and needed urgent help, but there was no doctor nearby. The woman said that if they went towards another village, the boy would not survive and there was no guarantee that they would receive help there. Then, Yeon remembered that she had seen a shop with various herbs on the way here and could go get them. She immediately tore from the spot and ran. Her father only managed to shout whether she would figure out whether she would be able to figure it out. But the girl was happy and replied that thanks to him, she knew a lot about herbs. Returning some time later, the girl was very surprised by the picture she saw. The rescued boy wiped the doctor's assistant with all tenderness and care, thereby reducing the fever. Song-yul said that the young master had gone out to get some things and promised to return soon. Yeon became wary because her father hadn't told her anything. Then she closed her eyes for a while to calm down and asked how he knew how to take such good care of the sick. Song-yul said that his mother did this to him when he was very sick. Yeon asked with surprise that he had a mother, although later she realized that she had said something stupid, because everyone has a mother. A little later, to correct the situation, The girl asked where his mother was now, but the boy replied that his mother had died and asked where her mother was or what had happened to her. Yeon looked puzzled and replied that she didn't remember anything about her mother. Then Song-yul said that there was no need to be sad because she had such a wonderful father. But at this point in the conversation, the girl heard strange sounds and turned around. The doctor's assistant came to his senses and muttered something. Yeon was delighted and leaned towards him to ask what happened to him and how he ended up in the tree roots. But he stood up and abruptly grabbed the girl by the hand and did not say anything, but simply looked into her eyes. The girl did not understand why the boy was holding her hand so tightly and looking into her eyes with fear. But then suddenly, they heard a terrible roar and simultaneously looked up. There were rocky mountains nearby, and a rockfall began. The children quickly got up from their seats and ran as fast as they could. The stones were so huge and fast that they swept away everything in their path, making it very difficult to escape. Yang fell into some kind of darkness, and when she opened her eyes, she was lying in the dark on the damp ground. She looked around and realized that there were no people nearby, and there was no way out. She had difficulty breathing, but she really wanted to get out. She stood up, collected her thoughts, and decided that she would find a way out. In order not to get lost completely, the girl decided to move along the wall and always straight ahead. After walking some distance, she saw a small ray of light in the distance, and hope appeared in her. When she opened this secret door, there was an underground hospital of the healer of all things. She began to hope that the doctor himself might be somewhere here, and that she could be cured. Coming closer, she found a box on the shelf, and in it was a pill of complete cleansing. The girl remembered her father. Then she sat down on some boxes and became sad. There was nothing else in this dungeon, which meant there was no way out. She began to think that this couldn't be, because someone had arranged everything here and had a way in. At that moment, she heard some noise, but she didn't understand where it was coming from. She stood up and saw something unusual ahead. There were doors, but they were locked and couldn't be opened by simply pulling the handle. They had a secret. But nearby on the shelves, among all sorts of little things, the girl was attracted by a small box. She pulled herself up and was sure that it was in it that she would find the key to the door. After she touched the box, the secret door immediately opened, and there was something scary inside. The girl was stunned by what she saw. A huge pool of blood was flowing towards her on the floor. She was scared and focused at the same time, but she didn't understand what to do next. Out of fear, she sat down on the ground and fell silent. Not a single word or sound. The man's hand moved, and a voice quietly said that there was no need to be afraid. The girl turned even whiter, but realized that this was the very healer of all things, and that he was still alive. Yang wanted to do something, but was so confused she didn't know how she could be of help. His eyes flashed in the darkness, and he called her name, saying that her inner core was truly destroyed. Sighing, he asked to tell what had happened up there with the village. The girl thought sadly and did not know how to tell the doctor everything they had seen. He said that he could tell everything as it is. He would no longer be surprised by anything. Young replied that everyone was killed and everything was burned. Only one boy survived. The doctor sighed and said that he thought so, but at the same time, he was glad that the child survived. And then he added that he had heard that it was her father who saved this boy. If this was true, the girl started shouting that her father was really a very brave man, and that all his exploits were completely true. But she, too, helped save that boy, not only her father. At the moment of a strong rockfall, she pushed the boys towards their father so that he could grab them. The doctor asked her again why she did it. It turned out it was easier for her to die on her own. But the girl replied that she did it only so that her father would not have to choose between all the children. At that moment, the doctor started coughing violently, and the girl screamed for him not to die. She came closer and asked how she could help him and ease his pain. But the doctor said that he had little time. She wanted to heal her inner core, but he would give her another opportunity. His eyes became bright like precious stones, and he looked intently into the girl's eyes. The same light was reflected in her eyes. The healer's last words were that she herself must decide how to use the gift. A month had passed since the rockfall, but excavations were still ongoing in the hope of finding the little lady. One man said that the young master still has not lost hope and is making people dig stones. But then the second one said that people, or rather silhouettes, were visible in the distance. Looking closely, they actually saw a boy in the distance. They shouted that he had broken the agreement and had gone into the rubble alone again, hindering them. But Song-yul was not walking alone. He was carrying the destitute Yeon on his small shoulders. But she spent a lot of time underground, and the doctor did not know how to help her eyes. That meeting with the doctor turned the little lady's life upside down and changed her life. The Namgun family's adjutant, Vam, shouted at the doctor, but he, alas, did not know how to help and only offered a blindfold. The men argued among themselves and decided whether it was even possible to help the girl in the future. The adjutant said, "What kind of doctor is he if he doesn't know what the disease is and how to fight it?" The little lady herself replied that since there is no disease as such, there is no treatment either. And on that day, the healer of all things endowed her with a special ability, a double field of vision. Now she saw objects like everyone else normally. But the second option is to see the world with the help of light. But this is more painful. Therefore, it is better not to open her eyes just like that and without thinking. The girl asked where her father was. She wanted to say that she was alive, but the adjutant said that everyone had gone home. At that moment, Song Yul entered the room with a cup of delicious tea for the little lady. The father fought to the last, but when the search yielded nothing, he left and told the adjutant not to stop. The girl asked why Son's father didn't take him with him. The man replied that he had left him for him. The boy with the tea came closer, and the little lady smiled slightly. While she was drinking tea, the boy wanted to talk to her and asked why she saved him. Yan remembered that day, as if she had pushed the boys by force onto her father standing in front of her, and she was being showered with stones. She calmly said that for everyone, life is a precious gift and it should be appreciated. And then she asked the question, wasn't the guy glad that he was still alive? There was a pause in the room, as if the boy had been searching for an answer to this question in his head for a long time. But when he said it, the little lady noticed that his face was stony. He replied quietly and calmly that his life was of no value. Then the girl asked him to come closer so that she could get a better look at him. When he leaned close enough, she gave him such a hard flick that he flew off to the other end. And then she added that he shouldn't say that again, that life is not given for nothing. She thought for a moment, not understanding why she behaved this way. Then she turned to the boy again and asked if he wanted to be beaten some more. He said no, but then the two of them heard a noise in the street. At that moment, in the courtyard, the guards refused to let Sonok, the doctor's assistant, in. The lady and the boy went out into the yard, and the girl asked what was going on here. The boy immediately rushed towards the little lady, but Song Yul covered the girl with his body, and the guard grabbed the little one and said that there was nothing to worry about. But the little lady said that she knew this boy and asked him to let him go. He ran as fast as he could to the girl, because she was the only one he knew after the doctor. He pressed himself against her with all his tenderness, as if she were a sister. But this behavior alarmed Song Yul. The three of them decided to go for a walk. The girl walked with Song Nuk, and Song Yul separated and walked in proud solitude. They stopped, and the boy, with great hope in his eyes, asked when he could see the doctor. The girl sighed. She didn't know how to tell the boy the bitter truth. He was a child after all. Then she collected her thoughts and said that the doctor was no longer there. He had to learn to live independently. She handed him a canvas bag. Handing the bag over to the boy, she added that there was some money here to get him started with life in the village. They looked at each other. The girl explained to him that life would get better, but from then on, everyone would move on their own. Song Yul was eavesdropping on the entire conversation. He didn't understand why, but he acted like a spy. But suddenly, Sonok fell on his knees and began to beg the little lady to take him with her. Seeing this situation, Song Yul turned into some kind of demon and rushed towards the little lady. When he got close to the children, she held the boy by the throat, which frightened Baek Li Young. She screamed at him to put the child on the ground, but he angrily said that the boy was trying to knock her down and could cause harm. Yan screamed even louder, that there was nothing in the child's actions that warranted grabbing him by the throat. At that moment, Song Yul's hand loosened, and he let go of the boy, realizing that he had done the wrong thing. The boy was practically suffocating, and when Yul put him down, he began to cough heavily. Yeon was scared. She looked at Song Yul very intently, as if her gaze was burning right through him. Having calmed down, the boy began to ask the little lady to take him with her. But then the carriage started moving, and Yeon set off on her next journey. She was riding with Song Yul, and he asked why the lady refused to let the boy take him with her. He added that after the death of the doctor, she was the only one he knew, at least a little. But the young lady said that everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Firstly, Murim's martial arts are very dangerous even for her, and he is still just a child. Another point is that she herself cannot take responsibility for anyone. She herself needs help. And the last point is that only here they treated her so well, but in her family, she was on a completely different level. Meanwhile, The young gentleman at Beck Lee's residence was sad near the pond where he was walking with his daughter. He clearly imagined how they fed the fish, how she asked different questions, and now he was alone. When it became clear that the girl had gone missing, her half-sister asked her to intercede for her children so that they would be returned to the residence. The servants whispered that it was in vain that they were sending people to excavate the rubble in the hope of finding Yang. No one, not a single person in this house sympathized, and yet she was an obedient, calm girl. But suddenly, there was a scream, and Andu flew in. He shouted that the Namgung family had sent a messenger, and the messenger brought news that the little lady had been found. He repeated this phrase several times, and then added that they found not just a body, but her alive and invulnerable. The young gentleman could not believe his ears, and asked again whether he had really heard correctly. Meanwhile, the carriage stopped at Uncle Wang's, and he, like a child, was happy to see Yan alive. But then he noticed that she was blindfolded and asked if the girl could see well. But despite his rather difficult character and restraint, such a meeting brought tears to his eyes. He hugged the girl sharply and thanked her for being alive. This made Yang very happy. She understood that he believed until the very end that she would be found. And so the carriage moved on, and the little lady still had several more days of travel to her final destination. On the way, she told her uncle how she managed to get out, that she found the healer's books, which described how to escape from that secret healer's prison. And then she opened the box she was holding on her lap and said that it was a gift for her uncle. The man took the bottle. At first, he didn't understand what he was holding, but then he recognized it as the very same pure qi extract. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was a drop of this extract that increased internal energy. After turning the bottle over in his hands, he handed it back to the little lady and said that he could not accept the gift. He added, shouting, that there was no need to act like Santa Claus and hand out gifts. It was good for her to be alive and well. Nam Gung Wan was a strong-willed warrior, but inside every person there is something vulnerable. And now he was trying to hide his joy in this way, that the girl was alive, and he was happy about it. She said again that this bottle was for him, and she was holding the other one for her father. Then she laughed and said that her arms were already falling off, and he needed to help her. Finally, the carriage arrived at Nam Gun Ryu Chan's house, which was a huge residence. Nam Gung Wan himself personally accompanied the little lady on horseback for the last part of the journey. Yan sat in the carriage, and her heart was pounding wildly with excitement, because she was about to have a very important meeting. Ryu Zhang himself, the greatest warrior and head of the Namgung family, is waiting for them, and he is even more powerful than her grandfather. After all, in this life, the girl is bringing a very dangerous guest to her house, who is proficient in demonic martial arts. Song Yul didn't even know what to do. He just silently looked at the little lady. Before the carriage had even stopped, Uncle shouted that he had returned, and Yang So-uk's beautiful wife came out to greet him. But then her gaze fell on the girl, and she asked with a displeased look what she was doing in their residence. But Nam Gung told you that it was a girl from the Bayek Li clan, and his wife softened. He asked where their son was and why he wasn't meeting his father, but the girl calmly replied that he was training. But then the young lady said that she also wanted to introduce her husband to another child, which surprised Yeon. She introduced the girl Seo Haryung from the Seo Hyang swordsman sect, a very powerful clan. The girl greeted the young gentleman briskly. Yeon was taken to her room, and she began to think that the events from her past life were not happening as before. The elder of the house and the wives were not there before when she was visiting their estate. She wondered what would happen next. Why was this girl here, Uncle Wang's son? There was too much new. But suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a noise outside the window, and she decided to see what was happening. Meanwhile, Song Yul and Seo Haryung were arguing about something. When Yeon opened the window of her room, she was surprised by this fight, because the boy never attacks without reason. Yeon calmly asked what was going on, and why Yul grabbed the girl by the hand. He said that she was spying. But the girl immediately started screaming that she was just out for a walk, and he attacked her like a wild animal and now wouldn't let her go. Yeon asked to let her go. The boy silently and obediently did so, and the girl immediately moved to a safe distance. Then, Yeon tried to start a friendly conversation, to at least somehow keep the conversation going. But the girl immediately sped up and ran away. Song Yul tried to prove to the little lady that the girl was not just wandering around there, that she was actually spying. But Yeon replied that they were guests here just like her, and they shouldn't treat them that way. Otherwise, it would end badly. Then she invited the boy to come into her room, and she would look at the wound on his leg, since the girl had defended herself well. But at that moment, their conversation was interrupted by a man who said that he would talk to the boy first. A very strange old man was walking towards them, but his appearance was no less strange than he himself, for there was so much light behind him that it was painful to look at. He walked purposefully up to the boy and looked him straight in the eyes. And then he made a few waves with his hand, and it seemed to hang inertly in the air, like a doll. Yang was scared. The old man continued waving his arms, and the guy stood motionless. The girl was ready to jump out the window. But the old man abruptly waved his arms in different directions and pointed his fingers at the boy and at Yang. In this way, he already controlled the actions of both of them. But then the lady's eyes lit up, and she realized that she could predict his movements. She jumped up and already aimed to calculate her movements to dodge. But she fell sharply and felt severe pain in her chest. She couldn't speak, but simply screamed loudly and clasped her little hands to her chest. The old man was also frightened and realized that the girl was dodging his blows. But he also used a lot of force and said that he most likely hit the fatal spot. The old man said that now she should take a breath. He will try to restore the energy back, otherwise it will be bad. But then everything that happened next was like a fog to Yan. The voices became quieter and the images became blurry. When she opened her eyes, she was no longer lying on the grass in the garden, but in bed. She tried to get up, and the old man said that since she opened her eyes, she could get up. Song Yul leaned over and gently asked how the little lady was feeling. The children looked at each other, saying that the old man was strange, but he immediately said that it would be better to say thank you for saving him. The little lady immediately smiled and thanked the old man for not letting her die in the garden. And then, with the same smile, she asked who he was. The old man frowned and said that she should guess who was in front of them. The girl asked for a hint. The old man replied that not everyone is allowed to walk around so calmly. The little lady wondered if this was really the head of the Namgung family, but this was not how she imagined him. When she voiced her assumptions, the old man proudly rubbed his beard and smiled slightly. Then the girl immediately asked the next question. Why did the chief come to them in the garden? He answered right there and then that he knew that she had pure kui extract and that he wanted to take it. But the girl asked why she should give it to the hairdresser. The man rubbed his beard and replied that at least he would not tell anyone that she had stolen all of this from the laboratory. But Yeon replied that she had received all this as a gift from the doctor, as his successor, because she was the last one to see him before his death. The doctor himself said that everything that was in the laboratory at that moment belonged to her. The man continued to say that the girl was weak anyway and would not be able to take advantage of him. He got angry, slammed his fist on the table, and said that if she didn't give it to him like that, he would take it by force. Fearing for the little lady, Song Yul covered her a little with himself. At that moment, the old man frowned and turned blacker than a thundercloud. The girl pushed the defender away and said that she would also have a condition. This made the old man even more angry, and he said that some girl had no right to play with him. But she replied that she would not give up this important extract just like that. The man stopped for a moment and caught his breath. Then he came even closer to the little lady and looked into her eyes. Seeing that the girl was not afraid of him at all, he said that he agreed to the condition. Then Yeon also paused mysteriously and said, "Since the old man is an elder, he must promise to protect Song Yul." The man said how he should protect him. The girl explained that if his mastery of deadly magic was revealed, he would not allow it to be destroyed with his word. In her past life, it was through persuasion that she persuaded her father not to kill the boy because of his knowledge. But the old man was cunning and did not really agree. He did not consider it necessary to help some stranger's child. But then the treasured box began to sparkle in the little lady's hands. As soon as the girl opened it, he saw the bottles he needed. His face changed and he agreed. And at that moment, the girl slammed the box shut, and the old man was dumbfounded by surprise. He asked why she was playing such games with him. The girl said that she just wanted to check something, and she said that there were doubts that he was an elder, but one must keep one's word. Song Yul looked at the girl with surprise, and she repeated once again that the old man was obliged to help. But he was already heading out, happy that he had gotten what he wanted. Having made sure that he had really gone far away, the girl exhaled. But then she noticed that Yul was behaving rather strangely. She came up, patted him on the shoulder, and said that there was no longer any danger. But he said sadly that she lost her oil because of him. She wanted to save him. The girl replied matter-of-factly that it was not his fault, but that she had decided so herself. For a few minutes, she thought that she was saving this extract for her father, but her secret was more important now. And then, in a businesslike manner, not too loudly, she said that she still had a bottle and her father would get his share. She smiled intriguingly and slyly, covering her face with her hands. And then Yule said that he was put to sleep at the price of the extract, and he no longer dared to say that his life was worth nothing. At that moment, the boy's eyes became huge, and he stared at one point. And then he suddenly hugged the little lady and buried his face in her shoulder, quietly saying thank you. That same evening, the girl received an invitation from Yang So-ok to share dinner with her. Yang was very impressed by the size of the residence and the beauty around it, but she was a little upset that everyone had already gathered, and she had left early on purpose so as not to be late. The girl with the servant came to the threshold and immediately apologized for being late. The man sitting at the head of the table said that there was no need. They had simply arrived early for their own conversations. He offered to take her a free seat at the table. Yang immediately greeted everyone sitting and introduced herself according to etiquette. And Uncle Van's wife introduced her son to her and said that this was their first meeting. The young lady was lost in her thoughts for a moment. She returned to that life on the day of her father's funeral. A handsome, tall, dark-haired man appeared at the threshold and said that he had been looking for her among those present, and it was Ryu Cheng. And now in front of her sat just a boy, who at first glance was no different from other children. But Yeon was a very tactful and polite girl and said hello. Ryu Chung looked at the girl very arrogantly and did not answer her. This was above him. This made the uncle very angry. But his wife, on the contrary, tried to smooth things over. The seat for the young lady was next to Wang's son, and the girl from the Sohyang sect. The girl looked at the guest joining the dinner for a very long time, but remained silent. And then she finally decided to ask if her father was the brave swordmaster Baek Lee. Yan replied with a kind smile that yes, she is Baek Lee and Kang's daughter, but the neighbor at the table didn't like all these conversations, and he tried very hard to show it. But the girls were too engrossed in their conversation and didn't pay any attention to the guy. But then Yan noticed that there was a bruise on Soha's arm, and it was left by her friend. She became nervous. Soha thought for a moment, and it was clear that she wanted to clarify something. Yan decided to get ahead of the game. She immediately apologized for Song Yul and said that he was sorry for what happened earlier. But the girl said that she herself was to blame then, and that was not at all why she asked about him. Yan smiled and realized that the danger had passed. The adults noticed that the children started talking very quickly and got along well. Seo Haryung said very loudly and happily that she was glad that Yeon agreed to share dinner with them. At this point, Uncle Wang decided to ask if everything was okay with his niece and if she had managed to rest from the journey. These questions made the boy even more angry because the attention at the table was not on him. He stood up from the table decisively and said that he needed to go to training and was leaving dinner. The mother gently asked that it wouldn't hurt to have some more food, since physical activity requires strength. Namgun Vam was very angry at this behavior. The elder said that children do not always listen to adults. At that moment, the girl also stood up and said that they could go too, and pulled Yeon along with her. They ran very quickly down the stairs, Seo Haryung hurrying to catch up with the guy. He had already moved away quite a bit, but she ran and shouted that he had waited for her. Yang no longer had any strength. They still caught up with Ryu Cheng, and he asked why they stopped him. When asked to train together, he rudely said that he didn't need it at all. But the girl continued that now she has a new friend, and they can be together. The guy said that he doesn't have any new friends. And then he added that they had had a joint training session today, and it was quite enough for him. But the girl did not calm down, and he held his head while talking. She tried to convey to him that there was too little time. But he said that he didn't want to train with her anymore, and the girl asked him to explain why he said that. He looked at her with all his anger and said that their skill levels were very different. She was not worthy. This autumn hurt Seo Haryun, and Yeon stood with her mouth open and did not understand how he could be so rude. She remembered her father and couldn't understand how he could raise such an idiot like this guy. Seo Haryung was upset to tears by the guy's words. Young really wanted to support the girl and asked why this training with him was so important to her. She began her story by saying that it was customary for them to come to other clans and exchange experiences in art. She never lost to anyone and had no equal. Yeon admired and praised her. She said she was confident that in the future she would have no equal in fencing. But Soha said that she is second only to Namgung's son. He has experience in fighting and defeated an older opponent. And she thought that by training with him, she would learn from his experience. But he insulted her. Yeon asked to show her how fencing training goes. Her new friend said it was easy. And now they were already at the training ground. The girl deftly handled the sword. She was beautiful and graceful in her movements. But then Yeon's eyes began to emit a bright light, and she realized that the gift was reacting. She realized that she hadn't just been calculating the old man's blows in the park. Soha finished her training, and Yeon said that the girl was very great. But something was missing in her dexterity. And at the same time, Yeon wanted to test her theory about the gift. Soha wanted to start exercising again, but she fell to the ground from exhaustion. She lay and talked. She had not been so tired for a long time, and her sword was pulling her to the ground. Yeon ran up and said that you can't lie on the damp ground for a long time. You can catch a cold. The girl shared that it was a great joy to be able to participate in the exchange of experience, and that she was very happy that she had the chance. Yeon asked how long such an exchange usually takes, and the girl answered up to 3 months. But Yeon said she needed to train her shoulders to be light. And she thought to herself that in that life, there had never been such a situation. How could she know what would happen next? Seo Haryun said she wants to start training right now and master the lightness. She screamed, and for a moment it seemed as if a fire was breaking out behind her, and she began to rhythmically flap her arms like wings, and Yeon was already quite tired. Before they knew it, they had reached Soha's residence and were saying goodbye until the next day. A man approached Yeon and said that he was the servant of the head of Namgung and that the elder was waiting for her. The girl was very surprised that she was being invited to tea at such a late hour. It was very exciting to stand before such a powerful elder alone, but seeing that the girl hesitated, he said that the visit could be postponed until tomorrow, but they decided not to postpone it. Arriving at the chambers, the elder joyfully greeted the young guest. The first thing Gun Ryu-chan asked was whether she was comfortable staying in the residence, but then he said not to pay attention to the light coming from the screen behind him. And then Yeon realized what was going on. The elder wanted to diagnose her core. After a pause, he concluded that her internal energy was very weak. Then he abruptly changed the subject and said that he heard from Wang that she had pure key oil extract. The girl smiled and replied that it was true, and she happily handed the bottle to her uncle as a token of gratitude. But she did this for a reason, because soon the laboratory where she stayed will become accessible to everyone. And she is the only survivor after all those events, and by giving away the oil, she diverted any conversation from herself. If this oil had gone to someone else from the Baek Lee dynasty, they would have kept it for themselves. But she could not do that. Yeon was sure that her father would have done the same. They sat at a huge table and looked into each other's eyes. The girl understood that it was impossible for these clans to quarrel. The elder laughed and said that he was very glad to meet her and would like to have such a granddaughter. He suggested to Yeon that from now on, she should start calling him Grandpa. The girl asked if this was even possible, and the man replied that he had given permission and that no one would say anything. The girl agreed and said that it was very valuable to her. But then the grandfather said that he had to tell the girl a secret. She was a little confused and said that she knew how to keep secrets. But wouldn't this information hurt her? Yeon asked what would happen to her if she ever told this secret to someone. The man laughed and then added that the secret was not so serious that anything would happen to her. He simply said that he would no longer be able to return the oil that his brother had stolen from her, and the girl said that she had not expected this. A little later, after talking with the girl, Wang came to Gun Ryu and shouted that he must return the oil to Baek Lee Yeon. But the elder was extremely calm and did not pay attention to his son's cries. But he didn't calm down and said that it was wrong, despite the fact that his own brother stole the oil. Nam Gung-wan said that this gray-haired old man did not need it so much, but the girl also sacrificed her life. The elder then offered to give the oil to his grandson, but Wang replied that he did not deserve such gifts. At this point, Gun Ryu could not stand it and shouted for his son to calm down and sit down. Nam Gung-wan sat up, but his eyes were seething with anger at the events that were happening. The family elder said that the oil would be taken away from the girl no matter what, but he continued that the girl was too weak internally and would not be able to defend him. But Van was surprised, since she was now under their protection. The man said that rumors that the girl had been in the laboratory and survived were already spreading. Van was asked to give the oil to his best friend and convince him to drink it. But Van shouted that he wouldn't do that, and Khan wasn't such a fool as to do rash things. Then, having calmed down, he added that, at the moment, it is not known what will happen after its adoption. Even the elder couldn't find a response to this argument. Meanwhile, Yang returned to her chambers and thought about the conversation with the elder. He couldn't answer when she asked about her gift, even though they had known the healer during his lifetime. She found a lot of notes when she was in the laboratory, but it turns out the doctor didn't show his work to anyone. And now she herself does not understand whether this gift is a reward for her or a curse. But today, she was so tired that the only thing she wanted to do was fall onto the bed. But she was stunned when she opened her eyes and saw Song Yul waiting for her. So Yul smiled sweetly, but he was very happy that the girl had returned. But Yeon was unhappy that the boy had been standing there ever since she left. When asked if the boy had had dinner, he bowed his head and quietly said no, because he was simply worried about the little lady. The girl said that his arguments were nonsense. She was visiting the Namgung family. Then she added that she was walking around the residence's grounds, which were full of warriors and guards. But Song Yul reminded her once again about the Emperor of Heavenly Flame, who is a relative of the head of this house. But to change the subject, Yeon pulled the guy into the kitchen so that he wouldn't go to bed hungry. The next morning, before the girl had time to open her eyes, the guy was standing by her bed. He said that the impudent girl waited a very long time for her to wake up, and said that she would wait for her at training. Yeon immediately realized that he was talking about Seo Ha-ryung, since they had agreed to meet, and he immediately handed her the decoction. The girl asked who gave the order. The boy replied that it was Namgung Wan. After quickly completing her morning rituals, she got dressed and went with her servant to the practice court. But suddenly, on the way, her eyes sparkled and she felt light voices. Although there was a wall ahead, she tensed up a little and realized that her gift allowed her to hear through walls. The showdown between So Ok and Ryu Ching was taking place. She remembered what she had learned in the doctor's laboratory, concentrated her thoughts, and strained her hearing. She managed to overhear the conversation between mother and son. Ryu Chung stood with his head down and couldn't say anything because his mother simply wouldn't let him get a word in edgewise. She said that he should set an example of an adult and not offend their guests, and he was obliged to train with her. And then she added menacingly that if he did not fulfill this condition, he would be locked up in a monastery. The young guy didn't like all of this. He didn't want to train with the girl and also ask for an apology, but he had to. What she heard made Yeon very happy, because she knew how important these trainings were for Ho-ryung. And at that moment, a red-haired girl jumped on her. She was very happy to meet her. She offered to take Yeon to her martial arts colleagues, and did so immediately. Yeon was amazed at how many of them there were. She didn't expect it. The second fact was that all the other students looked much older than Seo Ha-ryun herself. She lowered her head and introduced herself, as befits the traditions of the Baek Lee clan. And she knew that when people heard this surname, they would always judge her and say that she was a stain on the Baek Lee dynasty. But then she heard completely different words and couldn't believe her ears. Everyone smiled warmly and said that Ryan had told a lot. The girl was so surprised that she was accepted without insults that she stood motionless for several minutes. Yeon didn't even hear the joke made at her expense, to which Soha reacted quite sharply and threatened to beat her up. She realized that not all people are evil, that there are many more kind and sympathetic people. And then Soha happily informed the young lady that she would continue training with young master Ryu Cheng. She grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her to the practice court. And she reminded the young lady that she had promised to help her with training. The boys said goodbye to Yeon and wished her to look after the mischievous girl. When they arrived at the training, Yeon was a little puzzled by what she saw. But Soha greeted them warmly. Ryu Chung was acting very strange, and not like himself today. His eyes sparkling like two gems. Soha just tried to strike when he suddenly and harshly knocked the sword out of her hands. He proudly declared that he had defeated her again. Soha bent down to pick up her wooden practice sword and said regretfully that this was her 10th defeat. Yeon strained her eyes and realized that Ryu Chong was waving his sword around today, and as soon as the girl tried to forge it, he knocked her sword out. They tried again, and the guy attacked the defenseless girl again like a hurricane. She fell to her knees again and said she didn't understand what was happening. The young gentleman told her not to pretend, or she could complain to his mother again that he was not like everyone else. But Soha said she had no idea what he was talking about, and she hadn't complained to anyone. He was angry and shouted at her to stop pretending and tell it like it was. And then he added that he always said that the girl was below his level in martial arts. But at that moment, Yeon intervened in this unpleasant conversation and said that Ryu Chong did not understand. The girl said that we need to sort things out first, and then make claims. The young gentleman shouted that there was nothing to sort out. He already knew everything, and she should not interfere. Yeon turned to the standing servants and asked them to come to them. She asked which of them had recently made a promise to Mrs. Yang So Ok. Shin Bin Uni immediately answered and said that the lady called her herself and asked how the young master behaved with the other children. Ryu Chong was very taken aback by this information. He was angry and confused. Yeon thanked the servants for their honesty and desire to help sort out the situation. but the guy stood there, lost in thought. Then the girl turned to the young gentleman and asked if he would like to apologize to the girl for the false accusations. He asked again what he should apologize for and why. But Yeon insisted, saying that he had repeatedly tried to belittle his rival and insult her dignity. Seo Haryung looked at what was happening with wide eyes, as if she didn't understand that they were talking about her. But the young gentleman left without saying goodbye, without intending to apologize, and the girls silently watched him go. Seo Haryung took the young lady's hands and thanked her for standing up for her. Then she added that now she wants to see how her savior lives, and the two of them headed to Baekli Yeon's chambers. But as soon as they approached the little lady's residence, Song Yul met them and blocked their way. He looked at her angrily, but since the mistress was nearby, he had no choice but to retreat. When the three of them entered the room, Haryung said that it looked gloomier than the other rooms. Yeon replied that this was all done because of her eye problem. Looking at bright light a lot was harmful to her. Haryung asked if the girl could see without her blindfold, and she said yes, but she felt uncomfortable. The lady applied a compress to her arm to help the pain go away faster and the bruise dissipate. The children started talking. Seo Haryung was very inquisitive, and she thanked them again for helping to sort out the situation. I asked the lady how she understood who told the young gentleman's mother that he was behaving outrageously. Yeon replied that everything was simple, because when he insulted her on the bridge, they were with these same servants. But then she changed the subject and added that she knew how to help the girl defeat the young master. This proposal surprised Seo Haryung very much, and she naturally asked how exactly. She simply replied that it was her gift, and she knew that under certain attacks, he would open up his weak points. But then, looking at the girl's hand, the young lady again felt the glow. She examined her hand as if with an X-ray and understood that she could help the internal energy move and cope with wounds. At that moment, Seo Haryung screamed and asked Soyul if he saw what she saw too. Yang herself was scared, and the girl added that she saw a change in her eyes. They glowed gold. Yeon immediately remembered that before the healer shared his gift with her, his eyes had also glowed in the same way. Seo Haryun asked if Songyul had seen it too, but he proudly turned away and said that he had not noticed anything unusual. The girls laughed and chatted happily for the rest of the evening. Later, returning home, Yeon casually mentioned that she had a headache from the energy shift. So Yul became worried and asked if the headache was bothering him too much. As she approached the room, the girl saw that Ryu Chong was waiting for her, which surprised her greatly. She said hello and asked why he came. He glared at the children but said nothing in response. But Yeon tried to be as smiling and sweet as possible. In her past life, she was tough and rude, and he was the most polite and caring. That previous Yeon could be rude and impolite, but he was ready to endure everything. After all, back then, she was the daughter of Baek Lee and Kang's most beloved teacher. But since there was nothing to talk about now, the girl decided to go for another walk. But then Ryu-chan tried to start a conversation, and Yeon decided to return. His eyes wanted to say something, but otherwise he was like a lump of evil. Yeon turned towards him warmly. He just opened his mouth and immediately froze. Then he proudly turned around and left. Songyul asked with a confused look who this young man was. Yeon said that this was her uncle Namgung-won's son, and that he was punished for bad behavior. But apparently, he fulfilled the punishment since he came. The next day, another training session was scheduled for the young master and the guest from the So-hyang sect. Ryu Chong was less aggressive today than last time, but he was still filled with anger. But Seo Haryung was no less determined. Yeon was very worried and concerned about her friend. And so the duel began. The girl swung her sword. They were both worthy opponents, and Yeon watched the fight with bated breath. A little later, she began to closely watch Ryu Chong's movements and to focus her gaze. He was extremely concentrated. A series of strikes were carried out, and the opponents retreated for a short break. And so the young gentleman assumed his usual pose for attack. Seo Ha-ryung was delighted as she remembered her evening conversation with the little lady. Yeon also noticed that Uncle Wang's son was returning to his original tactics. She concentrated her gaze and calculated 3 movements ahead. The girl's eyes sparkled gold, and she understood that now was the very moment. And at this time, Soha strikes the enemy in an unprotected place, and her sword breaks in half. Nobody expected such a turn of events, since the blow was not so strong. The little lady realized that something strange was happening. But at that moment, Shinbi Ani's maid screamed in surprise as a piece of a sword flew at her. Yeon quickly got her bearings and grabbed the piece of debris right in front of the maid's face. The children were also shocked by what happened. A little later at Namgung-won's residence, Uncle Wang was furious at what happened in his residence. The doctor examined Yang's hand and said that it was lucky that the sword was wooden. What worried the young master most was the fact that this had happened at all. A simple training session could have taken someone's life. The girl saw her uncle's bewilderment, and she herself understood that Ryu Chang had used the sword's protective power. Yan remembered that in her past life, she had not known Ryu Chang and his abilities so closely. The only fact is that his teacher was her father, and he himself was very powerful in wielding a sword. But the uncle was angry that the girl became his son's victim and was still able to save a man at the cost of her life. The doctor intervened and said that the wound would not be too serious if it weren't for Yang's weak internal energy. Nam Gung Wan asked for a clearer explanation of what his words meant. The doctor explained that in this situation, complete rest is needed, and the arm should not be put under any strain. The girl was worried by the doctor's words. She thought that they would now lock her in a room until she recovered. Nam Gung Wang proudly said that he would personally monitor the recovery process. Yan laughed sweetly, because behind his stern appearance, her uncle was hiding a very caring and sweet person. He offered to escort his niece to her chambers and behaved very sternly. The girl did everything as the doctor ordered. She tried to rest more. When she opened her eyes, the first person she saw was Song Yul. He was carefully holding her wounded hand. When the girl woke up, he quietly asked how she slept and whether she was bothered by pain. Yan only asked when he managed to arrive, since it was very early in the morning. But then the servant came in and said that the boy had spent the whole night by her bed and was holding her hand so that she wouldn't move it. Then he helped his girlfriend sit down and did it very delicately. Shinbi asked if the little lady had any special preferences or wishes. The maid continued to say that she was ready to fulfill any request. The children looked a little confused at what was happening to the servants. But Reska fell to her knees and said that she was grateful to the little lady for saving her life. Yan didn't expect this and was excited, asking the servant to get up immediately. Song Yul brought her a tray with medicinal decoction. The girl understood that she would have to drink it, but she only asked who said so. It was Namgung Wan's order. The boy then added that his uncle had told him that he would personally check on how his hand was healing. Yan was very surprised that after that incident, her uncle began to pay too much attention to her. At that moment, Shinbi said that Ryu Jung Namgung had come to visit. A young gentleman opened the curtain and entered. He was slightly disheveled and looked tired, but the first thing that happened was the meeting of the two boys' gazes with some kind of hatred. Song Yul turned to Yeon and asked if she might want to kick him out. But the girl calmly asked why he came. He reluctantly said hello and asked how she was feeling. But then Yeon noticed that he had a bruise on his face and asked him the same question. He rudely replied that it was not important and irrelevant. The girl politely invited him to have a cup of tea. He immediately noticed her bandaged hand. The girl's eyes stared at the guy, but she didn't say anything. She was waiting for him to speak. But the young gentleman was too proud, and it was too difficult for him to start a conversation first. They sat in silence, sighing in turn and exchanging glances. Ryu Chang was focused and a little angry at the same time, which was very funny. Yan couldn't help but laugh, as from the outside, he looked like a puffed-up hamster. The laughter out of nowhere somehow stirred up the young gentleman, and he dared to start a conversation. Yan immediately calmed down and began to listen calmly to what exactly brought him to her. The guy quietly offered to help her until her arm recovered. She was surprised, because just recently, he simply couldn't stand her being around, and now he was offering to help. The guy screamed and said that he felt guilty and wanted to make amends. Yan calmly said that there was no need to shout, and she was very pleased that he wanted to take care of her. Such mysterious phrases from the little lady alarmed the young warrior. She continued that she held no grudge against him for what had happened. He froze and wanted to interrupt her, but he listened until she finished her thought. And then he said that he wanted to know how exactly he could help her. She extended her hand and said that she didn't need his help. Ryu Chang fell silent, but his eyes were full of anger. He did not agree with such an answer. This excited the little lady, and she was frightened for a moment. But the young gentleman did not understand why she refused help. He insisted that she needed him, because it was difficult to cope with one arm. The girl didn't answer, but her look made it clear that she didn't intend to explain anything further. He silently understood everything, bowed his head guiltily, and did not say anything else. As he was leaving, his eyes again met those of Song Yul in the corridor. He smiled into his eyes and said that there was someone to take care of the lady. The girl stood there in confusion. One was silently leaving. The other was walking towards her. She knew about their hostility and was worried. She looked at Yul and saw anger in his eyes. She asked what he said to the young master, but the guy didn't answer. She got angry and asked that they have no contact. The girl quietly added that she was worried about him and knew how aggressive Ryu Chang could be. Then she looked at Song Yul again. She knew that he had no one here except her. He looked at her with some tenderness, and in his eyes there seemed to be a request for her not to go anywhere. Meanwhile, Seo Haryung came to visit her. The girl asked how her protector was feeling, and then she began to animatedly tell how Ryu Chang came and tried to ask for forgiveness. Yan was pleasantly surprised, so after talking with her, he immediately went to ask for an apology. Yan said that was good, but her friend replied that it didn't matter to her anymore. She said that after what happened at the last training session, she has no respect for Ryu Chang. Now she considers Yobek Lee her idol. She explained that she helped her with training and, in addition, saved the life of a maid. Yan's mouth dropped open at her story, and she continued that she considered the girl much cooler than Nam Gung Wan's son himself. She also suggested that he might be eavesdropping on their conversations or heard their last conversation. Because after training he was very strange. He told her many strange things, could not clearly express his thoughts, but their words slipped out. Yan laughed at this whole story. Soha conveyed it all too vividly and emotionally, but she also remembered how Ryu Chang behaved. Most likely the scar on his face was his punishment from his father, and he regretted it. And the next day in her chambers, Yan learned that Song Yul wasn't particularly good at writing and decided to help him with it. The boy was very confused, because all this time he had been protecting and helping the little lady. But Yeon felt indebted for the help and constant support in any situation. After all, from the moment her arm was injured, Song Yul has not left her side for a minute. Just like the maid Shin-bi. She laughed and said that she was not a very strong assistant, but she would still try to be useful. At that moment, a young gentleman looked into her chambers. Song Yul and Yeon immediately fell silent. No one expected Ryu Chan's arrival. The boy chose to leave, since his conversation with the young gentleman was not going well. He quickly tried to leave the little lady's chambers, and Ryu Chan proudly followed him with his gaze. Yan quietly asked what brought the gentleman to her today. The last time they had not said goodbye very nicely. But the young man replied that he knew what could help the girl. She smiled and said that she would like to visit their family library. But then she jokingly added that he was unlikely to join her. Ryu Chan was a little angry at the little lady, because he was not used to being made fun of. But to avoid escalating the situation, she added that she would be pleased if he would keep her company. When they walked inside, Yeon's mouth opened in surprise, because she had never seen so many books in her life. There were huge shelves all around, from floor to ceiling, containing a variety of literature. She admired the grandeur of the room, while the boy simply stood there silently. She turned to look at the guy, but he pretended not to notice her. Then she decided to ask how often he came here himself, but he replied that it happens extremely rarely, and then clarified that she could have asked his father to bring her here earlier. But the girl said that no one knew that she had learned to read. Ryu Chan was surprised that she couldn't read until recently. She looked at him with tenderness and childish affection. He was somehow dear to her, and at the same time incomprehensible and distant. Then the girl looked at him with some hope in her eyes, but he was still stern. Yan came closer to him and said that the fact that she had learned to read should remain a secret. Ryu Chan looked at the little lady and did not understand whether she was serious or laughing at him. But then she started talking some completely absurd nonsense and made the guy even more angry. It seemed like he was about to boil over. He said he regretted offering his help and wanted to leave. But then the little lady asked him to get some books. He took out a stack and threw it on the table in front of her. Yan thanked him and invited him to sit with her for company. After moving away a little, Ryu Chan no longer reacted so sharply to her proposals. The girl laughed and said that when he stared at one point, he looked very cute. Ruchong froze for a moment from such compliments. He asked when she learned to read and who helped her with this. The girl replied that it happened when she was sitting in the doctor's laboratory, but noticed that the guy wasn't particularly interested in the answer. He sat over a book, but did not read. He simply stared at one point in front of him. The girl asked him if he was really that uninterested in reading, but the boy replied that he was just lost in thought. But then he added that he was more interested in martial arts than boring literature. They had a heartfelt conversation. Ryu Chan asked why she decided to help this strange boy who was always around. He added that it is easier for him to always be alone and learn everything on his own. Yan replied that she was grateful to Song Yul for her support, and that teaching him to write was just the least she could do for him. And then he asked how she was able to help Seo Haryun attack him during the last training session. Yan wondered if he had somehow found out about her ability, but at that moment, their conversation was interrupted. Uncle Wang and the family's adjutant appeared at the threshold of the library. They were away and were not expected to return soon. The boy did not expect his father to appear. Then he started yelling at his son, saying that he had forbidden him to come near Yang in the near future. And why were they here anyway? Yang needs peace, and they have never been friends before. Ryu-chan was silent. The girl looked at him and didn't know what to say either. Then the uncle got even more angry and asked why no one was answering his questions. But at that moment, Yeon stood up for the guy and said that he was helping her. He himself did not expect this from the girl. The uncle asked his son if what the little lady was saying was true. Yeon shook Ryu-chan by the shoulders and asked him not to remain silent, but to confirm that she was telling the truth. He lowered his head and quietly said that it was true, but he was ashamed that the girl had stood up for him. The father was angry, but he also didn't expect that his son could do good things. Then he turned to the adjutant and asked when Yeon had last seen a doctor to have her wound examined. But the girl got angry because at that moment no one was listening to her or asking her questions. After examination, the doctor said that healing was going quite quickly, but the internal strength was too weak. He said that it is necessary to replenish vitality, but to do this, it is necessary to visit the Changgong Hall. Ryu-chan shouted that it was too dangerous for the girl because she was already weak. Uncle Wang was also not very happy about having to let the little girl go on serious training. He turned to his niece and asked if she was willing to try to restore her vitality. She happily said that she was ready and that this was a huge chance for her to learn something new. Ryu-chan shouted that it was unfair and cruel to Yeon. Uncle said that it was up to his niece to choose, and that whatever she decided, that would be it. The girl didn't know what to do, because in her past life, she couldn't even wish for this. Only strong warriors are worthy of such training to improve their inner abilities. Everyone fell silent, and only Yeon said that she would fight for any opportunity. Ryu-chan agreed to accompany the girl to her quarters, so that she could pack her things for the trip. Van and the adjutant stood and watched the children, hoping that everything would be fine. And then Van asked what made her return from her trip so quickly. He said he found out who had a hand in the destruction of the villages. Van waited with great anticipation to see who the adjutant would name. He said that after all the investigations, it turned out that this was the work of people from the cult of demon killers, the ZHGUE clan. It was very strange, and the men looked at each other. Nam Gung-wan, standing by the window, wondered why these people wanted to destroy villages and kill innocent people. This was the main point. It needed to be figured out. But it's not yet entirely clear how to do this. Meanwhile, Yeon was riding on Ryu-chan's back to her room so he could save her strength. Meanwhile, the leader of the clan of demon killers was making his plans for further action. One of his subordinates bowed to him and reported that the Namgun family was on their trail. This news upset the young bandit. But on the other hand, he was glad that he would be able to meet with a representative of the clan. He said that there are advantages in any situation. If this happened, then changes are coming. But the men suggested taking their time and turning to their Great One for help. Meanwhile, somewhere in custody, a poor, innocent victim of the clan of murderers was sobbing. The guard guarding her silently carried out his job. He himself did not fully know what was going on here. The leader turned his gaze to the sky and said that they had only one unresolved issue left, but that this would soon be resolved. Question number 1 was this treasure girl. That's how important Yun was to them. After all, even if the essence is taken away from a representative of the Baek Lee clan, he will remain strong. But if you take away your only daughter, your strength weakens before your eyes. The Knights of Darkness unquestioningly agreed with their master. He said that it only took a little time to resolve the issue, and if the Namgung clan wanted to intervene, they would not interfere. Meanwhile, Yeon came into the room and told Song-yul that a great adventure awaited her. She said it would give her the opportunity to become stronger in spirit. The boy promised to wait for her and wished her luck, but asked her not to overdo it with her training. Since the first time we met Song-yul, he had gained a lot of weight and looked very cute. Yeon touched his cheek, and he immediately touched her hand with care and trepidation. She looked at him with some new feeling, either of love or of sisterly care. They spoke with their eyes about something of their own, something that only the two of them understood, as if no one else existed. He didn't want to let go of Yeon's hand, as if he was holding it for the last time. But then the day came when the Changun Hall awaited the girl. Uncle Van's wife was very worried that the little girl was being sent there alone. The husband and wife were arguing among themselves about what was right and what was wrong. They were practically shouting and didn't notice anyone around them. Yeon laughed and tried to object, but no one wanted to listen to her or hear her. But when the adults calmed down, The woman asked the girl several times if this was really her decision. Uncle Wang walked her to the door and told her that she could stay there as long as she wanted. Stepping over the threshold of this famous hall, the little girl suddenly discovered that it was gray and gloomy. But suddenly, her gaze was caught by a bright light, and her childish curiosity won out. She ran forward and saw a beautiful meadow and a small lake. Some people appeared to her on the other bank, she called out, but no one answered. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled gold. She thought that here on the lawn was the best place to train her internal energy as she did in the laboratory. She closed her eyes, concentrated all her thoughts, and golden energy gathered around her. Opening her eyes, she realized that the glow continued. She thought that under simpler conditions she could maintain control, but with training it would be even better. She remembered her father and thought about the fact that she still hadn't found the exact cause of his death. These thoughts gave her even more confidence to become stronger. She walked up to the water and wanted to wash herself, but as soon as she looked at her hands, she was pleasantly surprised. The wound was almost invisible. She was so busy with her training that she didn't even notice how quickly time flew by. She remembered Ryu Chan and his words that she was weak and would not last another day in this hall. And so she decided to go out of the hall into the street. It was very dark outside, and besides, it was terribly cold. She was shaking a lot from the strong wind, but she moved forward slowly. But suddenly, in the distance, she saw a painfully familiar silhouette. Baek Lee and Kang himself were walking towards her with a leisurely gait. He saw his little and fragile girl and shed tears. The girl forgot about the cold and strong wind. Her legs carried her towards her father. They rushed into each other's arms. The girl, not believing her eyes, kept asking if it was really her father or if she was dreaming. He hugged her, consoled her, and couldn't get enough of his little blood. The girl also burst into tears from the joyful and long-awaited meeting. They could enjoy each other's presence for a long time, but then Namgung Wan intervened in their idyll. He said that if Yeon had stayed there for even one more day, her father would have broken down the doors. The girl replied with displeasure that he himself had said at the end that they could stay in the hall as long as they wanted. Namgung Wan was surprised and told himself that he didn't remember such words. Yeon turned to her father and asked him if he had come because she had been in this training hall for too long. Uncle Wang said that if he had told her earlier about her father's possible arrival, she would not have spent a single day there. The father stroked the girl's head and said that he was going to go anyway and had sent a messenger with the news. But it was already too late, and everyone decided to spend the night here and then head back in the morning. Yeon was a little offended that her uncle didn't tell her about her father's arrival. When they were alone, the girl said that she wanted to show her father something, and it was a secret. She sat down, took a deep breath, and concentrated her thoughts. Then she opened her eyes and flashed a golden glow at her father. Baek Lee and Kang were delighted with their daughter's talent, and she continued to look at her father with her golden eyes, because training had given her completely different opportunities. She told her father about how the healer gave her this gift, and then she read a lot until she found a way out. Father said that she was a great girl, and most importantly, strong and brave. But the girl said she had one request. The father smiled and said that he would do whatever his little mistress asked him to do. She sat on her father's lap and said that she didn't want anyone to know yet that she had this gift. Before this, everyone considered her worthless, a black spot on the reputation of the Baek Lee clan. The father listened and did not believe that all these speeches were being made by a little 6-year-old child. She was not yet completely confident in her ability to control the gift, and therefore wanted the Baek Lee clan to not know anything. Her father hugged her and told her not to worry, and then asked if she could see his energy too. She answered, of course. The energy of her father and uncle were similar, but they differed only in the light. Her father's was bluer. It was so beautiful that the girl froze at that moment. The father simply silently watched and listened to the girl, but she stopped abruptly and said that she wouldn't do it again, because men don't like it when their energy is shown for a long time. The father did not understand why she said that. His daughter's answer left him in a slight shock, but he said that it didn't bother him at all that she saw his energy. Baek Lee and Kang said that the girl would need to rest more, because all these practices take away strength. But then the girl suddenly remembered that these were not all the gifts she had prepared for her father. He said that she looked like Santa Claus, which made the girl laugh. But he very sincerely asked what else awaited him. And the girl, with great admiration, handed her father a bottle of pure key extract. The next morning, everyone went to the residence together, and the girl showed them exactly where she had been assigned a room. But suddenly, the father noticed that someone was coming out of Yeon's room. He turned to the girl and asked if she knew who it could be. but in the shadows, only silhouettes were visible, and it was difficult to understand who it could be. Baek Lee and Kang loudly asked what was coming out of his daughter's room, and the girl directed her gaze at the shadow and received a bright, scary glow in response. She looked long and hard at the man's energy, and then she shouted that this man was the Emperor of Heavenly Flame Buhong Ma. He was unhappy that he was quickly declassified and greeted him angrily. He held Song Yul in his arms like a thief by the collar. The girl noticed this and was very scared that the whole truth about the boy was revealed. Both men stood opposite each other, and neither moved nor dared to start a dialogue. But then Baek Lee apologized for not recognizing the teacher, but did not understand what he was doing in his daughter's room. The old man was surprised that this little girl was his daughter and did not say anything right away. But then he clarified that he had already taken what he came here for and that he didn't need anything else. But the girl screamed that she had no right to wander around her room when she was not there. Baek Lee looked menacingly at the teacher. He didn't want to be hostile, but he didn't want to let his daughter be harmed either. But then the old man made a sharp movement to the side, as if trying to take up defensive positions. The boy he was holding by the collar of his clothes fell to the ground. It was decided to go inside and discuss everything. The man silently drank a cup of aromatic tea. The children at this time did not take their eyes off his movements for a minute. He looked silently and intently, first at the children, then at the young master. Deciding to be the first to break the silence, Baek Lee and Kang asked what exactly the old man wanted. Then their eyes met, and he said that he needed a boy. The young gentleman began to say that he had a powerful gift, which he had acquired against his will. It is a magical energy absorption technique that prevents him from learning other martial arts. But the old man insisted and said that he could learn everything if he trusted him. Yan listened attentively to the old man and thought that there was truth and deep meaning in his words. The old man continued that being his student was not only prestigious, but also status-giving. A Yeon suggested that we should ask the guy himself what exactly he wants. Judging by the guy's expression, it seemed like his mind was somewhere far away. The girl turned to Song Yul and asked him to answer, and not stand silently like a statue. But the old man himself said that the answer is already known. The guy doesn't want it. The girl and the young gentleman were shocked. Where did they get such information if no one said a word? The boy remained silent, as if he were mute. Everyone looked at the guy with bated breath and waited for his answer. He sighed and said that he wanted to stay here. The old man grabbed his head, because he had assumed that the answer would be exactly like this. Baek Lee and Kang asked if he had thought it through, since the opportunity the elder was talking about was very rare. The old man continued that his skill in demonic magic and martial arts would make him a true warrior. He looked at the boy with his small eyes, as if trying to convince or hypnotize him. Yan realized that the matter was rather complicated, since the old man was trying so persistently to persuade Yayul. Yes, he said that the girl was right, and there is such a fatal disease for the body as the polar body. The old man continued that if a person accumulates this energy within himself, then by the age of 15, he simply burns out from the inside. And I, Yul, have already learned to transform energy, which is very rare for such an age. The girl with huge eyes listened attentively to the old man. Then she happily clarified that it was precisely with the elder's techniques that the guy would be able to prolong his life. He replied that his training helps him not to retain this energy inside, and also to learn martial arts. The girl listened attentively, but the guy just stood with his head down. He was not interested in all this. The elder added that he had developed a method that had already been tested over the years, and that such energy required a special approach. He once again asked the boy to think about it, and turned to Baek Lee and Kan to give the boy to him as a student. Once outside, the girl immediately attacked the guy and asked why he was refusing such an opportunity. I calmly replied to Yul that I had completely forgotten to tell him about this. This was not the first time the old man had suggested it. Yan yelled at him even more than before because he hadn't told her anything and hadn't asked for advice. But the boy only replied that she was sick, and then the internal energy in the hall was restored, and he could not say. And then he asked her to show her hand and tell how she felt after training. But Yeon was preoccupied with the thought that Yayul was now like a burst dam. And when things get really bad, he will be in excruciating pain, and then no one will be able to help him. He asked if she was still suffering from pain in her arm, but the girl did not answer. He asked with great sadness that Master Baek Lee would really give it to this old man. The little lady replied that if there was a very good reason, then she could leave it. He sighed sadly, repeated her words, and continued that he would talk to the master himself. Yan looked at him and didn't understand why he was behaving this way, whether he was afraid of the old man, or he really wanted to be with them. He came closer, took the girl by the hands, and began to stand silently. He wanted to say something, but his thoughts were confused. He was a little confused. And then he just said that it was time for him to go, and that was it. Yule said goodbye to the little lady and headed towards the residence. But she screamed so loudly that she didn't understand what had happened and why he suddenly needed to go somewhere. The guy smiled mysteriously, but didn't answer. Watching him go, the girl told herself that she didn't understand his strange behavior. Sometimes he was silent, sometimes he was smiling. At that moment, an old man was walking towards her. She asked him not to leave after drinking tea. She approached him again, greeted him, and thanked him for staying. But the old man said that it was only out of respect for her father. She politely apologized and said she just wanted to ask a couple of questions. The old man scratched his beard and replied with a grin that he would try to answer. The first thing she was interested in was whether it was really true that Yule could die without training before the age of 15. He replied that it was not excluded from ancient practices and scriptures, but he did not state it 100%. The girl relaxed a little and said that it wasn't quite so bad. The old man looked at the little lady and said that she was too fearless to tell him such things. They exchanged glances for a while, but the old man exuded a certain coldness and hostility. She decided to ask her second question, but she was no longer as bold as at the beginning of the conversation. The girl suggested that since the old man needed Yule and he wanted to stay with them, the training could be on their territory. This completely angered the old man, and he began to shout that the girl was climbing where she did not belong. But soon a great war was about to begin, and Jan understood that they needed strong warriors. Although, according to the novel, this old man had disappeared. Having cooled down a bit, he began to say that these practices cannot be carried out wherever one pleases. A special place is needed. The girl listened attentively to her grandfather. He continued that training should not be forced in the same way. It will not lead to anything good. But while she was engaged in an attentive conversation, she didn't notice how she activated her golden gaze. She immediately noticed that the old man's energy was the same as it was at their first meeting, which meant he hadn't drunk the elixir he took. The girl wanted to continue the conversation, but the old man was already starting to get tense from her chatter. He grabbed his head and said that she was not a well-mannered young lady at all. The old man wanted to give the girl a flick, but she was able to dodge it thanks to her eyesight. He grabbed her cheeks and said that even then he realized that she had a gift, but she didn't yet possess it well enough. He added that she lacks manners and understanding of where and how to use such a unique gift. He held her so tightly that it seemed she couldn't even breathe. And then he came up with a plan that if the guy doesn't want to study, but he'll see how his girlfriend studies and decide for himself. He grabbed Yeon by her clothes, dragged her into the room, and declared that Baek Lee's daughter wanted to study with him. Baek Lee and Kang were somewhat puzzled and surprised, and Yule was completely shocked by what he heard. After some time, Master Baek Lee was holding a curious bottle in his hands. Yeon happily brought the gift to her father and said that she had been saving it until she met him, that she took care of it until she met him. But the father said that he knew all the details from Namgung-wan, but he was very grateful to his daughter for such attention. He thanked her, but said that he could not accept this gift now, and that he could not drink this elixir at the moment. The girl laughed. She didn't want to deceive her father, but really wanted to do something nice. So he took the bottle and said that he would accept it as a sign of her care. He gently ruffled her hair. He took her in his arms and said that he also had important information in connection with the fact that she would be training. They move into the Namgung family's main residence to make things comfortable for everyone. It was a huge residence with its own practice courts, and training began immediately. Old man Chungsun Yomjae practices bare-handed fighting techniques, which involve grabbing joints without a sword. Today, I tortured the girl with exactly this practice, but I was very unhappy. After another series of blows, she sat down on the ground and held her head. When I got home, I immediately applied a compress to Yule's forehead. She asked how her training with the old man was going. The boy said that they perform practices that are much simpler and injury-free, as long as they involve breathing. He looked at Yeon and decided that it was all because of him. The girl immediately raised her voice and said that this was the lesson plan, and the guy was not at all to blame. But suddenly, she went out onto the balcony and saw a familiar silhouette in the distance. Young Master Ryu Chan was approaching nearby. She came up to say hello. Today, there was supposed to be a duel between him and Yan's father, but the guy wasn't in the mood for conversation, or even a banal greeting. He seemed kind of upset. The girl asked why he hadn't come by and asked how she was doing, but he said that he shouldn't have done it. He didn't care at all. and he already knew that she had already recovered. And at this time, Namgung seemed to be burning with anger. He was watching the scene and did not like his son's behavior. The girl decided to somehow diffuse the situation, laughed, and said that they had an agreement to communicate. She understood that something was bothering him, and that was why he had become so prickly. He turned away and replied that the agreement to help was until her hand healed. But the girl didn't stop. She came closer and quietly said that she missed their communication. Ryu-chun didn't expect such words at all, but he was too proud to respond with anything like that. But Yeon remembered that in moments of confusion and worry in that life, he became very different. Now he was still a child, but his behavior was the same as then. She frowned, because she knew he wouldn't tell her anything. Just like back then, they simply exchanged glances and went their separate ways. Now, Yang decided to do the same. The young master was so proud anyway, she just wished him luck in the sparring. At this time, Baek Lee Kang himself appeared on the training court and called his daughter. The girl saw her father and joyfully ran to meet him. They hugged each other very tenderly, as if they hadn't seen each other for ages, but they had only parted the other day. The man asked if everything was okay with his beloved girl. She didn't want to upset her father and replied that everything was fine. He walked towards his rival and greeted his nephew. Baek Lee Kang said that he had heard about his ability to control the power of the sword, especially at such a young age. But Ryu Chong greeted him back and said that he couldn't yet repeat his skill. The swordmaster said nothing, and the young man asked to teach him a master class in swordsmanship. Now, Yeon understood what was wrong with the young master's mood when she approached him first before the duel. Master Baek Lee happily agreed and said that he had a worthy opponent in front of him. Yeon wondered how this was possible. The last time he called upon the power of the sword, she received a severe injury, and now he says that he doesn't know how to repeat it and apply it further. He calculates his trajectory, he moves skillfully and attacks, but her father can withstand any blows perfectly. The boy tries again, without putting in much effort. But on another attempt, the swordmaster disarms him, and the young man loses the fight. Master Baek Lee, without lowering his sword, says that this is a lesson for him. Yang watches in horror as the proud and arrogant young man loses to his mentor. The swordmaster said that the boy had grown in skill since their last meeting, and the fight was worthy. Ryu Chong thanked him for the instructions and the master class, but it was clear that he was not happy with himself. Then the boy's grandfather suddenly appeared and asked what was going on. Everyone present on the court was surprised, especially Uncle Wang himself. The elder approached the boy and asked him why he thought he lost the fight. The guy said hesitantly that in his opinion, the technology was most likely to blame. And then the grandfather added that it wouldn't hurt him to spar with Yoni. The girl was surprised that the elder suggested such an option, since she had not studied martial arts at all. He approached the girl and said that he knew what kind of eyes she had, and that she didn't have to win. But Nam Gung-wan intervened and said that Yeon had only recovered from her illness a couple of days ago. The elder smiled and said that he was sure the girl could handle it. Baek Lee stood there dumbfounded, while Nam Gung-wan continued to shout and scold his father. The girl herself was shocked by the proposal she received. She was at a loss, but she had no right to disobey. She looked at the angry Ryu-chan and the upset uncle. Everyone was more worried than she was. The young gentleman hoped until the very end that she would change her mind or simply become scared. But here he is, standing on the practice court, waiting. The girl picked up the wooden sword and thought to herself how long it had been since she had held it in her hands. In that life, she trained a lot and often, but because of her illness, no one took her seriously. And now, standing in front of such a serious opponent as Ryu Chong, she understood that her training had not been in vain. The boy, with an evil smile on his face, wished her not to fall during the first attack. Uncle and father watched what was happening with concentration. Here, Yeon took the sword in her hands, assumed a fighting stance, and didn't have time to come to her senses. And the sword was already knocked out of her hands. Ryu Chong stood there satisfied, as if he had defeated an opponent 3 times stronger than himself. He shouted that she didn't know how to hold a sword in her hands, that she wasn't trained in simple things, even though she was a native of the Baek Lee family. The girl was very upset to hear these words, because she had not lived in a family since birth. But the guy continued that she couldn't do anything. Everyone just pitied her. But then Grandpa Namgung came up and told her to calm down and gather her strength. He knows that she has recovered from the attacks of the Heavenly Flame Emperor and is now training. He reminded her once again that she had wonderful eyes and she could use them, but that her grandson could not resort to the power of the sword. And then Yeon collected her thoughts, and her eyes sparkled gold. She clearly saw every step Ryu Chong took, and the movements of his sword in front of her. Each of his subsequent attempts to attack the girl failed. She reflected his blows. Ryu Chang began to get angry and did not understand what he was doing wrong again, because in front of him was an ordinary girl. Beck Li and Wang watched in great surprise as the little girl deftly dodged the blows. She parried every blow, but tried not to look at her opponent so that he would not notice her eyes. The boy was very angry, and with each subsequent blow, his anger grew much higher. Yang was already seriously scared. She gripped the sword with all her might and leaned forward a little. Ryu Chang also did not give up his position and showed with his whole appearance that he would not give up. At some point, the girl came so close to the guy's face that he forgot why they were there. The two friends, their hearts beating and sighing in time, did not take their eyes off the sparring. But here the young gentleman was more persistent, and he was already going on the offensive. Yang stood disarmed and defeated. Ryu Chang proudly declared that he was right, and she couldn't do anything, no matter whether her arm hurt or not. The girl looked at him with horror and did not recognize the sweet boy with whom she had just recently been in the library. Sitting on the court, she only said that she doesn't know what it means to love her neighbor, because he has no one. Then Beck Li came up and asked how his daughter was feeling and said that she was doing well. Then he turned to his nephew and also thanked him for the beautiful and fair fight. He said all the participants were very diligent and responsible. Ryu Chang quietly, barely audibly, thanked his teacher for his words. The father took the girl in his arms and told her that her defeat was very dignified, so that she would not be upset. Meanwhile, Ryu Chang was climbing the stairs, talking to himself and getting angry. He didn't understand what the girl meant when she said that he had no one to love and that not everyone was as lucky as he was. But then he thought about it and sat down on the stairs. And at that moment, his father found him and started shouting that he was sitting there and he was looking for him everywhere. He invited him to talk quite seriously, and so they sat down together at a huge table. The guy was still angry and not particularly in the mood for conversation. Nam Gung Wam took a sip of aromatic tea, and his anger seemed to evaporate somewhere. Ryu Chang said that if there were no more questions for him, then he would probably leave. But the father said that there would be a conversation and asked why he had so thoughtlessly insulted Yang. He said that the girl had not lived with the Namgung family since birth. She had only been there for a year. Ryu Chang was very surprised by his father's stories and only asked why this happened. The father continued that the girl had to endure a lot. Her inner core was destroyed, and he was behaving so rudely. Ryu Chang couldn't answer. He just listened. Then the father cried out and asked where he got such ignorant manners in communicating with guests. The boy could not say anything, but only for a moment immersed himself in thought and remembered their conversation. He returned to the moment when they were talking in the library, and they were having a good time. For a moment there was a pause in the room as father and son looked at each other. Then the boy said that he didn't mean to offend. He was just angry and didn't keep his word. The guy said that he would no longer speak so dismissively to Yeon. The father himself was surprised that his son drew conclusions so quickly and made the right decision. After the fight with Ryu Chan, Yeon fell ill, and her body's weakness led to a fever. This news, of course, reached the young gentleman himself, and he felt guilty. As always, I didn't leave her side for a second. He gave her compresses, did not leave the bed, and waited for her to come to her senses. After some time, the girl decided to meet with the Emperor of Heavenly Flame. He didn't want to accept her, because he thought she hadn't recovered enough, but she insisted. He said he had come up with a plan to get her boyfriend more involved in training, and said he would show her now. He began to hold his hand over the mug, and a bright energy began to form around the vessel. The little lady watched with her mouth open. To her it looked like a magic show. The tea poured into the mug began to spin, as if enchanted. The cup itself was spinning in all directions. The girl frantically poured tea for herself, afraid that the same thing would happen to her cup. Then the storm in the glass calmed down, but the liquid did not flow out of the glass, although cracks were visible. Jan asked what would happen next, and how all this would help persuade Yayulia. The man took aim at the mug, getting ready to strike, so to speak. One touch, and the dishes shatter into pieces, and the tea spills across the table. Jan looks at all this with confusion, and doesn't know what to do. Thoughts are getting confused in her head. The old man turns towards the entrance and calls the boy, asking him to come into the room immediately. He timidly looks in and asks if he imagined that he was being called. The old man tells him to clean up everything that was broken and the spilled tea. He approaches the table where the girl is sitting, but she immediately tells him that there is no need to look at her and that he should do what he is told. The old man notices the girl's insolence and tries to tell her that she is too cheerful where she shouldn't be. But at the same time, he says that she lacks physical stamina and manners, although he is not particularly involved in her upbringing. He would have liked to get closer to Yeon, but Yayul blocked his way, covering the girl with his body. The man got really angry and said that these two didn't even understand who they were dealing with. He shouted that the children had become completely insolent and did not understand good treatment. The girl, looking over Yayul's shoulder, did not understand that she had angered the old man, who had only spoken nicely to her. He himself froze for a moment in thought, as if he had forgotten what he was talking about. She suddenly laughed and said that he only looked scary and they were not afraid of him. But suddenly, the man abruptly headed for the exit and did not utter another word. Then he turned to the girl. She looked at him warily, but did not say anything. His face was humble, and he calmly said that a good training session awaited her tomorrow. The boy waited for instructions to come for him too, but the old man said nothing more. The girl laughed again, and Yul tried to say something after the old man. But as he was leaving, he repeated once again that everything would happen tomorrow, and that would be the end of it. As soon as he left, the boy immediately began asking what was happening here. But Yeon said it was nothing special. He just warned her to be more careful and cautious. The two of them heard approaching footsteps. Master Baek Lee and Kang entered the chambers and was surprised. The girl rushed to her father, but he asked where the master was and why they weren't working. He handed the letter to the girl after she replied that the master had just left. Yeon immediately guessed that the letter was most likely sent to her by Seo Haryun, since she also sent it to her through Yayul. But then the girl noticed more packages in her father's hands. She tried to take a closer look at who the letters that remained in her hands were from. The girl noticed that there was an official seal on his packages, most likely a letter from the Baek Lee family. She just wanted to know if her guesses were true. But at that moment, a familiar voice sounded in the chambers, and Haryun appeared on the threshold. The girls hugged. Yeon introduced them to her father and invited them to the table for tea. The girl was embarrassed and blushed, looked towards her father, and said that he was very handsome. And then she asked Yeon that since her father had arrived, she would probably go home. The girl said that most likely yes, since she was sent here to get treatment. But everything will not happen so soon. But when it gets warmer. And then Haryung asked when they will go for a walk. Yeon was lost in thought for a while and didn't have much time to go for a walk. But Seo Haryung jumped up and got angry because she asked her mother for pocket money and her friends had made an agreement. The next day, they finally decided to go for a walk. Yeon and Yayul were waiting for their friend, but she was late. Here they came out. There were a lot of security in Huija, and therefore it was safe to walk. Finally, Seo Haryung arrived and, as always, happily greeted the guys. Yeon looked at her friend in surprise. She seemed a little nervous. She pounced with questions about the one who had already heard about their fight with Ryu Chen. She was interested in how it all went. I was the first to tell Yul that Yeon won, and everything was very beautiful. At first, Yeon started to deny it, because in fact she had lost, and it was difficult to call it a fight. But when Yayul smiled and said that for such a professional as Ryu Cheng, this must be a shameful loss. But suddenly, Yeon said that she felt some kind of bad feeling, and added that it was a loss. But Yul's face also changed. He also heard the steps and almost guessed. The three of them turned around and saw Ryu Cheng walking towards them. He looked down on everyone and said that he wasn't ashamed at all after the fight with Yang. And it did indeed end in defeat, but not his. He said these words with great pride. But then the boys' eyes met, and it seemed like lightning would start flying in the air. Seo Haryung was the first to notice and said that it was better not to argue. To prevent anything bad from happening, Yeon quickly took the guy aside, and he walked away meekly. But for some reason, Yeon decided to invite Ryu Cheng to go for a walk with them as well. The guy said that he was not interested in idle wandering around the city. But then she asked that maybe he wanted to show them some interesting places. Ayul was not happy that Yang was so kindly trying to persuade this impudent boy to go for a walk. She asked her friend if she would mind if their group grew, but she wasn't particularly keen. Looking mysteriously at Yayul, she said that if there were no verbal altercations, then everyone could go. The guy smiled strangely, as always, either mockingly or with indifference. Ryu Chung even started shouting that he wasn't going anywhere and that he didn't need to be taught how to behave. Yul, carefully took the little lady by the shoulder and suggested that they go, since it would soon get dark with their preparations. The three of them set out on their journey, but at the end, they looked back at the young gentleman. The young gentleman was confused and did not quite understand what decision they wanted from him. The girls saw this surprised face and became scared themselves. They whispered to each other and didn't know what to do next. Perhaps they no longer wanted to take him with them. But the decision was made anyway, and the young gentleman followed them. Yan laughed heartily, because for the first time in a long time, she could go out somewhere so calmly. Ryucheng walked without much enthusiasm. Ayul tried to stay close to Yan all the time, as if trying to protect her. He was always happy, even if she didn't ask for it. But she was always afraid of only one thing. Young guys can't be near each other. They were ready to tear each other apart with just one look. And finally, the children found themselves on the city streets. They turned their heads. There was so much interesting stuff around, but they also stood out with their overly beautiful clothes. Yan approached Ryu Cheng and asked if there were any interesting establishments or parks around here. He rudely replied that he knew nothing, but the girl was surprised how he could answer like that if he lived here. She looked around. There were shops all around. And then she turned to the young gentleman again and said that he was living incorrectly. He replied that he was not obliged to go to different places. He was more interested in training. But Yeon did not calm down and said that a true warrior must succeed in everything. And then suddenly, Yul pointed to a stall with goodies. And indeed, on the shopping row, there were those very sweets that she had first tried before coming here. She said that she wanted something to eat and headed in their direction. Seo Haryung stopped her and told her that it was better to eat normal food instead of candy. And she proudly declared that she knew a place where they made delicious dumplings. The girl clapped her hands and asked how far it was to go. Seo Haryung extended her hand and said, "That place is not far from here." The children all looked in the direction Haryun pointed, but there were people all around and nothing could be seen. She added that, although she doesn't live here, she knows how to get there. She's been there more than once. Yan asked Ryucheng if he would agree to go with them, but he was too angry. Yan decided to pester him with her questions again and clapped her hands mysteriously. The young master did not understand Yeon's mood and had no desire to communicate with her. The guys weren't really in the mood to go. The girls decided to go alone and express their desire. But one of the boys said that he was not ready to let the girls go alone, and Seo Haryung stopped. Yan suggested deciding who goes and who stays here to wait. But as always, nothing good came out of it. They started arguing. Meanwhile, at Namgungwan's residence, a servant appeared on the threshold and said that he had a message from the young master. He wished to go into the city. Yanso and Wang were very surprised. This did not look like their son's decision. The mother rejoiced at what had happened, that her son had decided so. But the father, on the contrary, said that it was too strange. Yang So-okay couldn't believe what she heard, and the smile never left her face. She began to reason that it was necessary to arrange for the evening clothes to be prepared. The woman went away to carry out her plan, but the servant said that the boy had already left. Nam Gung-wan was angry that he left before they found out about it. The woman sat down and was upset that maybe he was offended by something or that something had happened. Nam Gung-wan did not recognize his son in these actions at all and could not explain them. He and his wife began to quarrel and argue about whose fault it was in their upbringing. Uncle Wang suggested that perhaps he had been too strict or, on the contrary, too soft. But his wife was worried that she had not spent enough time with her son, and he decided to take revenge on them and run away. She turned to her husband and asked what they would do. But he suddenly jumped up and said that he remembered something important. At the same time, Beck Lee was also getting ready just as quickly. The two met at the huge wooden gates, and the swordmaster said that his friend had almost ruined the deal. Meanwhile, So Haryun was taking her friends to the dumpling shop, but Yayulia was not with them. Yan was upset that the lot fell on him to wait. She kept looking around, as if she was looking for him in the crowd. The girl tried to ask how far they still had to go. She was sad and didn't want any dumplings anymore. Ryucheng said that she had to go last, because he was always looking back and slowing him down. And then he even said that it would be better if she stayed there with Yayulia, and everyone would be calmer. Seo Ha-ryung intervened in the conversation and said that she couldn't decide who should go where. He stopped and said that they could go together just fine. Yan thought about it. This offer seemed the most advantageous to her at the moment, and she quickly ran back, only managing to apologize to her friend. She ran so fast that people flashed before her eyes, but it seemed to her that there were more of them. Suddenly, her golden vision activated. In the crowd, she thought she saw her father, but she didn't call him. Then she looked around again, but couldn't find Yayulia anywhere. She despaired, decided that she was lost. But then she saw through the crowd of people. The guy was talking to some tall brunette. Yan was very surprised, because she had never noticed that the boy could communicate with someone so easily. He was always so reserved and did not express his emotions, but communicated only with her. But then she took a closer look and saw that this tall guy was trying to make fun of her. She began to quickly push her way through the crowd of people. Her golden vision worked again, and she was surprised. Yule, cold-bloodedly grabbed the guy by the hand, and not a single muscle twitched. But as soon as Yang appeared on the horizon, he immediately let the guy go. But the young man couldn't just leave it like that and swung to hit. Yan quickly reacted and pushed Yule to the ground. The young man did not expect such a reaction from such a little girl. Yan looked at her friend and asked how he was, if he was hurt. He quickly stood up and seemed quite calm, but the girl saw enormous tension in his eyes. They were seething with anger. The guy also noticed something was wrong and somehow began to distance himself from the couple. Yan saw that Yule was filled with dark energy and that something irreparable was about to happen. He had already directed his hand towards the offender, but then Yang got ahead and began to talk and calm down, and the black energy gradually began to dissipate. Hearing the familiar and calm voice of a loved one, Yule immediately changed, and instead of anger, a smile appeared on his face. The girl laughed cheerfully and said that everything was fine now, and the enraged offender shouted and tried to find out who they were and why they appeared there. Yan stood up and looked at the offender with a calm gaze. The young man shouted that the two of them had made a lot of noise throughout the entire central square. The young lady covered Yulia with her body and activated her golden gaze. She tried to discern his inner energy, but he was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The girl continued that they weren't bothering anyone, but he was trying to start a fight. The guy was radiating anger, and his friends, with whom he was accompanied, were looking around. And at some point, this guy decided to take a swing and strike. But then Yeon's golden vision activated, and she tried to anticipate what the blows would be. Suddenly, the guy winced and screamed from the blow he received to the face. At Yang's feet lay a Chinese moment that suddenly fell, but it was unclear where it had come from. The guy got even more angry, screamed, and there was a mark from the coin on his hand. Yan also started screaming that she had not touched or touched him. The guys who were with him looked around and tried to see who could have done it. The men who were in the square were outraged that these boys were making noise here every day. The tall brunette was angry. His friend quietly said that this girl was supposedly from the Bayek Li clan. At this point, another young man intervened in the conversation and began shouting that other people's children had no place near Namgung Palace. Yoni tried to remain as calm as possible. People behind her were whispering about her and the situation in general, but the guy still wouldn't calm down and demanded that they introduce themselves and who they were. The girl threw up her hands and replied that this was not the way to speak to students of the Baekdo Martial Arts School. A boy named Chang Chol approached the troublemaker and began to whisper something in his ear. They were discussing heatedly that rumors said that this was indeed Master Beckley's daughter. The girl looked at them with anger and hatred because she heard individual words of the boy's conversation. People always spoke negatively about her when they heard her last name, and it hurt her. But not now. She felt support from Yulia, and this made her stronger and braver. The instigator of the dispute in this whole situation mockingly asked if this was the same Beckley who had an injury to her inner core. His friend Chan stood there as if waiting for the words to hurt the girl and for her to leave. But Yoni remembered that this character was not mentioned at all in the novel of that life, which meant he was not dangerous. The troublemaker paused, hoping that what he said above would somehow affect the children. But for some reason, the guy standing next to him changed his behavior, which greatly surprised the main troublemaker. The young man said that the girl was too weak and couldn't even stand up for herself because she didn't know martial arts. But the girl said with certainty that he had not checked and could not say for sure. She continued to say that she might well challenge him to a duel if he didn't chicken out. Meanwhile, Master Beckley himself stood in the crowd and watched as the children tried to protect themselves, but no one saw him. Jiang Chol was angry. He didn't expect such a turn of events. The girl got a little excited and said that she could handle a sword with ease. At that moment, Beckley started coughing in the crowd, and the people standing in front of him paid attention to him. But then the girl said that she was Mr. Namgung Wan's niece. The children stood opposite each other, and there was a verbal duel between them. There were no winners. The guy asked sarcastically if she meant that her so-called brother, Ryu Chong Namgung, could stand up for her. The girl smiled mysteriously, hoping that such techniques would work and the guys would get scared. At this moment, Ryu Chong himself approached the arguing four. Yoni was surprised because he and Seo Haryung had gone to look for the dumpling shop she had mentioned. But then Ms. Soha intervened and said that he was too angry and did not want to go that far. While the boys were rejoicing that they were all together again, they heard Chong Kamol's angry voice and turned around. He started screaming, The girl forgot that she had promised to fight them. She spread her hands regretfully and said that today, in particular, she forgot to take her sword on the walk. She crossed her arms over her chest and added casually that there was no one to ask here. So Ha intervened in this verbal duel and tried to tell the boys to go back where they came from. But then one of the guys offered his sword to see the skill of the young braggart. He waved his sword and shouted that today he would be able to defeat the cripple. Ryu Chang didn't like this at all, and his eyes turned a bright blue color. He was ready to protect Yoni. The guy jumped up and aimed straight at the boy. He was gripping the sword with all his strength with both hands. He was literally glowing with some kind of demonic energy, and it was aimed straight at the young master. But he, in turn, was in no hurry to dodge, as if he was waiting for something, holding his breath. And then at some point, he simply dodged the flow of energy. Yoni activated her golden vision and was shocked by what she saw. Ryu Chang dodged each subsequent blow very smoothly and slowly. With these movements, he was very similar to Master Beck Li and Kong. And then he concentrated, collected his thoughts, and was about to deliver his blow. His stream of energy blew away the offender with such force that he flew away along with his sword. The people were shocked. Ryu Chang picked up the sword, and the young man sat on the ground in front of the boy. The young gentleman asked if he wanted any more proof, but the boys who were with him immediately began to panic and look around to see where to run. They scattered, but Yan noticed this and began shouting after them that she would catch up now. She caught up with Yung Chul and started kicking him for his hurtful words. When the boys finally managed to escape, Yan continued to shout after them for a long time, saying that they would regret what they had done. But then she noticed that Seo Haryung was crying and asked what had upset her so much. The girl replied that these were tears of joy from the fact that she was able to see someone else's shame and not her own. Yan was very surprised why she was saying that, but apparently she had her own reasons. Yoni knew that a bright future awaited the girl soon. But Sohei said that she had seen these boys before, when her mother took her with her to events, and they always behave like this. She continued that this Chan is very clingy and impudent. He has a bad upbringing, or he is just stupid. And Ryu Chan stood proudly to the side, listening to the girls' chatter. Yan turned to him and said a huge thank you for standing up for her and saving her from the impudent boys. It was clear from his expression that the girl's words touched him, and he was very pleased about it. But his reaction greatly surprised the young lady. As always, he turned away proudly and said nothing in response to her words. And then, on the contrary, he added that it was her fault that something happened. Yan didn't understand what her fault was, but the guy stubbornly tried to prove to her that it was her words that led to this situation. But then the dumpling seller called out to them, said that he had seen everything and saved a place for them. The children were very happy about this turn of events. Everyone was very hungry. But then Yeon decided to take a little break and mysteriously went in the other direction. I handed her the coin, and she was immediately happy that she found what she wanted. After that, she said that we needed to order one more portion of dumplings and ran away. She confidently called out to her father in the crowd. She felt that he had been present here all this time. She kept moving further and further away, not noticing that she was already walking quite far from the dumpling shop alone. For a moment she stopped and told herself that she couldn't be mistaken as she felt his energy. She turned into some nook where there were a lot of garbage bins. Yan tried to call out to her father, but then someone's hand pulled her. He looked at her angrily and asked where she was going all alone. But the girl was not scared. But on the contrary, she was glad that she was not mistaken. The father grabbed his head and said that she was too frivolous. And then she handed over the coin and said that she wanted to return it, but did not notice how he left the square. But Beckley and Kana said that he didn't throw any coin and didn't know what it was. At that moment, Nam Gung-wan appeared and said that it was his doing. He was tired of listening to impudent boys insulting him for no reason and behaving too insolently. At first, this answer upset the girl a little, but then she realized that her uncle and father were there all the time and knew what was happening in the square. The men did not want to admit that they had been watching the children all this time and simply remained proudly silent. But suddenly, Nam Gung-wan shouted sharply that she had also behaved incorrectly and should have been more careful. Beck Li and Kang thought differently and expressed their opinion that in this situation, Wang was wrong. The girl silently bowed her head and said that she agreed that she had been harsh in her words, but nothing more. And then she added that she would like to eat dumplings with her uncle and father, where everyone was already waiting for her. The men looked at each other. They understood that the other children would not be quite ready for this. But Yoni tearfully asked to go with her, since she had already asked for an extra portion of dumplings. The men nevertheless agreed to the proposal and were already wolfing down the dumplings in the cafe. And then everyone said goodbye together, and the children went off to walk further. Arriving home, Yeon was met by a maid who said that her father had left the residence for the second time. The girl thought that her father's behavior was somehow secretive, but her thoughts were interrupted. Yayul entered the room and immediately fell to his knees with words of forgiveness. The girl was slightly shocked by this behavior, but asked why he was asking for forgiveness. He was always rather strange and uncommunicative, but now he came himself and even apologized. I explained to Yul that he was apologizing for that situation in the square. He could have killed an innocent person. Yeon didn't quite understand what she had done to make the guy apologize to her. She was at a loss. He continued that he realized that he could have caused great damage because of his anger. The girl remained silent, and he said that it was his fault that he had put her in danger because she had stopped him. Yeon understood that the boy was accumulating too much dark energy within himself, and it was this energy that was controlling him. He doesn't want to accept that, if this continues, he will become accustomed to the thirst for blood and will no longer be able to stop him. She looked at him with some regret, but at the same time, she mentally really wanted to help. The thought that had arisen in her head really wanted to break out, but she didn't know whether she should voice it. But the boy's look, and knowing his character, it was necessary to think about how to do it delicately. She understood perfectly well that the best solution was to go and study with the Emperor of Heavenly Light. The guy continued to sit on his knees, and the girl silently looked at him. But suddenly, her eyes flashed, and she pressed her lips together as if in anger. But then I remembered myself before recent moments, and understood that sometimes decisions are very difficult. She remembered the moment when she could not help the wounded bird, because she herself was weak. I, Yul, was now that wounded bird, but only she knew how to help him. She leaned towards him and told him with concern that she held no grudge against him for what had happened, but she advised me to think about going to the old man for training and becoming stronger. She ruffled his hair in a friendly way and said that he could do anything and even more than he thought. She laughed and said that he was very brave and kind, in fact. Then she calmed down a little and in a slightly serious voice told him to think about training. I looked at Yul puzzledly, but he didn't have the courage to answer right now. But inside he agreed. The next day at the Namgung residence, the old man shouted suspiciously that he did not believe the young lady's words. She poured herself some aromatic tea and said that her words were the purest truth. The elder asked what crayfish whistled on the mountain, so the young man himself agreed to the proposal. Then, scratching his beard, he said that it no longer mattered how and why. The main thing was that he agreed. The girl was surprised that the old man was too cold-blooded and not particularly happy. He said that everything was clear to him and that he would probably just go about his business. The young lady shouted that he couldn't leave like that he needed to call Yulia and agree on everything. Yoni decided to go out into the yard, but to her regret, there was not a single living soul on the street. But then suddenly, she met a servant, and he said that she needed to go after him. She was surprised when he asked her where to go, but he didn't answer and only asked her to follow him. The girl walked obediently, but at the same time looked around carefully. After walking some more distance, she noticed that her father was waiting for her. Joyfully, she ran towards him as fast as she could. She ran so fast that she almost knocked her father down, which surprised him greatly. As always, she clung to her father and hugged him tightly with her small arms. But then she turned around, and Uncle Van and his father were walking towards her. They were quite serious. The girl said hello, and they reciprocated. Then the elder asked how they had walked with the children in the square. The girl answered very happily that the walk was very exciting. But then the man became a little sad and said that he would also like to eat dumplings next time. Jan didn't expect such a serious grandfather to be so upset and almost didn't understand that he was joking. But then the elder changed the subject and told her to look around and think about what it was. There were many different books around, but the little lady sniffed. The grandfather asked what this smell reminded her of. The girl quietly said that it smelled like medicine. She thought for a moment, her eyes widening. She looked around again and said hesitantly that it looked like things from a secret laboratory. Namgung Wan said that this is indeed the case. This is the maximum that was brought to the surface. In addition to books and other literature, there are also herbs and infusions that require certain storage rules. There were indeed too many boxes and simply bound books. The room resembled a warehouse. Uncle Van said that they had to make more than one trip underground to remove all of this. And then, with a sly smile, he added that her father had distinguished himself here too. Yemps had to fight when they returned home. The girl was horrified. Van continued that they were attacked by bandits and other evil spirits. Everyone wanted to snatch something. The girl screamed to see if everyone was okay, and if nothing was damaged. She turned to her father and asked if he was hurt, but Uncle Wang said that everything was fine. The girl asked her uncle what he thought was the reason they tried to rob them. He said that most likely the most valuable things were various herbs and the healer's infusion, since they were already hidden underground. But then he said that her father had also refused his share of all this property. He nobly said that he did not need anything, although by right it should have been divided among all who took it. Beck Lee lightly patted the girl on the head. He looked at her. There was always some sadness in his eyes. The elder laughed and wanted to defuse the situation so that a conflict would not occur. Knowing Wang's character, he added that these are not all the surprises for today. A servant entered the room and deliberately greeted the girl first, and then he handed her a strange green notebook, saying that it was at her complete disposal. The girl was surprised and puzzled as to what she had done to deserve such respect. An idea occurred to her, and she silently thanked her lucky stars. Baek Lee said that this notebook contains everything that is stored in these boxes, personally checked by them. She was pleased, but her rather intelligent reasoning shocked the grown men. She said that books and manuscripts should be placed in libraries so that people have access to knowledge, but infusions and elixirs should not be made freely available yet. The father was surprised. The girl noticed that her father's face had changed dramatically, and he had become more thoughtful. It was obvious that he had a lot of thoughts in his head, but he didn't say anything. The girl also wanted to ask about a lot of things, but she didn't dare, and it wasn't her uncle's place to sort things out. To ease the tension, she laughed and said that she had also hidden some of the infusions, enough for everyone. The elder and uncle looked at her and did not understand how such a little girl could be so sensible, and she continued through laughter that thanks to this inventory book, they would know who would get how much. The men were perplexed. Confusion was evident on their faces, but then they said that among all these things, there are 3 main ones that belong only to her. It was gold powder prepared by the doctor, qi, stimulating medicine, and pekeldang elixir. Having collected all these important things in one bundle, they went for a walk with their father. She couldn't resist asking what was bothering her father so much and why he was so sad. The father started from afar, saying that he was very worried and loved his princess. He asked if she knew what all these things that were given to her were for, especially the elixir. The girl said that Pakildan has the most powerful force and helps warriors become even better. But the girl also said that this elixir is dangerous for those who are weak or wounded. The father sighed with relief, but added that she could not drink this elixir, since its consequences for her were unknown. Baek Lee's face even changed, but he became much calmer. Now Yeon understood how perplexed her father was. He was afraid for her decision. She hugged her father to calm him down even more. Baek Lee took the girl in his arms, and they exchanged tender smiles. Yoni snuggled up to her father and lay quietly on his chest for a few minutes. But suddenly, the girl wanted her father to let her go, that she was independent and grown up. Father laughed very cheerfully. It looked very funny. He asked to whom she would like to give the Pekeldan elixir. She replied that she could resolve this issue quite independently. Baek Lee was very surprised at how much the little girl wanted to be independent, and the girl quickly tried to run away from her father. He simply froze in surprise and watched his daughter walk away. Meanwhile, the girl ran to the training camp of the Sohyang swordsman sect. To catch her breath, Yeon stopped and thought to herself that she was making the right decision. But then Seo Haryung's clear voice rang out. The girl ran to meet her with great joy, but her surprise did not leave her. Soha asked how the lady ended up here and what questions brought her here. But noticing the bundle in Yoni's hands, the girl asked if it was meant for her. Yeon calmly said that it was not difficult for her to come here, because she had already been here. Then suddenly, the other guys noticed Yoni and started greeting her. The girl was very pleased. Then the young lady handed the package to Soha and said that she wanted to give her something important. She was delighted and thanked him joyfully. But when she opened the box, she was surprised. It was an elixir, and the girl was also holding out instructions for it. All the guys surrounded Seo Haryung and asked if this was the same Bakildan and why they gave it to her. Yoni replied that this gift was a sign of devoted friendship. Seo Haryung was very touched, hugged Yeon, and burst into tears. But at that moment, the girl seemed to sense something. Turning slightly to the side, she noticed a familiar figure. Ryu Chong also came here, and this was quite strange, because he was not friends with the Sohyang sect. He then turned angrily to Yeon, saying that he had to look for her throughout the entire residence. This surprised the girl even more. because they never became friends, and he was looking for her. He said that Ms. Yang So was calling her, and it was urgent. Then he added that she shouldn't be in the training camp at all. She has nothing to do with it. But the girl did not understand the guy's irritation and simply calmly asked again why she was being called. But there was no answer, and the girl went ahead, adding that she had the right to be wherever she wanted. Ryu Chong was shocked by such a bold answer and couldn't even respond immediately. But then he calmly asked why she had come here. This time, there was some sincerity and calm in his eyes. Yan stopped, and her gaze lingered on the young master's eyes. Yoni's eyes widened. She seemed to want to share with the guy, but she didn't want to completely. He asked how the girl could be so strong, despite everything that was happening to her. Yes, she had already given her word long ago, even in her past life, not to give up. Ryu Chong looked at her this time in a special way, not like always, without aggression and anger. If she tells him the whole truth about what is going on in her soul, he may not understand her and consider her weak. And then she simply said that they needed to hurry, because his mother was waiting. Ryu Chong barely audibly said that he was worried, because Yan was his only friend. These words made the girl stop and think that the guy was worried about her. He was too proud to let everyone see his weaknesses, and decided not to repeat his words to her. He turned around and said that they had indeed been expected for a long time. The girl was glad that the young gentleman was so kind to her, and sometimes quite sincere. She tried to find out why the lady was waiting for her, but he didn't want to say anything more. After a while, they arrived, and Young So greeted the children very happily. Also in the room was that same Young Chul, and he was irritated. Mrs. Chan also greeted the children, and immediately told the boy to apologize. The children greeted each other, and Ryu Chan immediately showed his displeasure with his whole appearance. Yoni was surprised why the woman was so concerned about her son's apology that she personally brought him. The boy was not very inclined to remember the events of that terrible day again. He grimaced and barely managed to squeeze out a few words. Yan watched the boy's mother and saw how unhappy she was with the whole situation. The girl said she accepted the apology. But then Ryu Chong decided to insert his wishes. He said that the words did not sound sincere, and whether Young Chul wanted to repeat and say what he was apologizing for. The boy was very angry. It seemed like he was about to burst from negative emotions. Yan So yelled at her son for getting into something he wasn't supposed to, and everyone was a little agitated. And the brother of the person responsible for the situation stood and grinned. Ryu Chong and Zhang Chul began to have a verbal altercation with each other. The mother intervened once again and asked to stop this useless argument, but the guy was too much in disagreement, because back then in the square, they had really offended Yang. Chan burst into tears and actually said that coming here was a bad idea in the first place. Ms. Zhang herself was upset, and Yang So tried to calm her down. Then she explained to the girl that they had a difficult situation, and the mother was afraid for her son. The head of the family is very strict, and she wanted to resolve the conflict before he found out. Yan had already forgiven the boy anyway. She didn't hold on to anger for long, but when she went outside, she became thoughtful. She strained all her strength and listened to the conversation nearby. The conversation was between Ryu Chun and Chung Wei-eun's brother. They were arguing, as it seemed. But a little later, it turned out that the boy was asking for his brother. Knowing Ryu Chong's character, he could have flared up, but he listened and did not say anything in particular. And Yoni was reminiscent of her brother Baek Lee Myung, who seemed to try to help his twin brothers. And then she understood what Ms. Yang So Okay meant when she told her about the Zhang family. They have 2 children. One of them is praised and succeeds in everything, and the other is only noticed in bad deeds. She continued to listen to the conversation, but only with the goal of preventing Namgung from doing anything stupid. She understood that on the one hand, her brother wanted the best, but on the other, Ryu Chong might not accept his words. But then she noticed that Zhang Chul himself was approaching in that direction. The girl understood that if he heard this conversation now, there would be a big fight. She pointed her hand towards him. Yoni suddenly remembered everything that the Emperor of Heavenly Flame had taught her, and a powerful stream of energy flew at the boy. The girl waved her arms quickly and deftly. Then she looked at it to make sure everything worked as she needed it to. She reached out to her face, but the guy stood rooted to the spot. Yan explained to him that she would now put everything back in place, but it would be a little painful and unpleasant for him. She warned him that he should not scream under any circumstances, otherwise she would turn everything back in a completely different direction. As soon as Yan used her sleight of hand, the guy immediately started screaming that she had no right to do this to him. She replied that she did it to avoid a new conflict, and his mother was calm. This moment made the boy think a little. He asked about the new conflict. Yang explained that after he ran away, his mother became ill and had to be calmed down. For a moment, the guy felt uneasy about how he was behaving, but literally, a minute later, he started screaming again that she could not possibly treat him like that, let alone touch his sore spots. She said it was all done with the best of intentions and for his own good. The girl said that she knew about his relationship with his brother. Jang Chul lowered his head because he had nothing to say in his defense. Her words were true. The girl silently pierced him with her gaze and said that everyone can try to change their future. But the guy shouted that it was impossible and she couldn't know such things. And a little later, she decided to enter the room that interested her, but she didn't expect to meet Ryu-chan there. As always, he pierced the girl with his daring gaze. Yan laughed and said she was just curious as she walked by. The young gentleman said that this was his room. When he was young, this is where he spent his free time from training and studying. But then Chan appeared on the threshold. He was very upset. Seeing Ryu-chan in a rather angry mood, the guy immediately ran away. The girl also wanted to quickly leave the room and had already said goodbye to the guy. But he delayed her with his question. The girl took it calmly and, as usual, waited for some kind of trick or insult. But Ryu-chan only asked if she knew why Chan was so agitated. Yan explained that they had a conversation, and she expressed her opinion that everyone can change their destiny. Ryu-chan thought about the young lady's words. But this time, he didn't object or speak out angrily, which surprised Yoni greatly. The next day, somewhere in the residence, a new day dawned. The girl was arranging flowers in a prepared vase. She wanted to add coziness to the room. Leaving one branch for herself, she decided to decorate her father's room in the same way and looked for a place to put the flower. While looking for a place, she noticed that there were letters on the table. She timidly approached the table and unwrapped the packages. It was a letter from the Bayek Lee family. It said that they and their father were asked to return to their family as soon as possible. At that moment, Master Beck Lee entered the room. The girl laughed and said that she came to put some flowers, which Mrs. Yang willingly shared with her. And then she said that she picked up those letters from the floor and rearranged them. Her father said that he was very glad that she had found a common language with Mrs. Yang, and then asked if she would like to stay with the Namgung family. The girl was stunned by this question. She did not understand why her father had made such a proposal. Baek Lee said that he sees how the girl is much more comfortable here, in the Namgung family, and he was simply clarifying. Yan only asked if she was really so unneeded in Baek Lee's family that her father was willing to leave her there. Baek Lee's face changed, and he realized that his daughter was worried that they would be separated, and that this was bothering her. The little lady's eyes were filled with confusion and fear. For a while, father and daughter stood in silence, just looking into each other's eyes. Then, the girl asked if she really had to decide whether to go back or stay here. Yan took her father's hand and said that she was grateful for this house, but still wanted to return home. The father looked at his daughter with care and tenderness. Then he hugged her and said that no one would force her to stay here, and of course they would go home. But her father asked if she really had no reason to stay here, or at least to stay longer as a guest. She laughed and said that she had found new friends for herself in this house. Baek Lee looked at his daughter with some puzzlement. He hugged her and understood that his daughter was very lonely in her own home. The next day, there were many carts in the courtyard of Namgung's residence, and people were getting ready. Ms. Yang So-ok noticed that Yan was dressed a bit too coldly for the upcoming trip. But after she put on the coat, mittens, and hat, the woman realized that it was too much. Then Ryu-chan looked out of the carriage and shouted that the couple should take their seats and not fool around. But Yeon was very surprised that the guy agreed to go on such a long trip. At that moment, the woman laughed and said that as soon as he found out that Yang was going with them, he also made up his mind. Yan made a very surprised face, and of course she wanted to ask Ryu-chan something, but he immediately turned away, as always adopting a proud, inaccessible position. But the girl continued that she was very pleased to travel in such company. Watching this funny situation, Yang So-ok laughed a lot, but tried not to show it. After some time, Yeon fell asleep on the guy's lap, and when the carriage stopped, she immediately jumped up. She didn't expect to get sick on the road, so she was a little confused. Everyone got out of the carriage together. Yeon stretched and looked around. Mrs. Yang So-ok invited Ryu-chan to show the guest the monastery grounds. The girl was very happy about this news, but the young man, on the contrary, became somewhat tense. But they still went for a walk, and the children's attention fell on the man who was predicting fate. Seeing Yang's interest, the guy suggested that she come over and try it too. This is a rather mysterious event, but at the same time very interesting. The children approached, and the man, smiling, offered the girl to find out her fate. She picked up the jar of sticks, and one immediately fell out. The man was in shock. This rarely happens. But right now, an empty one fell out. He handed the girl another jar and told her to try again. Ryu Chong watched carefully as the girl shook the jar vigorously, but again the sticks fell out instantly. The man turned pale and his eyes became frightened. He said that the girl had an empty destiny, and it was better for her to leave here. He screamed so loudly that the people around him noticed that something strange was happening. Yan wanted to touch the man so that he would explain what it all meant, but he shouted at the girl not to touch him. Ryu Chong stood up for his girlfriend and yelled back at the man that he shouldn't behave like that. And then he took Yang by the hand and suggested that they go for a walk around the monastery grounds. Everything around was very beautiful. Chinese lanterns and ribbons. Yan didn't want to listen to Ryu Chong. She wanted to wander off the planned route, and this irritated him. As always, the girl smiled calmly and kindly, but said nothing in response. Ryu Chong said that she was their guest, and he was responsible for her, and he didn't want to have any problems if something happened. The girl laughed and pretended that she didn't hear the guy's words. This situation made him nervous, but also surprised him, because Yeon had always been obedient and kind. She suddenly said that she was not a small, stupid child to walk hand in hand with him, and she suggested that he go where he himself would like to go, and not where Mrs. Yang So-oke sent him. She came closer to the boy and looked intently into his eyes. Her eyes were so big, clear, and bright, but he explained his dissatisfaction by saying that he was responsible for her because she was his only friend. Suddenly, while walking, the girl saw very interesting and incomprehensible trees. She admired them. There were no such trees in Baek Lee's residence, and she asked what they were called. Ryu Chong replied that these were apricot trees, and that they produced very tasty fruit in the summer. Yan was very upset, because she was already here in the summer, and she and her father were planning to leave. Her good mood turned a little sad, but she tried to hold on. Ryu Chong said that he could come visit her, but the girl noted that the distances between the residences were very large. As they were talking, a fluffy white cat approached the girl's feet. She immediately picked him up and began to stroke him, telling the guy that the animal had appeared out of nowhere in a strange way. Ryu Chong began to behave very strangely, waving his hands and shouting at the girl not to come near him. But she didn't listen to him, and with every word she came closer and closer. He was just a cat after all. But the boy's condition worsened with each passing minute. His eyes were watery, his nose was itchy, and he was allergic to cat hair. And at this time, somewhere in the valley of the waterfall, I trained with Yule. He changed a lot and matured. The Emperor of Heavenly Light was nearby, and said that he was a great fellow, and that the further he went, the stronger he became. And he was worried and wondered how Yeon was now, whether everything was okay with her, whether no one was offending her. He had learned to concert his energy, and now he was very curious whether Yang would feel his energy. Ayul had been training for quite a while now, and hadn't been around Yeon, but his thoughts were always about her. She didn't talk much about her new gift, but from their conversations back then, even when they met, he understood her special feature. And so they sat with the old man near the fire, after training, and he handed him folded clothes. The boy clarified that the clothes were formal, which meant it was his time to return. But the old man said that his plans had changed, and he would have to stay longer, but he couldn't say exactly how long. The thing was that the head of the Murim alliance was currently visiting the Namgung clan, and he would definitely want to meet. But for some reason, the boy did not react to the old man's words. He sat straight, and not a single muscle in his face twitched. The old man asked if perhaps he wanted to tell more about himself, and not remain silent like a fish. But he remembered that during their first meetings, the boy behaved the same way, and said that he wanted to kill someone and remained silent. And now he doesn't say any words at all. As soon as the conversation turns to the Namgung clan, his eyes light up, because the girl Yeon is there now. The old man did not lose hope, and tried to start a conversation, but Yayul held back. It seemed that he did not hear. The boy only quietly said that his mother's name was Byuk Gi-hyun, and fell silent again. The old man got angry and said that he didn't care about his mother's name. He shouted that he was asking to tell him facts from life, but the guy was not in the mood for dialogue. The next day, a reception for a guest was to be held at the Namgung clan residence. Master Baek Lee and his daughter Yeon were also invited, and while they waited for the others, they chatted pleasantly. They were waiting for Viji Baek, the very head of the alliance, about whom there were so many rumors. The opinions were different. Some considered him an important and successful master, while others said that he was cunning and treacherous. But in her past life, Yeon had heard of him as a skilled swordsman who often thwarted Ryu Chang's plans. Baek Lee decided to try the dishes that were on the table, and he fell silent with pleasure. But Yul was present at the table, and the girl asked him to try everything. Everything here was very tasty. The guy was embarrassed. He hadn't seen his girlfriend for a long time, but he couldn't refuse her request, and he tried with pleasure. Yan was very pleased that the guy was listening to her, and this made her face break into a smile. I asked Yul why she wasn't eating it herself, if everything was so delicious. But the girl replied that she had already eaten 2 whole plates. She ruffled the boy's hair and laughed cheerfully. But then the father said that in addition to the head of the alliance, they also saw the young Master Peck the other day. The name was familiar to the girl. Baek Lee reminded that Yan knew him and remembered him when they went to look for the healer of all things. The swordmaster noticed that after saying this name, Yayul's face suddenly darkened. He said that a girl named Byuk Ki-hyun had been missing for more than 12 years. I sadly concluded that Yul was most likely already dead, and no one would find her. But the girl clarified with her father that most likely it was Peck, who had no relation to the girl. He was a coward, and because of him, everyone could have died then. Yes, the father confirmed his daughter's words, and said that it was his first operation. He was later demoted, but forgiven. Now he is a simple warrior, and is no longer trusted with important tasks. But he owes a lot to Byuk Ki-hyun. She has helped him out of difficult situations more than once. Yan was really surprised that her father could be obligated to someone, since he usually helps others. He smiled and said that times were different. This girl was not just a warrior girl, but something more. He spoke about her with special trepidation and tenderness. Yan was in shock. Her father was now revealing a completely different side to her. I was getting more and more lost in my thoughts. But then in conversation, he said that she had a birthmark like a boy. After these words, Baek Lee froze while looking at the guy. But then he continued that the 3 of them, Van and Pyok, often went for walks and were friends. The girl was very beautiful and had a strong warrior character, but she herself was an ordinary slave by origin. When she ended up in the home of a martial arts master, he noticed her potential and began to train her rather than exploit her. But then Baek Lee noted to himself that Yayulya and Pyok-ki had some similarities. This evening's story touched the swordmaster himself, and he was very puzzled by the question of where Peck was now. But as he put his daughter to bed and watched her sleep soundly, he calmed down a little, and he thought to himself that most likely this was no longer his problem. Meanwhile, morning had come, and it was time to leave the Namgung residence. Ms. Yang So-ok was worried that the little girl was traveling unaccompanied. She offered to take one of her maids with her on the trip. For transportation, they used the services of an escort guild. The Namgung clan has been cooperating with them for a long time. And now the things are packed, it's time to say goodbye. The Namgung couple smiled sweetly. Even the gloomy Uncle Wang smiled slightly. Yan responded with a sweet smile, saying only that it was a pity that their son was not there. But they had a little argument. Now the apricot orchards were in bloom, and he invited us to take a walk. Ryu Chang came and kindly offered to keep him company. But Yeon was busy packing her things, and she was forced to refuse. The guy was very offended. Uncle Wang became very angry and said that his son's actions seemed too childish. But then the uncle became somehow wary, and the girl looked with big eyes and wanted to give a gift. The couple looked at each other with great surprise. They did not expect. She handed the man a small box. Yan happily declared that she had not forgotten her promise. Wang took the incense pouch and shook it with a displeased expression. The girl stood silently with a sense of duty accomplished. Namgung Wan was surprised, but then said that he had completely forgotten that he had asked her to make such a bag. But suddenly, he hugged his niece. The girl did not expect such tenderness from her uncle. It was not typical of him. Then his wife hurried him, saying that there was no time for long goodbyes. There was a long road ahead. And then she herself put a beautiful green bracelet with an expensive stone on the girl's hand. Yan asked what it was. Yangso said that this was her dowry. She wanted to give it to either her daughter or granddaughter, but now she is giving it to Yoni. The girl asked her father what she should do, and he silently replied that she should just take it. The bracelet was really beautiful, and so the cart set off. The couple was even a little touched, but Yangso asked what the girl had promised him as a gift. He handed over the bag and said that Yeon had promised to embroider it for him when he was visiting them. But then she had an arm injury, and Ryu Chang helped her. The woman looked at the flower tenderly, and Wang laughed a little at the situation. But then Yang So-ok said that she would not give up this bag because she had previously made it for him personally. And all these conversations, sitting in a tree, were observed by Ryu Chang. He did not fully understand what was happening on the ground. The parents were either joking or arguing, It was not entirely clear. He was both angry and a little upset that Yeon had left their residence. Previously, the Baek Lee clan used carts to travel, but now they decided to travel by sea. It was difficult to understand how much time had passed, but finally, the long-awaited port is here. When her father asked if everything was okay, the girl said yes, but she wouldn't mind lying down. But standing on the pier, the girl said that if she needed to move on, then she was ready. But the maid still decided to take the young lady to the guest house, and Yeon noticed something strange. The father stayed to talk to some man. Very soon, the morning of a new day arrived. The girl came down the stairs, still yawning, and the maid was worried that she hadn't gotten enough sleep. Men were sitting at the table below and were discussing the events very loudly and heatedly. Yeon listened and became quite tense. They were telling terrible things, but at that moment, her father appeared on the threshold of the guest house, surrounded by children. Yoni asked to explain to her what happened while she was sleeping and who these children were. Baek Lee calmly said that they had defeated the gang at night, and these children had lost their homes, and he could not leave them. He added that he would try to teach them martial arts, but if that didn't work, he would find them a good home. The girl was puzzled by her father's approach, since she knew firsthand how the Baek Lee clan treated other people's children. But then she smiled and said that if they couldn't save all the people, they should at least try. And so the cart set off again. Time flew by, the weather was good. But then Baek Lee suddenly stopped. Yeon and the maid inside the carriage became a little tense. The girl opened the carriage window and asked what had happened. Father said that another carriage ahead blocked their path. Yeon looked out, but alas, she saw nothing. The girl asked her father to go outside because it was very stuffy in the carriage. But there were 3 unfamiliar men standing nearby. One shouted that they needed help. He fell to his knees and begged Baek Lee to follow him. The second man said that he simply needed to go ahead and provide assistance there. In front stood a very huge cart, which looked more like a carriage. The girl looked forward and was surprised by what she saw. One of the men approached the carriage and said something to the man with white hair. The father and daughter looked closely. This hair told them a lot. The only person with white hair could be the head of the Zhuge Mu clan. And a man who was a close servant of this young master came to them. Yoni's golden vision immediately activated, and she reacted quite tensely to the servant's appearance. He quietly asked for help and invited them into the carriage for a more relaxed conversation. And now they were all already inside. The young master himself lay motionless. The servant was very worried. The tension was palpable. Young immediately noticed that the situation was quite complicated and that it was a matter of minutes. Head Zhuge lay there as if breathless, and against the backdrop of his white hair, he seemed as white as a sheet. The Zhuge clan used to claim to be one of the most powerful, but now their position has worsened greatly. A severe illness has crippled them. Their successors may now not even live to be 20 years old. The young master's servant said that this matter was too sensitive and required caution. Master Baek Lee clarified what he wanted from him then, but he extended his hand forward and froze. A thin haze of the master's internal energy began to form in the carriage. Yang had never seen anything like this before. She suspected that something was about to happen, but the father lowered his hand and said that he had put up protection, and the servant could explain everything clearly. The servant told me that the young master had a meridian rupture, and every minute counted. Baek Lee and Yeon sat with their mouths open. This disease is almost fatal, but you can't tell from him. Young remembered that the situation with Yayulya's internal energy could have torn him apart, but he was alive, and this was even more frightening. Baek Lee and Kang asked again what they expected from him, and why only he could be useful to them. The servant said that the problem is in the internal energy, which resists and does not prevent the problem from being solved. Baek Lee realized that he had to forcefully circulate the young master's internal energy, but the master said that on the road it could be dangerous both for them and for the guy himself. But then Yeon's golden vision activated, and she noticed something interesting. There was another little ball of light glowing next to the young gentleman. It turned out to be a white cat. He looked at the girl with the same golden gaze, as if he was conveying some important information to her. But the servant continued to ask and persuade that there was no possibility of moving anywhere, that a decision had to be made here and now. He fell to his knees and said that the master was their last hope. The girl suddenly noticed that the previously formed haze began to dissipate. The servant began to scream in despair. He did not know how to convince. Baek Lee looked at his daughter and thought for a few minutes. He then added that he had something to lose and simply could not believe the words. He said again that the ritual of energy movement could go unpredictably, and they would at least need help, and they were in the forest. But apparently, In that life in the novel, it was precisely this fact that prevented Hua Mu from living to the moment when Ryu Chong became an excellent warrior. The cat sat at the head of the young gentleman's bed, and, in a cat-like manner, also asked for help. Suddenly, Yeon turned to her father and asked permission to try to perform such a ritual. She assured that she had learned a lot while she was in the doctor's laboratory. But the father did not agree to expose his only daughter to such a risk, especially since she had no practice. And in general, only the healer himself knew and used this technique. No one else had heard about it anywhere. But the girl continued to convince him that her knowledge would be enough, and she could cope. Baek Lee resigned himself and calmly asked if the servant would mind if his daughter took part in this operation. The servant didn't quite like this. He couldn't understand how such a little girl could help. But the master assured that his daughter had a gift and that she could really help right here and now. But the master could only provide it as a gift, and the offer of urgent help played its role for the servant. Master Baek Lee calmly assured that everything would go smoothly, and the man had nothing to worry about. At this time, the girl refreshed her memory, reading the doctor's notes, and the cat was nearby. She turned towards her father and noticed that his behavior was quite strange. He assumed the lotus position and looked thoughtfully at the floor, as if noticing anything around him. She tried to connect her golden vision and find out the reason for this behavior. But suddenly, she began to hear a voice that was constantly calling her. When she came a little away from her thoughts, her father shouted at her for not being attentive. She was a little upset, because it was the first time she had seen her father so angry. He had never yelled at her before. And so the decision was made to begin. The girl sat closer to the young gentleman and began to concentrate. She collected her thoughts, recalling in her head everything she knew from literature. And her golden vision did not take long to appear. Looking at the boy under a different light, she noticed that the two central energies were shining very brightly. This meant only one thing. Despite his fatal illness, the gentleman was clinging to life with all his might. The girl tried her best, but nothing worked yet. Hua Mu's energy was definitely resisting. But suddenly, Yeon concentrated so much that she herself began to emit golden energy. Meanwhile, the father continued to sit motionless in the lotus position and look at the floor. The girl leaned over the boy as far as possible and began to squeeze his hand tighter in order to transfer all the energy. After some time, the girl exhaled and relaxed. Headmaster Zhug was already breathing more calmly and evenly. The energy field above his father became brighter. Now it was his turn to show his skills. But the girl assured with great confidence that the young gentleman was safe and sound. She checked every point with the utmost care. The servant was on his knees again and thanking. His happiness knew no bounds. But the master asked for only one favor, that no one would know that the ritual was performed by his daughter. The girl thanked her father, then added that she had not discovered anything strange. But her father's behavior still seemed different to her, and she couldn't understand what exactly had happened. While the servant went to get the decoction, the father and daughter talked about the situation that had happened. The girl asked what her father would tell everyone now that he helped the boy. He answered no, but Yeon hastened to remind her father that he had promised to do just that if everything went smoothly. But the master said that it would not be possible to live like this all the time. One could not do something and hide it. The girl didn't understand whether her father was scolding or praising her, because she herself didn't particularly want others to know about her gift. The girl looked at her father rather mysteriously. He smiled and said that he was proud. His daughter immediately responded to save the man, and did not think for long. They were talking so nicely that perhaps the young gentleman could have joined in, but he was unconscious. But suddenly, he stood up and immediately noted that they had a very warm relationship. His next step was to drink 5 cups of the medicinal decoction that had just been prepared. Yoni looked at this with great surprise. He drank it like a delicious broth. Her surprise was noticed by her father. He jokingly said that some people could use some lessons in the art of taking medicine. After all the procedures, the young gentleman thanked the master for saving him. Baek Lee replied that if there had been a doctor nearby, the consequences would have been much easier. But the guy calmly replied that his doctor had magically disappeared somewhere. Yang was shocked by this answer, but even more so by the fact that the clan leader spoke about it so calmly. When asked about the security guard, the answer was the same. All the loyal people had disappeared somewhere. He said that his own mother wanted him dead. Yoni felt a little sad that the young master was going through this. She didn't remember her mother at all. But noticing the tension, the guy laughed and said that it was difficult to comprehend. But everyone accepted this fact. Since the problem was fixed, there was no longer any need to delay on the road. And so, by sunset, The carts finally arrived at the guest house. At every opportunity, Yeon checked on her father, but everything was fine, and she decided to go to her room. When she entered, she froze in surprise. On her bed lay the same white cat that she had seen in the carriage, and even earlier in the monastery with Ryu Chong. But the cat behaved as if he was the boss here, and Yoni had come to visit him. She took him in her arms, and he pierced her with his golden gaze again. She felt that this was all for a reason. The cat jumped off the bed and, approaching the door, began to gently scratch her. The girl decided to trust the animal. The cat led the girl with a confident step. Yeon was tormented by doubts, but she walked forward. Approaching the door, she quietly looked in. The head of the Zhug clan slowly poured tea, and out of the corner of his eye saw Yeon standing in the doorway. He raised his head and said that he was glad she had come, and he asked her to drink some tea. The girl calmly accepted the invitation, sat down at the table, and the cat was spinning around nearby. Yoni asked why the head of the clan wanted to see her and called her in such an incomprehensible way. He laughed and asked why she addressed him so formally, since they were the same age. The girl looked at the guy with some mistrust, and something told her that he was dangerous. She tried to relax and repeated her question, but in a higher tone. The clan leader laughed even harder this time, giving the impression that he was deliberately mocking Yang. The girl's eyes sparkled gold, and she tried to see what was really hidden there. Unlike other clans, the Zhug specialize in training physical abilities, in this case, intelligence. The guy also concentrated his gaze on the young lady. The young lady's patience was at its limit. She wanted to get up and leave. Hua-mu continued to laugh, but now he was amused by the girl's expression. Yoni felt like she was being bullied, perhaps because she had bullied Ryu Chong when he had offered to be friends. Meanwhile, Hua-mu was trying to pierce the young lady with his gaze, and she seemed to be reflected in his eyes. But suddenly, his eyes changed color and became bright purple. His movements became somehow magical, and with his next move, he tried to hit Yoni in the face with his fan, but she was able to block it. She screamed that it was not nice to treat guests like that, whom she had invited. And at that moment, the cat jumped and untied the bandage that protected the girl's eyes. Hua-mu abruptly moved to the edge of the table, right in front of the little lady. She met him with her stern golden gaze. Seeing this angry expression, as if trying to defuse the situation, the guy put on a sweet smile. Then, he jumped off the table and went to his place as if nothing had happened. At this time, the cat was playing on the floor with the girl's ribbon. The guy slightly closed his eyes and started the conversation again, saying that he had wanted to arrange a meeting earlier, but Namgung had interrupted him. Yoni wondered what it meant that the cat at her feet in the monastery had appeared there for a reason. Hua-mu confirmed that the cat was supposed to hold her back until he himself came, but the cat jumped onto the table. She strained her eyes and tried to understand what magic was in it, but the cat looked ordinary. Her eyes became more and more distinctly golden, but she didn't notice anything special. The guy laughed and asked that she was surprised that her gift could not reveal everything to her. She clenched her fist under the table. This constant laughter at her was starting to really irritate the girl. She tried to put the guy in his place, saying that if he was so interested in her eyes, he could have asked instead of ripping off the blindfold. He was impenetrably calm and simply listened to her with a slight smile, propping his head up with his hand. The girl continued that he was ill-mannered and stupid enough to allow himself to behave like that, being the head of the clan. He objected that it was her life that was difficult, since she did not know how to use her own gift. Yoni was angrier than ever, but she had been raised very differently, and she kept her composure. Hua-moon reminded her of a mischievous cat who tried to drag her into his games. She rose from her seat and shouted that she would always have helped, but now she really regretted that she had met him on the road back then. The guy looked at the angry girl in bewilderment. She said that she didn't want to stay here for another minute, and then she added that she would only stay with her cat because she didn't know how to appreciate human relations, and she proudly and silently went to her room. She was upset by the leader's behavior because it was she who slept with his wounded body. But before she had time to get to her room, her father and the maid immediately asked where she had been. The maid cried a little because she had already searched everything and was upset that she had been kidnapped. At first, the girl didn't want to tell her father anything, so as not to upset him unnecessarily. But then she said that she met the head of the Zhug clan, and now she thinks she is scary. The girl asked if her father really thought the same thing, that she couldn't communicate like an adult. The father listened attentively to the story of his little princess and saw that it touched her deeply. Master Beck Lee offered to talk to the ill-mannered boy, but she didn't want to be a snitch. But the father said that in this case, she was not one of them. She did not complain about anyone, but only told what was bothering her. He reassured her and added that she could always rely on him in any situation. The girl thought for a bit and looked at her father. And then she said that she gives the go-ahead for the conversation. Let the head of the clan know that she has those who can stand up for her. The master smiled and encouraged his daughter. And then, as always, they hugged and looked at each other for a while without taking their eyes off each other. Baek Lee said that no matter how old she gets, she will still remain his little princess, whom he will help. And then the maid said that in order to become stronger, you need to take a medicinal infusion. So the evening came peacefully, and Yoni fell asleep in her bed. But she had the feeling that the head of the clan was standing above her and looking at her with a cat's gaze. She opened her eyes abruptly and screamed in her sleep. Her father and the maid came running to her scream, and they immediately started asking a lot of questions. The girl rushed to her father and said that she was very scared, because the white cat dragged a dead mouse onto her bed. After this, the girl had difficulty falling asleep, and her father suggested that she meditate to calm down. So they didn't notice how dawn had come. Yan asked her father a rather strange question, which made him a little nervous. The girl asked to be taught how to make a protective dome from internal energy. She begged very much, like a child, with her beautiful big eyes. My father said it was quite a complicated process. He extended his hand upward and said that we needed to concentrate, and then try to force your QE energy to move from the inside out. The girl was surprised, because she had learned to move energy while still in the doctor's laboratory. Her father patted her on the head and said that everything has its time. But then the girl thought and raised her eyes to the sky. Then she concentrated mentally and tried to feel the movement of energy within herself. And then, as her father had taught her, she stretched her hand up and waved it. Suddenly, she turned towards her father. She realized that he could not hear her. The father was surprised that she managed to create a protective dome from natural energy. He was saying something to the girl, but she crossed her arms, making it clear that she didn't hear him at all. Her father calmly said that she had done well, and that she was doing a great job. She herself did not expect it, and was in slight shock. It turns out that her ability to move energy helped. The father was no less surprised than his daughter. His confused face gave him away. Then, he swung his sword, and an energy dome also began to form. The girl immediately said that she wanted to learn this technique. But the father said that to do this, one needs to wield a sword, and his sword is too heavy for a child's hands. And then, he suddenly remembered that his friend Wang had given her a blade when they first met. It might well be suitable. The girl was very happy with this news, but then her father said that maybe she didn't need to wield a sword. After a pause, he added that usually one first learns about the power barrier through the sword, and then through internal energy, and she owns the second. The girl looked at her father and didn't quite understand. This time, he was not the same as usual when he was trying to teach her something. In his past life, he was very reluctant to share with her all the knowledge, even that which he could give himself. And now he was very well disposed, good-natured, and this could not but please. But suddenly, their sweet conversation was interrupted by the cry of a servant who was frightened. Baek Lee immediately turned around and asked what had happened that made him run like crazy. He fired off a machine gun that the head of Baek Lee had arrived. Grandfather himself could only come for very serious reasons. Before the servant could finish speaking, the elder rode up on a white horse. The father and daughter immediately took a welcoming stance. Yoni narrowed one eye so that by his facial expression, she could tell what mood her grandfather was in. The Baek Lee clan's doctor also appeared, complaining that his back had become stiff during the journey. Next, Baek Lee Man appeared riding a beautiful stallion. The only question was why they were all here. Master Baek Lee calmly asked his father what had brought them here, as they themselves were about to return home soon. The elder could not stand it and shouted that since they were leaving, they could only be expected next year. And even then, it was not a fact. Then, Seok Taeyi examined Elder Yan as ordered. He convinced her that the fracture had healed, and the wound had closed very well, and that the girl's general condition was much better than it had been at the last moment. The elder still could not calm down and shouted, first at his son, then at his granddaughter. Then he called Yoni closer to him and asked if her hand was bothering her much, since he knew everything about the injury. He said he was worried about what was happening to her due to her absence from Baek Lee's residence. The girl said that everything was fine. Her arm had healed, and she had a wonderful time visiting the Namgung family. The elder smiled, noticing that his granddaughter had grown quite a bit since their last meeting. But then the girl's father said that she had been given a very good reception and care. But his words really angered the old man. He shouted that it was so good that the child had an arm injury. The girl added that she was able to train her internal energy in the Changan Hall, and her grandfather said that this was their responsibility. And then he said that the head of the clan sent him a letter that he planned to keep Yeon with him, decided that he had gone crazy, and challenged him. Black Lee and Kang calmed their father as best they could, and the girl laughed at how excited her grandfather was about all the events. And then it was his granddaughter's turn. He said that her action of saving the children and getting caught in a landslide herself was very thoughtless. The elder said that as soon as he heard such news, he was in deep despair. Master Baek Lee asked his father to calm down and stop escalating the situation, but the elder continued that she had not thought about what it was like for her father to see his own daughter die. The girl admitted her mistake and was very sorry for what she had done. Grandfather calmed down and in a calmer voice told her to promise never to do that again. Yeon stood in front of him and remained silent, guilty. She understood that she had done the right thing back then, but now she didn't want to upset her grandfather. Father was also sad and regretful. He was very worried and seemed to be reliving those events. Grandfather thought for a moment. For the first time, he did not want to say right away what he thought. Yoni also thought about the words spoken, about those events, but she understood that everyone was worried. The elder looked at the girl with a reproachful, but at the same time so familiar and tender gaze. Then he took a deep breath and asked his granddaughter to come closer to him. The girl was a little scared, because she knew that her grandfather did not like her and always made colossal decisions. But this time, there was something different in his voice. It was soft and caring. This scared Yoni, but also made her happy at the same time. The elder extended his arms towards the girl and waited for a warm embrace. As soon as she approached, he hugged her tightly. And then the girl realized that he accepted her even with a broken core. And a little later, the grandfather added that even if she could never pick up a sword, she would remain Baek Lee's granddaughter. After a long hug, the elder asked Yeon to leave him alone with her father, and she went for a walk in the yard. She remembered her father's face, who was very worried about her, but after all the words she said, she also wanted to tell her grandfather about her new abilities. She was so immersed in her thoughts that she didn't notice how a man came out to meet her. It was her cousin, the same Baek Lee Myung, who had been punished before her departure. He waved his hand in greeting. Since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they decided to chat over a cup of aromatic tea.